nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living breeze. Now they zone out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had a wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young dog. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain, now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, young dog. Hey, well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, what we do? Well, we won't give them too much information. Then, how about that? What you think about that? We won't give them too much.
What? Well, things like I don't want to say things like where I work.
We live right now, so we can't give them too much. You know what I mean? Can't give them too much of the dope. But basically, the Blackity Blacks. You've seen this before. We've seen this before. We've talked about it, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In the audience, put a one in the chat if you can hear me. So basically, as a black person, Felipe, in these professional organizations, black people will form black groups within the company. That's what you're telling me. That we've talked about this before, correct? And they form right.
They form clubs. They form clubs,
and they use the company's technology to form this club, correct?
Yeah.
So it'd be like join the black ass group within, Cisco systems and all that kind of shit, right? It'll be. And what y'all had cookouts and shit? Did your groups ever have cookouts and shit like that?
Yeah. So they'll set up a Slack channel for their club.
Yeah.
And then they'll plan activities. Like they'll plan activities for Juneteenth. Yeah. And
are you working tomorrow? Are you working tomorrow?
I want to work, but no, because
why are you not working?
Apparently more and more companies are recognizing Juneteenth.
I didn't even know it was a holiday. I didn't even know it was a holiday. My mama said, I said, what? When did that shit become a holiday? She said, Biden did it. I said, oh. Shit, I didn't even know. Juneteenth. Now, what is do you know what Juneteenth is? I really don't have a good idea of what Juneteenth is.
I know it's got something to do with slavery. I can't remember exactly.
That's all they got.
That's all they
slaves
were free.
That's all they got.
I want to say it's the day they're saying the last slave was free.
The last day of slavery, the last supper.
Something like that. Yeah.
Is that what it is? Does anyone? It says here Juneteenth is tomorrow. Is a federal holiday. God damn, that mean the trash don't run tomorrow. That would mean the trash ain't running, right? Did anyone see? Hey, did anyone see the thumbnail? The thumbnail for the show tonight, Felipe, is that little baby that was held up like Jesus for the police to shoot his ass. Don't kill my mama. They're gonna start putting bulletproof vests on these babies. If the women are gonna use their babies as shields, Felipe, why don't the women put bullets? If they're not gonna put him in a car seat, at least put a bulletproof vest on. The 1-year-old babies gonna have to wear bulletproof.
Do they make bulletproof vests for babies? I don't know if
they're gonna start making them. The Chinese gonna make them. Hey, did you hear who won the election here in DC? Oh, have mercy. A bull mammy.
Oh, did she win?
That bull.
I heard she might win.
Hey, all we had was a nigga that delivered mail going up against it. That's all we had. A mailman nigga. A mailman nigga. Huh? Ran against a bull.
They can produce.
Yeah, that's all we got.
That's the best they can produce.
That's all we got.
A mailman and a communist. I heard she's a...
Hey, man, listen.
And the mailman still couldn't win, huh?
The mailman, he couldn't deliver. Hey, listen. I was telling somebody, hey, you remember we came here, Felipe? I was telling you, I said, look, we came right after Murr and Barry. Remember they called him over Murr and Barry. Murr. The blacks didn't say Marion. They said Murr and Barry. Murr. And so we came here right after Murr left after the crack era. I'm talking about his crack, right? We came right after Murr, right? And I don't know if you remember this, and I covered this with my audience the other night. We had a string of basically half white mayors. Would you say that's fair? Anthony Williams, half white, right? He was more white acting than all the other niggas, the half white ones. Yeah. He was more white acting, right? And I think he had a career in corporate America. I think he was he did, right? He did, right? And then we had
that's why a lot of native that's why a lot of Washingtonians didn't like him. A lot of black Washingtonians.
He wasn't a native, he wasn't a local, right? He wasn't that local, right? He wasn't no go-go, no go-go black, right? And so then we had Adrian Fenty, who was a local, but he was a nigga, right? He was a nigga, right? He was kind of, we in our third string once we got to him. Like, Anthony, we were first string, then we dropped straight down the third string. And then we had Vincent Gray, and he looked like a white man, but he was just a nigga with white men, right? He just, right? Remember him, right? And then I remember him, right? And then we had Muriel, who's fairly light skinned, relatively light skinned, but now we got a bull, nigga. We got a bull. You hear me?
I don't know anything about it. Tell me about her. What? I don't know anything about it.
This old nigger is talking about she a Democrat socialist. It's real easy for blacks to be socialists when they don't create shit and they just benefit from other people's socialism. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be honest. I'll tell you this.
Says she's a Democrat socialist. I bet that nigga don't know what the hell socialist mean. Huh?
That's what I was about to say. They don't know what socialism is. They're just they just want free shit. And right? So they associate that with socialism, but they don't really understand socialism as an economic and political system. They don't understand that.
Fuck that all. Shit. Democrat free shit. That's what I am. Right? Yeah, I'm the furthest thing from capitalism. I'm a socialist. If it is, you talking about working, I'm the opposite of that. Huh?
Well, so what that means to her is it's simple to her. It just means I'm going to take all your tax money and give free shit to people. Yeah, that's what that means to her.
That's basically what it means. And she will lord over the ring, giving out white people money and building more rec centers for niggas to go shoot up and shit like that.
Yep.
Hey, she said she will not enforce the juvenile curfew here in DC. She said she gonna resist Trump, and if it means letting out our YNs to let them run loose, resist Trump at all costs. You hear me? So in that sense, she's using our blacks like weapons. You do know that she's using the young blacks like fucking weapons. They're weapons.
She gonna let them loose. She's gonna unleash the hounds on everybody. The black hounds.
Hey. And the blacks, they're like, for the audience, you're a real estate investor here. You own property here, correct? That you rent out to people. And you would not rent your house. The Section 8, a real estate agent called you and the government was going to pay you 100% for your property in Northwest DC for a Section 8 tenant, and you said no, right?
Yeah.
You're right. You said no. You said, I don't give a damn if they doubled up. You're not taking in no bull mammy, right, in your apartment because you can get white people to do, right? And so the bull mammy mayor is saying that she's just going to build more housing in Northwest for the blacks to live amongst the white people. They don't want to live around their own blacks, so she's just going to build more housing in Northwest for them. That's what she's.
I wonder how she's gonna do that. I wonder what kind of housing that's gonna like. Public housing?
Well,
what kind of housing is that gonna be?
Well, it'll be subsidized housing. So basically, they will dangle the carrot to a developer and say, "Hey, if you want to build something for the whitey, you got to bring in a handful of niggers in the building too, right?" And the developers say, "Okay, give me your old and your weak, and you're tired of fighting niggas, and I'll house them." Right.
Well, they'll have income limitations on who can live in that development.
Yeah,
that's what they'll do.
No, well, but to get the subsidies, they'll have to say, you must take some of our trash, our degenerates. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And the way, and the way, one of the ways they'll enforce. You're right. And one of the ways they'll enforce that is they'll say, whatever you build, the rule is no one can live there who makes more than $10,000 a year.
Yeah, some shit
something like that.
Yeah. You must,
or $8,000.
Well, they call it mixed income housing. So what they'll do is they'll build a nice building, and then they have a sprinkling of welfare niggas in the building. They'll tell the developer, for us to give you the permit to build this building in Northwest DC, where the money is, you gotta at least set aside 5 or 6 units for poor people. Right, you got to say that because they want to live around whites, and do you know this niggers? Do you know that this niggers? She says single family housing is a tool of segregation. Did you? Ooh, these black niggas. Oh, these black niggas, huh?
What's her rationale behind that statement? How is single family housing a tool of segregation?
Because if you think about it, in DC, ain't no black living in no single family house in Northwest. It's pretty much exclusively whites, right? A single family home.
Yeah.
That's gonna be pretty much all exclusively white. And so she's saying, by the virtue of all these white folk got these single family houses, there's got to be some racism somewhere, right? There ain't no way in the world these white folk got single family houses, and you got those blacks piled all up on top of each other. And she said that's a tool of segregation. But you know what the niggers did? The niggers went and bought her a single family home. Ain't that about a bitch? See, this is just the.
What do you mean they bought her? Who bought her?
The niggers went and bought her a single family home in Northwest. And see, that's the thing about these blacks. The BullMammies, the incoming BullMammy mayor. She bought a home.
Who bought her?
No, you may have misheard me. She bought herself, her and her husband, bought a single family home in Northwest DC after telling the blacks that single family homes are a tool that the white man used to segregate your ass. She went and bought a single family. This is what I'm saying.
A single family home.
This is what I'm saying. This is why I say they're so fucking disgusting, man. They're liars through. They're fucking liars, man. They're fucking liars, man. These people lie. Yeah. They would look at you, and we're talking from experience here, right? We are talking from experience, right? These people will fucking look at you right in your goddamn face and lie straight to your ass, right? They will lie fucking straight to you, right?
They will tell you things that they do not believe.
Yeah.
And they'll tell it straight to your face. And then they'll go act in exactly the opposite way of what they're saying.
Right. And these are educated people. These ain't the dummies, right? These are the educated blacks. Right?
Oh yeah. Man, yeah.
Now you would.
I've seen members of Congress do that. Yeah, I've seen members of Congress do that.
That's right, because you worked on the Hill. You worked for some of these dumb black ass Congress. You work for some of these dumb black ass Congress members, right?
Yeah,
you did.
I've seen black members of Congress do exactly what we just said.
Lying ass niggas. Lying ass niggas.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they are. They lying ass niggas. And what would you say? How would you say them dumb niggas used to staff up their staff? Because you work for them dumb niggas, huh? You work for someone. How would they staff up their staff? How would you just characterize the staff for them fucking blacks, them fucking monkeys? They should have been somewhere out in the field. But the white man fucking created positions and carved out little areas to let these fucking blacks rule over. How would they staff up their staff from your experience? The people that you saw working in some of them fucking black ass, stupid ass Congress members' office. Describe the staff. Describe. You remember that nigga? I'll let you tell it. I ain't gonna tell it. Go ahead.
Well, I'd say there's one word that would describe that comes to mind, and it's very very subservient. I remember seeing a black man as chief of staff to another black member of Congress, and she treated him like he was her lapdog, and he let her do that.
Yeah.
And I would wonder, like, what in the hell kind of man are you?
Yeah.
But this is, I saw so much of that. That's an example.
Why do you think that was? Why do you think that was?
Well, I think for the members of Congress, I think they have delusions of grandeur, and they think they're so special because they're black members of Congress. They look down on they think they're kings and queens, so they look down on other people, especially blacks. They look down on other blacks.
Yeah. I think I know
especially the ones that work.
I think I know the one.
Especially the ones that work for them.
It was a lady, right? It was a woman you talking about, right? Yeah. I think I remember.
It's a woman.
I think you told me the story before.
It was a woman.
Mm-hmm.
It was a woman, and I think they look down on other blacks in a very condescending way, and that's why they treat them like that. And there's something with the blacks that they hire that they just give into that. I think they're weak-minded, a lot of them.
Well,
and they allow themselves to be treated like that.
Let me ask you this question: how many of them niggas that you knew came in with you on the hill, parlayed that shit into like some big time fucking lobbyists or something?
I've known maybe one or two people. That actually, obviously I can't say names, but you know them too because you met them.
Yeah.
With me, but I'm not.
Say that one more time. You're breaking up.
When they left, I'm not talking about them.
No, say that one more time. You're breaking up. I didn't hear what you said.
I said, obviously we can't say names.
Right.
So when I say that, I'm not talking about the ones that you and I know.
Right.
That went off and tried to be lobbyists and utterly failed for one reason or another.
Right.
I'm saying I know one or two who did parlay it into actually making a lot of money as lobbyists when they left.
But that is the pathway when you go work for a congressman. It's not to stay a LD forever, correct?
Yeah. No.
Assistant. You don't want to be a LA forever, right?
You do that for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then you go to some private company and you tell them, hey, I used to work there. I know the process. I got contacts. Mm-hmm. I can get the things that you want from them. So hire me and pay me a lot of money. And you become a lobbyist.
So why do you think the blacks, some of the ones that you're speaking of, were not able to parlay that?
Because they were never really very good at their job, and usually it's just they don't get along with people, and especially don't get along with white people. So they can't make it in corporate America.
Do you remember that black we knew, and his job was to accept letters from constituents? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And he would brag, he'd throw the letters away. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Throwing their trash. The people writing out letters to their congressmen, thinking they're about to be heard. Right? And he would throw in their trash. Right? That's what he would do.
Yeah.
And he would brag about it. He would laugh about it.
Yeah.
Right? This is why I say, this is why I don't even vote. Right? This is why I don't even get caught up in it. Because we've known the people who work amongst these people.
Yeah.
Would you say some of the congressmen, do you think they give a damn about the people they represent? The congressmen that you work for? Huh?
No, not at all. Not at all. They really do think they really do think they're kings and queens. And they really buy into that. And it's all about the status. And they don't care about the people that they represent.
And this is your first-hand experience from the inside working for congressmen. This is your view.
Absolutely. Here
you go, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you that screaming Democrat, Republican, all this kind of shit. This is a guy, he worked on the inside. You worked at the White House too, right?
Yep.
And you were telling us,
and that's why I left.
Huh? Go ahead.
And that's why I left and that's why I got away from all that, because I saw how corrupt and fake it is in general, but especially the blacks. Like they're just,
disgusting.
People I admired. I saw things behind the scenes that, I had no respect for them after that.
Do you want to tell my audience that story when you were in the White House and who was it, Lexus Herman or somebody came up to you? Who's that came up to you?
Yeah. we'll have to do that. But yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
I'm gonna have to do that the next time though, because I actually have to go. I'm meeting someone right now.
Yeah.
And I just got to my destination.
Hey, well,
but next time,
give me a quick
let's put a pin in that.
Give me a
and
quick
next time I'll give you that.
Give me a quick one on that little baby in Mississippi. What you think about that?
The one who was the one who got shot, who needs to be wearing a bulletproof vest.
Yeah,
it says so much. It says so much about the failure of some of these black women out here to be mothers. What mother who cares about her child would do that? Like what mother who's basically use this child like that and be in a situation with her baby. Like what mother would do that? Like yeah. So so yeah, look, I'm gonna hit you up later next time.
You had to tell us about the underman. You had to tell us your story about the underman at your job.
Oh yeah. We'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll do the White House next time I call.
Yeah, the White House story. That's a very good story. Who was that in the White House, by the way? Who were them niggers? Who were the niggers? Who were the niggers?
It was Lexus Herman, Mignon Moore, and we'll get into that.
Mignon Moore. Who was that nigger? That's Mignon Moore. Who is she? Wait, who her daddy was somebody?
She was at the time. I forget who her dad was, but at the time she was special assistant to the president at the time.
Yeah.
And Alexis Herman was secretary of HHS.
Yeah. At the time. And Obama, Obama was in office? Somebody?
It's Clinton.
Oh, it's Clinton. That's right. Mignon Moore. I gotta figure out who that is. Mignon Moore. But yeah, I'll let you go, man. I knew you got something to do. That bitch went to Barnard. Overeducated ass niggas. Yeah, they overeducated ass niggas. Fucking monkeys with degrees. Mignon Moore. Hey, but yo, where you headed out to dinner or something?
Yeah.
Man, so I can't even go out to eat no more. These fucking blacks working in restaurants, grunting this shit. These are niggers here, Mignon Moore. But yeah, man, go ahead. Have a good dinner, man. Where y'all going to eat dinner? Where y'all going to eat dinner at, by the way?
At this Brazilian steakhouse.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right,
so
man.
Should be nice.
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you up. All right. Yeah.
I'll talk to you.
My man Felipe. So he was working at the White House, and this niggerish right here, he's sitting he's a young man at this time, and he's sitting in the hallway, and he ain't going to Fogo de Chao. Trust me on that. He's not going to no Fogo de Chao. Trust me on that. So anyway, so he's sitting in the hallway in the White House, and Alexis Herman comes up to him, is walking through the hallway, and I don't know if he knew Alexis Herman. He was a young man at the time, but Mignon, this woman here, Mignon Moore, comes up to him and said, basically chastises him for not basically getting an attention for Alexis Herman. And this is what he was talking about, the people who are, they're kind of like, they're sycophants to the Congress members on the Hill. And some of the stories he could tell you better than I can because he worked on the Hill. So I'm telling you secondhand. The CBC Congress members, these people, and it's probably like that across the board. But the CBC Congress members in particular are strictly, they're like the kings and queens. And a lot of people look up to these people. And so that's pretty much how that goes. Before we jump into the show, I don't know, you know what? Let's just, I got to at least show you this. My buddy Felipe called me about this shit. He said, John, you got to look at this shit. It wasn't even my buddy Felipe. It was somebody else. Somebody called me. I can't remember who it was. And so here it is. And so this is Freezy's panel. Freezy has a bunch of BullMammies on his panel, and they're carrying the water. The Karmelo Anthony lie. So he's rounded up the BullMammies that apparently saw the video, and I want you to just look at these women. Have mercy. Have mercy here. All of these women, I think, have seen the video. And they said, Karmelo innocent. He innocent. And Freezy at one point had like 3,000 people in the audience. 3,000 people. 3,000 people in the audience. And they're talking about how Karmelo's innocent. And there's just this videotape. Stable of bulls. And I mean, these are rough looking women here. These are very rough looking women. If they weren't telling a lie, it would be hard for them to keep an audience with these rough faces. You got to look at some of these women. Let's just look at the women and just listen to them.
Over him like this. You have to imagine
is this loud enough? Can you hear this?
Is sitting. He never stood up. He never stood up. He was always in a sitting position. And from the witness's testimony, Austin grabbed Karmelo in what they call a linebacker hold or grab or something like that. So he's over Karmelo like this. And I believe, this is just my opinion, I believe when he went over him like this, grabbing him and picking him up, that poker went into him.
You know what?
Because as far as it went in, it had to be a force to make it go in that deep.
Yeah.
So what she's trying to say is that Austin impaled himself. That was Karmelo's part of his defense. So Austin impaled himself.
And that was exactly my reasoning too. That was exactly my reasoning. And thank you for adding on to that. One who intrigues. Also, shout out to Mama Love for the $10. Mama Love said, keep up the good work.
You know what's very interesting?
Nobody spoke up for.
We're seeing the same old pattern over there. Look, it's all women pushing the lie. It's a lot of women sending super chats, propelling the lie. This is very interesting. If you notice the pattern, you can't.
For my son, he was murdered by a bully over a girl. So sorry to hear that, Mama Love.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, sis.
No captivity.
Incognito Reels again, $2. He said, sorry, panel.
And then super chats keep coming in. And you know what's so interesting? Before we play a little bit more Freezy, I want to show you something. It's this woman here. Lakeisha.
Starting his live.
Look at it. Let me show you something about her. Lakeisha. Let me show you this. We're gonna go to her page. She's been one of these big Karmelo Anthony propagandists. And so if we were to go to her community page, what you'll see is this. Somewhere on her community page, here it is. Look at this. So you notice she's mentioning Freezy here. Her and Freezy and House of Hypocrites are like in a circle jerk. Freezy talk about something, then she'll review it and get clicks and likes, and then House of Hypocrites will get clicks and likes. And so right here, you'll see she's saying, and this is right after I did the stream, I said, one of these grifters going to give some of this money to Karmelo Anthony's family. And 14 hours ago, she said, when black people stand together and we ain't nothing to play with, we have just hit 24 hours and we're practically almost at $4,000, $3,500 to be exact. And she went on to say, at some point, she launched this right after I did the stream. And somewhere it's here. But anyway, right after I did the stream, she launched a Help Karmelo. Maybe she's watching. Maybe she wasn't. Maybe she grew a conscience. We'll never know. But it's about time that some of these people give back some of the grift to the Karmelo that they supposedly love so much. And this is Freezy with the BullMammies. Advancing the narrative, the lie.
I
the
meant
big
Austin's medical records. Okay. You mean Austin medical records. Okay. Also, shout out to GameWise DJ for the $10. He said, no captivity nationwide. No cap crew. Salute to that boy Freezy. Hashtag Florida love. Hashtag justice for Karmelo. Thank you, my brother.
No captivity.
Lady Tia for the $5. She said, y'all doing so well, panel. Very credible. Very intense, and I believe you guys. Yes, thank you.
No captivity.
We appreciate you, Lady Tia. Lady Tia, another $5. She said, they want the world to believe this happened in 2 minutes. What about the confrontation? Anybody want to add to that?
And now these women are going to start speaking on the confrontation, and they're almost going to say, so on one hand, the witnesses who had a little bit of variation in their statements in the court, these people, they're going to say, repeat everything word for word, and they don't see anything wrong with that.
That confrontation happened really quickly. I'm not sure how many minutes. I would think somewhere between 4 and 5 minutes, maybe. Mm-hmm. It was like that. It's fast.
Go ahead, Lena. You want to say something?
Can I?
1 second, Queen.
I was agreeing with her. I don't. The confrontation. It's like as soon as they approached him, it popped off. It was just like.
And so that's what they're saying. That more or less convicts Karmelo because he stabbed him as soon as the confrontation began. They can't put that together.
Like he didn't have any time to even realize honestly what was going on.
Because I didn't realize what was going on. Karmelo stabbed him already.
Head was down, and then he looked up like, "What's going on?" And then from there, it just popped off. It popped off.
Yeah. Go ahead,
surprise
Queen.
attack. Totally a surprise attack.
Okay, so this is the first time I've ever heard this talked about verbatim. So I thank y'all so much because now I get a clear understanding. Mm-hmm. And so
this woman here, man, woof, she's rough. That wig on her head and them long ass fingernails, lady, just do without it.
When you said, I think you said, lady in the middle, what's your name, Miss?
One who intrigues.
Okay, intrigues. When you said you looked at it and it was something about, did you say something about pulling him up or something? Jalen said that Austin pulled him up by his hoodie.
Okay, and
he said that in court. Something, yeah, he said he pulled him. So what did you see? He said, Jalen said, I go get my notes. Jalen said that he pulled it up.
I think she might have got a phone
Sorry,
call.
kids.
Okay.
I have kids. They laugh. So Jalen said that he was pulled up by his hoodie. I remember when you said, did you say something like they pulled, like they did something? Can you go back?
Okay, so I was in the courtroom the day that the two boys for the defense testified. Do you remember that?
Was it the black boy? You were there with the black boy, right?
I can't. No? I remember I was in there the day that the friend testified, and there were two. I don't know how many it is. My mind is gone. But there were two that were for the defense that testified, and their story to me seemed more credible than the other ones that had been testifying.
So you're talking about Eddie. You're talking about Eddie. When you say defense, you're talking about Eddie. So you went on Saturday. I went on that Friday.
No, I was there that Friday.
Okay, so you remember Jalen, the black boy.
You know what? I probably do because I have my notes here. I just don't remember the name off the top of my head.
Right.
But I do remember hearing that he was grabbed by the hood of his but in my mind I can't picture that because he's sitting there. So if they grabbed him by the hood, they had to be over.
Let me get my notes.
Okay.
I mean, like these blacks taking notes and shit. I've never seen blacks so meticulous about anything.
Yeah, because when I saw the video, right, I saw Karmelo get pushed or pulled backwards, and then all of a sudden he gets snatches back in. So that's probably when they grabbed the hood of his sweater or his hoodie. At that point, but his head did pop back out, and then he was snatched right back in.
Well, they were already standing over him when he was sitting down, right?
Now, why wasn't this video entered into court? If this is if they're saying it's so clear, why wasn't it entered?
They were standing over him.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. When the movement started, they immediately went down like this.
They went down.
I remember that so clearly because they were down, and then you could see one of them getting up a little bit, and then they go down again. I remember that
so clearly. I remember.
Let me see. Shout out to two queens. Easy.
I didn't look at the time.
There was a YouTuber that was up here. The show before my last show. His YouTube channel is called Watching the World podcast, and that he noticed that the officer's body cam dated back in February 2013. He actually agreed.
And that man, these people are amazing.
That there has to be somebody is lying, somebody's hiding something, but for some reason he went back to his show. And
are these people? Do you think they're ever going to come to grips with why Karmelo did not testify? All this that they have going for them, they got the video. Karmelo should get up on the stand and say, could have gotten up on the stand, play the video. There's a video that will exonerate me. At least plant a seed of doubt in the jurors' ears. Nobody's talking about the video except on social media, YouTube, TikTok. And these are all TikTok people.
He's still keeping faith on the video that they showed in court. I don't know why.
We can't even keep faith in that because listening to these ladies, they seen it clearly. You see what I'm saying?
See what I'm saying?
So I don't even care what we see because all they try to do is basically manipulate us. That's what it looks like. I'm gonna go with what they're saying. There's no way they have the same story. And the other guy, Dwayne, got the same story. You see what I'm saying? The other guy that was up on your panel?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't know each other.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And here's the thing. I don't want to speak for Mel, but it just seems like once people gets the court's report or the court's encounter, it seems like once they see these people in suits and these people in positions, they feel like their, I guess, so-called evidence is more credible than what you guys are saying. This is what I think I told Queen this on the phone and Lena on the phone. I think I told one who intrigues and Sierra on the phone too, Sierra on the phone as well. You guys are the most important. Y'all are the most important in this whole equation because you seen the video months ago, last year, before anything could be manipulated for court or anything. Y'all seen it like last year. So that's very important, right? And I just think a lot of people are having a hard time giving black folk that seen the video credibility. But that's why I thought that Miss Daisy was so important to come on my show too. Shout out to Miss Daisy.
It's a white girl.
We're telling people, and Lena, I want you to speak to this. More than just black folk seeing this video at Frisco ISD.
Miss Daisy is the white girl, the avatar from yesterday.
Right, Lena?
That is true. The guy that came or was in the room with me was, he was YT. And I did not know. I was a little bit apprehensive of even being in the room with him because we had so many debates on the subject, and I was nervous being in the room with him. And when we walked out, he was like, "Are you a Carmelo Anthony supporter?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "They jumped him. They jumped him." And I cannot believe that I saw that with my two eyes.
So what I want to do now, I'm going to get back to the super chats in 1 second, but I want to show the panelists, the ladies, this video of the news anchor Cody, and he was a correspondent at Court TV. I want y'all to hear his account of what he said he's seen in court, and how he actually went about saying what he said. Here it is.
It was raining. He sat there. Then the next thing you know, you have these two guys who approached him. And this is the part that stuck out to me, is that Drew Anthony, Carmelo's father, says, "Hey, listen, that video shows what happened." But the question is, did it? Okay, so let's bring in Court TV anchor Cody Thomas, who was there in Texas, was there inside the courtroom.
He was sitting
and
behind
actually
me.
saw this video. Because
so this guy, Cody Thomas, was sitting behind you, Queen?
He was sitting behind me next to this other white girl. He was on the fourth row. When I tell you, it was the first row was Hunter, second row was Jeff, third row was me, fourth row, that's media. That's considered media. They all sat in the back with their phones and their laptops.
Thank you for adding that,
and
Queen.
We couldn't bring anything.
We appreciate that. Okay, here we go.
this is the problem, right? We had no cameras in the courtroom. The evidence hasn't been released. So the public is going by what people are saying. And there are a lot of people out there with an agenda on both sides who can describe what they believe they saw. Cody, you have no agenda other than telling us what you saw and what you observed. So why don't you describe for us what you saw when the video was played and what was testified to about that video? Because this is an important piece of evidence. And, you know, you've got people saying that it's very clear in the video what happened here.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the most important piece of evidence. It's kind of the crux of the whole case here. But the thing about this video, Vinny, and the prosecutors admitted this before it was presented while that forensic video analyst was on the stand, is that the video is not the best quality. It's, first of all, it's one of those, you know how a football stadium is set up and you have the big tall light post to light the whole stadium. It seems like it's a camera on one of those light posts on the opposite side from where everything's going down. So when it's zoomed out, it looks pretty good quality. But when you have to zoom all the way in like this on a little blip, you know you're gonna lose a lot of pixelation there. It's gonna be really grainy. So they zoomed in, and now it looks like video. You see it like a 7-Eleven. It's real grainy. You can kind of make out what's going on. You can see the yellow memorial tent.
So is he saying that the reason why the video? Are you guys making out that the reason why the video wasn't good quality is because that square that y'all was looking at, they zoomed in and
correct?
No, it's
Absolutely.
that's how they manipulated the video.
So they really didn't
messed
have to
with it
zoom
on the
in,
front one.
right?
No, they didn't.
But
They
that was
didn't have
4D.
to.
Yeah, it was 4D. I mean, you couldn't have gotten better. I mean, come on. How are they zooming in?
Wait a minute. Is there such thing as 4D? Is there such thing as 4D? I thought it was 4K. I don't know. 4D, 4K, whatever.
To these football plays or other events, and then they replay it. I mean, think about it. If you're looking at a football game, I mean, this stuff was clearer than clear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they knew they didn't have to zoom in. I'm pretty sure they played with the video, and once they zoomed in, they said, "Oh yeah, we can play it like this because it's less clear if we zoom in." But it's making us look like we want the truth to come out because we are zooming in. But they knew that zooming in would pixelate the video and blur the video a lot. Yes.
Yeah, because if you notice, he said it was clear until they zoomed in on it.
That's what he said. Yes, exactly. As a matter of fact, let me back that up. I'm glad you pointed it out. Who intrigues? Here we go.
But it's one of those light posts on the opposite quality. It's first of all, it's one of those, how a football stadium is set up and you have to not for the whole case here. But the thing about this video, Vinny, and the prosecutors admitted this before it was presented while that forensic video analyst was on the stand, is that the video is not the best quality. It's first of all, it's one of those, how football.
I gotta come back to this Freezy shit. We come back to this. Trust me. I saw this shit the other day, and I said, I gotta cover this. This is interesting. It's only like 15 minutes. I saw this and I'm like, damn, this is interesting right here. This is very interesting.
Actually use language. Questions that, and it's something that I think is genuinely cool, even if you don't really care about linguistics. Because what we did was to use AI to analyze 227 million tweets to answer some questions about how Black Americans actually use language. Questions that linguists have been arguing about for like 50 years. So buckle in. I'll try to make this make sense, even if you've never taken a linguistics class in your life. I'm Dr. Taylor Jones, and this is Language Jones. This part of the video is sponsored by Speak. So I studied Mandarin in college. 4 years, got pretty decent. And then it gets you speaking accurately, immediately. Also, some of you know that I'm currently co-authoring a descriptive grammar of Black English with Hiram Smith and DeAndre Esprit-Conway. But Lisa Green, one of the co-authors and the author of the Cambridge Introduction to African American English, made a compelling argument for this particular paper. Regardless of what you call it, it is a real rule-governed variety of English spoken by many, though not all, Black Americans. It has its own grammar, its own sound patterns, its own vocabulary. By the way, if you're interested in getting updates on the descriptive grammar that I'm co-authoring, you can always leave an email at www.languagejones.com/AGOBE for a grammar of Black English. Now, here's where it gets interesting. For a long time, the prevailing idea in linguistics was that Black English was basically the same wherever you went. New York, Atlanta, Chicago, LA, same language. And it was supposedly spoken mostly by young working class men in inner cities. Turns out that's not really true. And the reason linguists thought it was true is kind of embarrassing, honestly. Early studies on Black English had real problems. They mostly interviewed young men in cities. They were often conducted by white researchers who didn't speak the language. Sample sizes were tiny. They were conducted at the end of the Great Migration and didn't always take local social factors into account. Like when Bill LeBeau wrote in 1972 that the Black teenager in Harlem has no occasion to hear Caribbean speech, despite the 1970 census saying there were like over 300,000 Caribbeans in New York City. So you ended up with this distorted picture that got baked into the textbooks and, even worse, into how the general public thinks about
Black speech, if they do at all. More recent work has chipped away at this uniformity myth, but it is slow going because traditional linguistics is labor intensive. You interview people, you transcribe tapes, you annotate features by hand. It takes forever, and you end up with maybe a few hundred speakers in one city. I was on the cutting edge of a new discipline, sometimes referred to as computational sociolinguistics. So I published a paper in American Speech in 2015 using text data from Twitter to demonstrate that there are meaningful dialect regions in Black English in the United States in terms of lexical items, words, and phonology. So the same word might be joint in New York, drawn in Philly, jaunt in DC, or nothing in New York and nothing in DC. Now, these are probabilistic. The same speakers might use nothing, nuttin, and nothing, even in the same sentence, as in some examples from the Philadelphia neighborhood corpus. But there's a strong geographical preference on the aggregate. For my dissertation, published in 2020, I asked people to read a short story aloud and use all sorts of phonetic and statistical tools to measure their accents, and found the same broad regional patterns held up in accents as well. But the question the first author on this paper, Tessa Massis, asked was, what if we could just look at everybody, or at least a representative chunk of everybody? That's where the tweets come in. We used a data set called Twitter 4 years. It's 227 million tweets from across the entire US posted between 2011 and 2015. Every tweet had a GPS location attached, so we knew which neighborhood it came from. A few things to know about this. First, why that time period? Because back then, Twitter was disproportionately used by Black Americans. In 2012, like 28% of Black internet users were on Twitter versus 12% of white users. So this is actually a pretty good window for studying African American language specifically. Second, we filtered out celebrities, spam bots, and marketing accounts. We wanted regular people having regular conversations. Third, this data set is 5 orders of magnitude bigger than previous social media studies of African American language. That's 100,000 times bigger. It's an absurd amount of data, an unreasonable, unwieldy amount of data. Now, social media isn't a perfect mirror of how people actually talk. Twitter users skew young and urban. People write differently than they speak. We're upfront about all of that. But the scale that you get from this kind of data lets you see patterns that are just invisible at smaller scales. And actually, I demonstrated in a paper in 2016 called Tweets as Graffiti what the reconstruction of vulgar Latin can tell us about Black Twitter. Leave me a comment if you want to know about that. That people actually do very often attempt to capture how they speak with non-standard spelling. So you can learn a lot from something like, he finding a mug, or I don't even be doing nothing. Okay, so here's the technical challenge. We picked 18 grammatical features to look for. Things like habitual be. I just be liking the beat. This isn't the same as I am liking the beat. It specifically means habitually over and over again, or a generic. Again, if you want to know more about this stuff, sign up for updates on the book. Zero copula. She the folk around here, dropping the is. Finna, she finna have a baby, meaning about to. Resultant done, you done lost your mind. Negative concord, I ain't doing nothing wrong. What your English teacher would wrongly call a double negative. More on this in a minute. And about a dozen others. Now, finding these in a huge, messy data set is hard. You can't just keyword search B because regular B just shows up everywhere. You need something that understands grammatical context. So we trained an AI, specifically a language model called BERT, to recognize each feature. We hand-labeled a bunch of examples, fine-tuned BERT, and let it loose on all 227 million tweets. Cool thing about this approach is that it picks up variation it wasn't explicitly told about. Like for future gong, it correctly catches gong, 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 and gong, all the spelling variants that people actually use online. Then we mapped every tweet to its census tract. These are little geographic units, about 4,000 people each, and calculated how often each feature showed up in each tract. Here's where we did something that I think is genuinely new. There's an existing metric in the field called the dialect density measure, or DDM. It basically just counts what percentage of someone's sentences contain an African American language feature. Treats every feature equally. We thought we could do better. We used a technique called principal components analysis. Don't worry about the math. If you know, you know. But basically, it looks at which features tend to co-occur with each other. Features that show up together a lot get weighed more heavily as indicators of AAL. Features that show up by themselves or that show up in tracks that don't use other AAL features get weighted less. We call this metric the AAL score. And what's nice about it is it treats AAL as a system. Features used together in a coherent way rather than just a checklist. Okay, the fun part. What did we find? Finding number 1, there's a clear geographic pattern and the heart of it is in the rural South. When we mapped AAL score across the country, the highest scores lit up across Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, the home, and specifically the rural parts of those states. Not Atlanta, not Charlotte, the countryside. This is kind of a big deal because most of the academic literature on AAL focuses on cities, New York, Detroit, Philadelphia, DC. There's this whole story about the Great Migration where 6 million Black Americans moved out of the South into northern cities between 1915 or so and 1970. And that's supposedly where modern AAL crystallized. But our data says, hold on, the rural South is still a major center for AAL today. Maybe even the major center. Now, the caveats in order. We drew on a lot of the existing literature and we worked directly with Lisa Green, who quite literally wrote the book on African American English, or at least one of them. She's from Louisiana originally. We've discussed this ad nauseum, but the features that we chose, to my ear sitting here in Harlem, sound a little Southern. They're all considered characteristic of African American language in the academic literature, and they all very much do occur here as well. And yes, we controlled for things like double negatives and resultative done and finna that are shared with Southern white vernacular English, but still found a strong influence in the South, also controlling for differences in Black population. But it's possible that another set of features might find a slightly different geographic balance. All of that said, the majority of the Black population of the US is still in the South. They're not necessarily in the rural South, so this is a genuinely interesting finding. Finding number 2, there's no uniform AAL. There's regional variation. Ben could have told you that. We found different features clustering in different regions. Habitual B is the top feature in the Metro, Northeast, and Midwest, but it's less dominant in the South, where ain't takes over. This is actually a really nice validation of claims made variously by John Rickford, Bill LeBove, and Guy Bailey, among others, about the origin, development, and trajectory of habitual B, including claims that it is on the rise in northern cities and that it developed more in the 20th century, as opposed to being a holdover from the 1800s or earlier. Resultant done is way more common in the rural South than anywhere else. So speakers in Detroit and Mississippi are both speaking AAL, and as I demonstrated in my dissertation, they're doing so with largely the same accent due to migration patterns, but they're using different parts of the lexical and grammatical toolkit. This directly contradicts that old uniformity myth. Finding number 3, and this one really surprised us, Mexican American communities use a lot of AAL features, or at least seem to. Going in, we expected Puerto Rican communities to have the strongest connection to AAL. There's a long literature on Puerto Rican English in places like New York and Philadelphia using AAL features. Mexican American communities? Less studied, and the existing literature suggested looser connections. But the data went the other way. When you control for how many Black residents are in an area, areas with higher Mexican populations show more AAL usage, and the effect is actually stronger than for Puerto Rican populations. We can't tell from this data alone whether that's Mexican Americans themselves using AAL features or whether it's Black Americans who live near Mexican communities using AAL more. Both are interesting. If it's the first, it means there's a lot more AAL happening in Mexican American communities than the literature recognizes, possibly tied to identity construction, expressing a non-white identity, covert prestige of Black English, things like that. If it's the second, it suggests something interesting about language contact, that being around speakers of other non-English languages might mean less pressure to conform to mainstream English norms, or more desire to assert Black identity, capital B. This is very interesting.
It's very interesting what he's saying. He's saying, like, it's one of the two. Either the Blacks live around the Mexicans and we're gathering the Blacks data, or the Blacks are basically bringing down the Mexicans and having them speaking.
Not unheard of. Gerard Van Herk has a fantastic squib, a fancy term for a short paper, that demonstrates with some intelligent statistical analysis that we can't rule out the Great Migration as a trigger for the shift in northern white accents called the Northern Cities Vowel Shift. Think W-ears or anything from the Bear. Van Herk's paper was Fear of a Black Phonology. So why should you care about any of this? A few reasons. One, it pushes back against stereotypes. The idea that AAL is uniform, or that it's just bad English, or that it belongs to one type of speaker, all of that gets harder to defend when you can show with 227 million data points that AAL is actually this rich, varied, geographically patterned linguistic system. Two, it highlights communities that academic linguistics has basically ignored. The rural South, Mexican American communities. These are huge populations of AAL speakers, and they barely show up in the existing literature. Three, and this is the methodological piece, it shows that you can use AI tools to study marginalized language varieties at a scale that just was not possible before.
That's very interesting right there. That is very interesting how they can, I'm sure that this can go a long way here. Resumes, job applications, stuff like that. The AAL can kind of deduce who you are.
Stadium is set up. And you have to
back to that. I think you've heard me say, Karmelo Anthony saying he put his hands on me. That's some AAL talk. What does that mean outside of the AAL community? That's why he had to get on the stand and testify. He did not do so.
Tall light post that light the whole stadium. It seems like it's a camera on one of those light posts on the opposite side from where everything's going down. So when it's zoomed out, it looks pretty good quality. But when you have to zoom all the way in,
he told on his.
He told on his.
When it's zoomed out, it's pretty good quality. That was a great catch, one who intrigues.
Oh, thank you.
That was a great catch. So that right there matches up with y'all. It was great quality when they don't touch it, when it's regular size, and before they zoom it out. He said it was great quality. Mm-hmm. That's the 4K that y'all was talking about. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So can I just point out?
Go ahead, Lena. Of course, because we're cooking. We grease.
We're cooking.
So you have to realize, like this, we've been on TikTok, kind of debating this for a while, right? And so Megan Metcalf kind of encouraged people to debunk this video in its entirety, especially the chase. And so people were coming back deliberately saying that this video was grainy. Now, this me having common sense, right? I know that these paralegals are going on social media. They're paying attention to everything that's going on. And a lot of the argument that the prosecution presented was everything that people were saying on TikTok about the video being grainy. And when they did this trial, they deliberately, right, did Hunter's story. Hunter said, we were sitting down on the bleachers and we walked 4 rows up. Every single witness specified the same thing. This was like a modern day lynching. They came up with this collusion and said, this is the story that we're going to present. This is what we're going to stick to. This is how we're going to lead these witnesses. And bam, this is how we're going to get this kid prosecuted. And that's exactly what they did. And it's sad because we did see the video. So we know better. We know that everything that...
Wow. Does anybody want to add to what our sister Lena said?
So my question...
So at this point, basically, they're discrediting the children, calling the children, the young people to testify, just calling them all liars. They're not willing to believe anything but what they want to believe. Anyone that says anything to run counter to that, you're a liar.
I want to ask them, because that's what we go back and forth. Did the defense have the same video that the prosecutor?
Okay, so
that's another question.
This is just my opinion. I believe they have the video. I believe that the prosecution manipulated the video where he would show what he wanted to show. And the timestamps, like I said, did not line up because he had Karmelo coming into the canopy after the and he was already there. And when I looked at the video, it was for 11 minutes before. You know, there's no way the twins were in there before he was, because he was sitting under there when we came in to watch the video at 11 minutes.
Right.
I believe they have the entire video. There is something that went on in that courtroom that the defense did not show that entire video. What happened, I don't know. And I would love to know, because I don't see why he couldn't show it.
Well, we know.
Man, they really believe it's a video out there. They really, really believe that there's a video out there.
Well, Toby Shook worked with Bill Wurst, the prosecutor. They had a law firm together for quite some time in downtown Dallas. And also Toby Shook worked for Frisco. He worked for Frisco.
You know who Toby Shook is? Freezy is talking about Toby Shook. That's one of Karmelo's lawyers. Let's see. This is it. Look. This is who Freezy's talking about right here. You see this? Toby Shook, Dallas-based criminal defense attorney, represents rapper Yella Beezy in his ongoing capital for murder case. This is Karmelo's lawyer, Toby Shook, the other lawyer involved in the case. It just was no, like, he must be a decent lawyer, a rapper chosen.
Courts for 20 years. Well, he worked for Frisco for the prosecution side for 20 years.
And so did the other guy. Both of Karmelo's attorneys apparently must have worked for the Frisco prosecution. They were both prosecutors. What Freezy is not saying here is that that's the pathway to become a defense attorney. You start off as a prosecutor, and maybe you do some public defender, and then you get some experience prosecuting people. And in theory, you should learn how to defend people if you know how to prosecute them. It's kind of the pathway.
And they said they don't know anybody that's locked up more black people than Toby Shook in Texas. That's I forgot what the lady's name. Sky. She was on Instagram. She lives in Frisco, and I think she's heavy in the Mo3 sector as well. But I forgot her name.
Yeah, that's Yella Beezy's attorney.
Yeah, Toby Shook. Yeah. So
okay, and I will also tell you that they have locked up, they have imprisoned a lot more black people in Frisco area, in the Collin County area.
Wow.
That would mean that the blacks are coming into Frisco committing crime, because there aren't that many blacks that live in Frisco. So the ones that are getting arrested and locked up, most of them must be coming into Frisco.
Okay, let me continue with this video, because I want y'all to see this, what this guy said, and I want you to kind of match it up to what y'all seen on the video firsthand when y'all went to Frisco to sign off to see the video. Here we go.
Like this, one of those light posts on the opposite side from where everything's going down. So when it's zoomed out, it looks pretty good quality. But when you have to zoom all the way in like this on a little blip, you know you're gonna lose a lot of pixelation there. It's gonna be really grainy. So they zoomed in, and now it looks like video. You see it like a 7-Eleven. It's real grainy. You can kind of make out what's going on. You can see the yellow memorial tint. But again, they admitted there's no real distinguishables here. You're not seeing facial features. You're not seeing the logos of brands on clothing. So it's just a low quality video. But you see at one point in time, you see in the bleachers, you see the yellow tint. It's kind of at the center mass of the video. And then they zoom out just a tad so you can see Karmelo come up out of what's like the tunnel of the bleachers. When you come up and you go sit around, he's coming up from under there. You see him come in, he stands there for a few seconds. And then he's walking towards this direction. So the tent's right here. He's walking towards the tent here. He's there at the tent for around 2 minutes. Then eventually you see Austin Metcalf and his 3 or 4 friends who are walking from the middle school where they were visiting their coach for a little bit that morning. They're walking from the opposite direction. So Karmelo's here for 2 minutes. They get there, and then the whole ordeal goes down in like 4.5 to 5 minutes. But under the tent, you got to remember there's a whole team under this tent. You can't see rainfall. All you see is there's people under a tent. They look like these humanoid blobs. Now, you can tell.
What's important in what he's saying, they're going to have to refute him, because all of these black women are saying the video was in 4K. You could see the rainfall. He just said you couldn't see it
under this tent. You can't see rainfall. All you see is there's people under a tent. They look like these humanoid blobs. You can tell they're.
He said the video that he saw, I couldn't see anything. But the black women saying, no, I see things.
Okay, right here, this is significant. He said you can't see rainfall, and you can't even really see the people. He said it's just these figures that look like blobs. It's not even people. Is that totally different from what y'all seen?
Yo. That's that girl's nail right there, I think. Down at the bottom right here. That's her nail. I think that's why Freezy laughed a little bit. Right? Look, I think that's her nail.
Even people. Is that totally different from what y'all seen? He said you can't see raindrops, you can't really see the people, it's just blobs. Is that totally different from what y'all seen when y'all signed up to see the video at Frisco?
Vastly different.
Yeah,
but one thing he pointed out though, again, remember the same thing that's consistent, right? Is the 4 boys. Karmelo was
jeez.
Being there for 2 minutes, right? From where they showed it, and the 4 boys approached him. How in the world? And then the altercation ensues, right? So how in the world could you ever find someone guilty if they were sitting there for 2 minutes? Nobody had an issue, but when these 4 boys walk up, all of a sudden shit pops off. He said it. Yeah. The exact similarities that we've been saying this entire year plus. 4 boys approached, and the moment they approached, the altercation ensued.
Freezy,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, could you do me a favor? Because I have a question for Queen. Can you run it back just a little bit from where he said that Karmelo went in and then Austin and Hunter came in?
Okay.
They're that morning. They're walking from the 4 friends who are walking for minutes. Then eventually you see Austin Met direction. See him come in, he stands there for a few seconds. You see in the bleachers, you see the wheel going on. You can see the yellow memorial tent. But again, they admitted there's no real distinguishables here. You're not seeing facial features. You're not seeing the logos of brands on clothing. So it's just a low quality video. But you see at one point in time, you see in the bleachers, you see the yellow tint. It's kind of at the center mass of the video. And then they zoom out just a tad so you can see Karmelo come up out of what's like the tunnel of the bleachers. When you come up and you go sit around, he's coming up from under there. You see him come in, he stands there for a few seconds. And then he's walking towards this direction. So the tent's right here. He's walking towards the tent here. He's there at the tent for around 2 minutes. Then eventually you see Austin Metcalf and his 3 or 4 friends who are walking from the middle school where they were visiting their coach for a little bit that morning. They're walking from the opposite direction. So Karmelo's here for 2 minutes. They get there, and then the whole ordeal goes down in like 4.5 to 5 minutes. But under the tent, you got to remember there's a whole team under this tent. You can't see rainfall.
Was that good enough, One Who Intrigues?
Yeah, I want to point something out. Is Queen there?
Queen, are you there, Queen?
Queen is the one with the nails.
Yes, I'm trying to come from my computer. Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Look at them nails.
Okay. Do you remember when the boys were given their testimony, and the friend said that Hunter was sitting 2 bleachers below Karmelo, and one of them said that Austin was sitting 5 bleachers below Karmelo, and they got up and went up to Karmelo. And see, this is the lie right here, because he just said that Karmelo went in that tent, and then the 4 boys came in behind him.
Yeah,
and that's exactly.
And guess who said that?
I just told you.
And guess who said that? Nathan.
And because he was part of the 4.
Yes.
Part of the 4.
But then he kept saying, hold on. If you notice, he kept saying, we were
nails.
over there, but I didn't see a knife. I'm going to call it a tool because we're not finna run with no knife. He didn't see the tool.
He didn't see the tool. It was just a tool. Man, he's some lying. You heard my buddy Felipe earlier. He said the highest level Congress member, lying ass blacks. You heard him say it. If you didn't hear it, go back to the start of the train. He worked with John Lewis and all them old lying ass blacks, civil rights people. And he said they were liars. He worked for them. He would know. He worked. Man, he worked with Lewis, some other ones. I ain't gonna name them all, but he would know him. He worked around the rest of them. What the hell is this? Hello? Hello? Yeah, who's calling?
Yeah, sorry for the late call. Is there any way I can switch this out or this box back on?
Give me 1 second, I'll call you right back. Give me 1 second, I'll call you right back. Yeah. What is this? Anyway, so that was my buddy Felipe. And he's talking about how these people lie. So when you look at how it's being framed here, these people are liars.
He didn't see him. He didn't see the tool. He didn't see the backpack, but he witnessed the stab.
See, look how they're willing to just adopt just propaganda language. Tool.
And that's when I was like, this is a lie.
And see, this I'm so sorry. This pisses me off so bad because that jury did not listen to what they were saying. If I can sit here and I can hear that man say he saw the 4 boys walk up 2 minutes after Karmelo, and the witnesses are saying, oh no, they didn't walk up to him. They were sitting on this bleacher and they were sitting on this bleacher and they got up and walked up to Karmelo.
Right.
It's a bold-faced lie.
And so you're saying there was no way they could have got that wrong. They just flat out lied.
Yes.
Yep.
And obviously, if they all got this lie, if they all told the same lie, common sense would tell us there had to be some type of coaching or coercement going on.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I'm getting excited.
No, because listen,
they have lynched my poor baby, and I don't like it. I don't like it because I knew those boys were lying when they were giving their testimony. And now this man just confirmed what I saw.
Wow. And
yeah,
they can't get away from that though, because even though this guy, right, and I'm gonna try to get him on the show so I can, I don't want to say interrogate, but I want to get him on the show so I can really look him in the eyes and question him, right? But you just brought out a great point, one who intrigues. If he's seen that on the video and it correlates with what y'all seen on the video, how did the witness's testimony become vastly different from what?
That would mean, Freezy, if somebody's lying. These black women probably are lying, Freezy. He's almost there. But if he crosses the lexicon or the Rubicon, then the griff is over. So he just has to leave that question hanging in the air.
Even the attendees seen, like Queen and you and Cody Thomas, how did the witness see something?
I don't know how you look at these black ass women in their face and even assume that they're telling the truth. This is just amazing.
21 witnesses see something totally different. What we showing the video? And here's the thing: we're showing the video to y'all in court.
How many of the boys testified? I think it was 6 of them.
Now here's the thing: Freezy hasn't seen the video. He's taking their word for what they're saying that they saw, but he's elevating them to his platform. He's got 3,000 people listening. This is a grift for them. He may not be smart enough to see it.
Was it 6 or 7 of those kids that gave?
I wonder these grandmamas, the one next to Freezy and the one right below Freezy with the gold hair. I wonder, do they have YouTube or TikTok channels? Because I know they're on TikTok. Are these old women streamers?
I'm gonna have to ask Queen.
Okay.
It was 26 witnesses. 26.
Right, but how many of the kids were testifying for Hunter and Austin?
Specifically, okay.
I was there when I was actually there. I stopped at 2 kids. I stopped at 2.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Nick now because she was in there for every day.
You think Freezy ever talked over the hedges to his neighbors about what he talks about on his stream? Like, hey man, sure is a shame what they did to Karmelo, bro. That boy innocent. There's a video out there. You know, there's a video. They just won't release it. I know people that have seen it. They said they've seen it. And his neighbors looking like, you one of them blacks, huh?
Wow.
Is Sid allowed to come up here? The one that was, because she was here every day. Can Sid come up here if you don't mind?
Of course, yeah. If you vouch for, yeah.
If you vouch for it.
Okay, so let me play some more. And thank you for that catch one.
Look at the nails on these niggas. Look how long these nails are. And he said, if you vouch for these long nailed, fang-like nails like niggers, he said, if you vouch for her, he putting a lot of trust in these women. His whole platform, his whole message, he riding on these BullMammies. Right? That's a lot of trust. Look at the nails. The nails right there should have given him pause. The nails alone should he said, man, wait a minute. Are these women prone to lie? Do they look like liars?
There's something that need to be heard. Just tell me to stop and I'll stop it. That's why I wanted to play this video from this guy, because the way he's telling his account what he's seen, he's just so excited to say we're wrong. Now, they're wrong because what I seen the official. You ain't seen no official nothing. So here we go.
You see, there's people under tent. They look like.
Now he's saying this man ain't seen it, but he trusts the BullMammies and what they've seen. This is unbelievable.
Like these humanoid blobs. You can tell they're human beings, but it's just a bunch of masses, right? At the front, you can at one point that was kind of because type situation. So there was any real. It was the.
See, after he finished off what he said he seen on the video, Lena.
He's biased.
He biased. He biased. He friend with Karmelo with the Metcalf boy. He biased.
Anytime you can sit and say, you could see 4 people approach and the altercation happens, but then turn around and say, oh, but there's no anything that can be identified. You're biased.
Look at it. Somebody at some point gonna tell him, look, they're criticizing the guy who, based on what he just said on the video. He said, not oogly salmon shirt man again. He's just telling what he saw on the video. They got to criticize everyone that advance this says anything that goes against this narrative. They got to criticize him. They can't criticize what they're saying. They just say he biased. He got a pink shirt on.
Because you know that it wasn't what those witnesses stated. It wasn't what he heard in the courtroom. You already had your mind made up, or him. You get what I'm saying? He had already had his mind made up when he did this.
Okay, stop it. Go ahead.
This interview that Karmelo was guilty, or that nothing happened based on, it wasn't self-defense, in other words, but he said it. They walked up to him. The altercation ensued, and it did not happen in 4 minutes. And I just want to be clear, right? The video that we saw, you can clearly see Karmelo come out, come back in, run up those bleachers, but he's doing exactly what the ops did, right? They wanted to make it seem like when Karmelo ran, everybody ran, and that is just a falsehood. When Karmelo ran off, you see Karmelo run, and then you see the other 3 boys run behind him, and it wasn't until Austin came down and collapses that everybody else just starts dispersing. So the fact that he's even sitting here and saying, and again, I wasn't in court, so I didn't see how they presented the video, but if they presented that video that once Karmelo ran, everybody ran, again, this is a situation where they are manipulating and creating an illusion or a false narrative behind the situation. They didn't run when Karmelo ran. You can clearly see that.
Well, let me say this. And before we continue the conversation, listen, it's very easy to hit the like button. It's free. The like button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. Shout out to the mods.
I don't want to hear no more. Go ahead.
Can push us up at any. This news anchor Cody Thomas actually, he pointed out something so significant, and it was clear before they zoomed it out and made it very blurry. One would ask, well, why couldn't we see the video prior to you guys zoomed it out? We need to see the version, the original version, because actually is altering the video.
No doubt.
when you zoom out, you are editing the video. You are altering the video in real time in court. You know how I know that? Because I'm a video editor. That's editing the video in real time in front of everybody. So what Cody is just told us is it's clear. And shout out to Cent. Thank you, Cent, for joining us. I'm going to bring her up. Thank you, Cent, for joining us.
She brought another bull mammy up. The big bull mammy with rope-like braids, gold braids. All women. It's not lost on me. It's all women.
What Cody told us was the video was clear.
The lady in the middle, Queen 88, she clearly is main character syndrome.
Zoomed out.
Zoomed in before they zoomed in.
Oh yeah, zoomed in. I'm sorry. Am I saying it wrong? You know what I mean? You know, yeah, made it bigger.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. But the details matter though, so thank you for that.
Yo, this woman at the top next to Freezy, she's got to be at least 65 years old. Got to be. Sierra. Got to be 65 years old. You know, I've talked about a lot here, and I think this is an appropriate point to point this out. These blacks don't have any interests. They have no passions. Yes, if you ask them to talk about something, hey, what are you interested in? Karmelo Anthony. Nothing else. They could be sewing, reading books, taking care of their grandkids. There's a host of things they could be doing. But look how much energy they're putting into Karmelo Anthony. And they're telling lies. Their lives are empty. All of them. The whole lot. And they're willing to get up here and tell lies to fulfill themselves. Their lives are otherwise totally empty. And this is, I think, what we're seeing. Empty women, main character syndrome, willing to tell a lie to get some attention. Because where else would they get attention from? Look at these women. Where else would they get attention from?
How y'all doing?
How you doing, Cent? So I want to say this.
Good.
If they know it got blurrier and more grainy and pixelated, why wasn't it why didn't they make it their priority? Why wasn't it a priority to see it in its original form? Now, guess what? This actually connects you guys because y'all seen the original video, the original form before they zoomed in, right? He admitted it that there was an original form before they zoomed in, and that's what y'all seen. That's the connection. That's what y'all seen. Watch videos, ladies and gentlemen. It's one video, right? It's one video, but Cody Thomas admitted on Court TV, right, that they zoomed in, made it more pixelated, made it more blurry, made it more grainy, essentially edited the video in real time in court, and that's what they played for everybody in court. So it's one video. Cody just admitted that before they zoomed in, it was clear. And that's the clear video that One Who Intrigued seen, that Sierra seen, that Lena seen, Kyra, T-Sturdy, 12 Tribes, Lou, Miss Daisy, and several more. There you go. So if anybody is still trying to pick this apart and call people liars, you just don't got good sense because Cody actually connected the dots with what he said. Okay, go ahead, One Who Intrigues. And I think I want Sierra to go too because she hasn't talked in a while. Go ahead, One Who Intrigues.
Okay, so he has connected another dot.
Go ahead.
Because I want you to run it back because he said that the kids dispersed after Karmelo came out the back. Then he tripped himself up and said that they didn't come out until Karmelo was running. Just run it back, just a little bit.
Okay, no problem. Here we go.
I mean, these people are really investing in this.
Media analyst highlights at one point in time, you see kind of one of these darker figures shooting their coach for a little bit that morning. They're walking from the opposite direction. So Karmelo's here for 2 minutes. They get there, and then the whole ordeal goes down in like 4.5 to 5 minutes. But under the tent, you got to remember there's a whole team under this tent. You can't see rainfall. All you see is there's people under a tent. They look like these humanoid blobs. You can tell they're human beings, but it's just a bunch of masses, right? You're not looking at who's sitting down, who's standing up, especially if they're intermixed in there. Maybe if they're at the front, you can see if they're sitting on the bleachers, but all in the crowd, you can't really see much of anything. And then what the media analyst highlights at one point in time, you see kind of one of these darker figures. There's like a jolt, and so they're saying that was kind of like the push. And then right after that little jolt,
wait. Could that be when he got pulled back in? When he went back?
It sounds like
Oh my God. But guess what? They couldn't make it out because it was grainy. It was blurry. Do y'all see how important this is?
They still should have been able to see that he had on a gray color. They still should have been able to see that he had on a gray color. Because he's the only one that had on gray.
He's actually explaining the video the way y'all explaining it. He's just don't even realize what he's saying. It's matching up with what y'all saying. Let me keep going so you can get your part one who intrigues. Here we go.
You see everyone disperse. And then, of course, they spot shadow. This was Karmelo because the other, I'm sure Memorial's team was in some dark gear because Karmelo had on a gray hoodie type situation. So he was in lighter clothing. Then you see him run off and they spot shadow him. And then you just see a bunch of disbursement. There was no, you don't see two hands, one hand sitting down, two people towering over. There's not really any real identifiables other than there's Memorial tent. Here's a bunch of people under there. This is what they say was a little jolt, was the push. And then a bunch of disbursement. That's all you really see.
Okay, so, did you catch
sometimes, and I've seen this.
Go ahead, sis.
Did you catch it? He says after Karmelo went like this, it was a big disbursement. Then he turns around and say after Karmelo came out, there was a big disbursement, which is what we said.
No captivity.
Then there was a big
Jesus Christ, how is he doing?
That was a great catch.
Can I say something?
I got you said. Let me say this.
How is he doing?
One who intrigues, you own it tonight. You are on it tonight. Go ahead, Sin, and then I'm gonna get CR in there. Go ahead, Sin. Thank you for joining the show.
Little Miss Main Character Syndrome down in the bottom middle.
Absolutely. This is the first thing that I want to say because I can't take him serious anyway because he also already lied and said he was in the courtroom when he wasn't. I didn't see him. So there was a lot of it going on in the courtroom.
Now, look at it. Now, she just contradicted her because initially she said that man was behind me. This woman saying I ain't see him in the courtroom.
So there was a lot of it going on in the courtroom. I didn't see him. I didn't see him.
When you first
what? Yeah, I didn't see him.
I ain't seen him.
The thing that
I ain't seen him. Is it possible that you missed him? I ain't seen him, so he wasn't there.
Had me also was how they allowed the media to take their phones in, and they wouldn't allow us to bring our phones in. So that's why we had to actually take notes with our pen and pad. But I saw, and also one of their phones went off, and he had the bailiff to come tell him to come and get the phone. Where see things like that, their phones going all off in the courtroom, while versus we can't even have a phone. You understand what I'm saying, y'all? Also, there was a lady sitting next to me with her phone. She was texting the entire time, which I now know what she was doing, was texting her people because they was wanting to have a certain narrative before we even get out. Because she saw what I was putting on my notes because the lady that was sitting next to me, she told me, she said, that lady was watching what you was putting down on your paper. I said, yeah, I was putting it down. I let her saw what I wanted her to see because I knew there was some of the part that she was watching me. So what I would do, I would put a star about when I would say this one witness here lied, and I would write lied big and and put a star by it. So this is where I now figured out, okay, well, she was texting them
what's
outside.
These people might not even be able to be trusted as court reporters. Like this person lied. She don't know he lied. You might not even be able to trust these people as court reporters.
For them to spin this other narrative about the knife being illegal when that's not true because Officer Cortez had already said.
Tool. Y'all need to get y'all record straight here. Is it a tool or a knife or a cleat sharpener?
That it was legal because it was 3.5 inches. And in the state of Texas, you can have one as long as it's not over 5 inches, right? So it was little stuff like that. Also, the judge caught him falling asleep a couple of times. And also this one particular juror, which was the Indian lady, stayed asleep, understand? And so my thing was this, how are you going to—
Now they criticizing the Indian lady. This is very good.
Be able to look at the evidence and know what's going on to make your decision of this young man's life. And you sleep half the time. You don't know what's going on.
Maybe her mind.
I watched the judge coach the prosecutor on objection and what to object to because he didn't know what the term was and how to use it. And then the judge would tell him. Okay, I didn't see the defense object not one time to that. Because at the end of the day, you should have objected to that. You should say, no, hold on, Your Honor. Because why? If he don't know what to object to, that's not your call. That's not for you to tell him what to object to. Like all that was going on, y'all, in this courtroom. If somebody had told me the stuff that went on in that courtroom went on, if I would have seen with my own eyes, would have told me it was lying.
Wow.
That's how bad it was.
Wow.
So
I watched the family try to bully people. They had to come down our road to sit down. So we would kind of like, because a lot of them was getting up. I wasn't getting up. I stayed sitting down because I wasn't getting up,
Look,
So
basically what she's saying is you get up to let people walk down the aisle a little bit easier. She said, I ain't get up. Defiant to the end. Easy to believe that these people might be lying.
You know how the proper etiquette would be, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that wasn't them.
Mm-hmm.
They just walked by like they was entitled to, and you supposed to move.
White folk.
Right. So before you go, Sierra, for the people that actually attended court that was inside the trial as the trial was going, Scent, Queen, One Who Intrigues, did the defense look like a very powerful defense team? Did they look like they meant business? What was their demeanor?
Okay, no, Queen, you want to say that first? We take our turns because
they ready to tear down these white men. Why? But they never gonna answer. Why they just ain't how the brothers then? All these lawyers, these black ass lawyers, went up, graduated over the last 30 years. Not one of them could Karmelo have hired.
Tag team, because I got a lot with them.
It was the way they would come out. It's like we just chilling, we just sitting back, just listening to all this, and we ain't trying to do nothing about it. Now, I did see little Karmelo take his little notes on his little notepad. Remember, he was taking his
nigga probably
taking his own notes.
He probably
taking his own notes. Which I'm like, I started thinking, see, taking his own notes. Is he finna get on the stand and say something?
No, he ain't getting on that stand. Wrong answer.
Right. Taking us to the defense for them to say something, because I was confused as why Karmelo taking his notes, but the defense ain't taking nothing. They just they just sitting around while he's making jokes. The prosecutor making jokes. Remember how he coming in making little jokes? Mm-hmm. It's like he wasn't taking it seriously. It's just like, hey, I'm here. Let's go ahead and get this over with. Yep, he did this, did that. What else he do? All right, next. Like, it wasn't intense to me.
That's crazy to me. And this is a murder trial.
Yes, the only thing I could say is that.
So shouldn't that make Freezy question the parents of Karmelo? Did they hire this incompetent lawyer? These are supposed to be some highfalutin blacks, and they can't even hire a damn lawyer worth of shit.
The day that I was in there, Toby Shook was catching the kids in a couple of lies. He was challenging them a little bit, but I think they could have been a lot more forceful, because I'm telling you, the lies were so obvious.
What were the lies?
Mm-hmm. They weren't even jiving in their story. Mm-hmm. They were all over the
black ass. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let me ask the question.
Go ahead, Sierra. You next anyway. Go ahead, Sierra.
Yeah. Do you think that maybe some immunity was put on the table? And them perjuring themselves is.
That's a great question.
You know what? I really don't know.
They kept trying to get Hunter. They kept trying to disassociate Hunter even being there. Let's talk about that. And Hunter already said last year. Go ahead, Sam. My bad. I'm on mute. Go ahead, sis. I'm on mute.
I'm just going to say notes on 10 pages, front and back of notes, y'all, because I'm talking about they wouldn't let us take nothing in there but a pen and pad, right? Mm-hmm. And when I say every day we was up in there, it's front and back pages after page after page. Like I got 4 pages on edit horror, but all the line he did, right? Darian too. Darian, she was a twin, and I noticed a pattern. He picked a few of them that had a twin too. Y'all peep that?
Mm. Yeah.
Wow.
So he was trying to let them. They was, and all of them broke down crying.
That was the light-skinned girl at
Darian. That was Darian.
Yeah.
Darian Banks. I'm saying their damn name. Yeah. The trial over now and they grown. Darian Banks is her name. Say her name.
Say her name. These people are amazing.
That's her name. Yeah. She did it.
Y'all can say
she lied and said Karmelo said something, and he showed her what she said to the police officer, and then he said, "Did you hear Karmelo say that?" And she said, "No, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear him say that."
She did a lot of gossiping, went back and told some stuff because she had left the tent, and so it had happened after she had left the tent. She went back and told it like she was there, and so they caught her in that lie because you didn't even see it. You had left the tent. You showed a fast tail because she was
fast tail. This is the AAL language again. You know, what does that mean, ma'am? What is fast? Does that mean she run fast? Is it a track event? What does a fast tail mean? It's black language here.
Her in that light because you didn't even see it. You had left the tent. You showed a fast tail because see, she was one of the ones that was under the tent with them the boys, and she's supposed to be under the Liberty tent next to him, but she was over there with them. And that probably Austin was calling her when he said about the called him fat ass. He probably was talking about her fat ass because she was fit that description that Austin was talking about.
Black women calling somebody fat. Jesus Christ.
They brought that up.
Okay,
that big old bull up in the top right. Whoo, that's an ugly one right there. Have mercy. Lena, jeez.
Using profanity.
Oh, girl.
That who?
Look, at one point they said, was anybody cussing? And the witness said, no, nobody was cussing. Then
they all lied.
Another witness get up there and he
yo, this one in the top right where she wrote.
And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought y'all said cussing going on.
Yeah, exactly. He said Austin told Karmelo I'm bad.
Yo, this one in the top right, her name is Lena. She's rough to look at. She's got nothing to do tonight. So why not get on YouTube and spread some lies?
Exactly.
So was it a situation? Was it a situation where? Go ahead and finish what you were about to say, because I feel like you were going to say something important. Saying, go ahead. What were you about to say?
He said Austin told Karmelo, I'll beat your ass. And that's when Karmelo put his hand in his bag for the night and told me, touch me and find out. Also, it was testified that Darian told this, that it started about them racing against each other, like trash talk. Okay?
Wow. That came out in court?
That came out in court in Darian's mouth.
Wow.
I got all that wrote down.
But do y'all understand? Before you go one who intrigues, let me say this one who intrigues. That's why it was so important for the judge to allow the public to see this live stream in court, like, because it's so many. How long has it been since they convicted? It's
been a week. It's been a week.
A week.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something. What y'all bringing out? What you bringing out? Said Queen, one who intrigues. What y'all bringing out? People still don't know what happened in court. People still don't know these details. They don't know.
They wanted to control the narrative. That's what I'm telling you. They was texting their people what they wanted to get out there before we were making our own the breaks and lunches. The media be already talking. They be all on TV about what happened in court. We be like, that didn't happen in court. That ain't what happened.
I'm gonna what's so interesting. Yeah, like, what would Freezy be talking about otherwise? There is no black economy. Like, he's not like probably the most, interesting guy to talk about other things. Anton Daniels, maybe talk about the little boy that was killed down there in Mississippi. He take the side of that child. But yeah, that's, this is what he got. And he rolling with it. He's eating off the black carcass. There's no economy. It's dead people, criminals. And this is the economy that he's making it, his YouTube career off.
I'm gonna let my sister Lena, because she has to take an important trip tomorrow, but I don't want to keep her. Lena, you want to say something before you leave, Lena?
Sure. Thank you, ladies, for being in the courtroom and gathering that information that we were not privy to. I cannot wait until those transcripts are available, so we can kind of get those transcripts and kind of dig through them. I appreciate every single one of you ladies. Just keep in mind, keep the Anthony family in your prayers. Self-defense is not a crime. Be careful.
Keep the Anthony family in your prayers. While there's a dead man on the other side, these people have no empathy. Like the matriarchal femininity. I watch bear videos all the time, and animal videos where they're so protective of their children. These people have they just don't have that maternal instinct, because they look at across, they should look at the Medicare and they probably have children and say, damn, that could be my child. But these people are sympathetic with the killer. This is very disgusting. Very, very disgusting. And the reason why I say it's so disgusting is because these are all women. These are all black women sending Karmelos out into the neighborhood
And keep the Anthony family in your prayers. Self-defense is not a crime. Be careful who you donate to because there are scammers trying to receive funds on behalf of the family. So you want to definitely be mindful as to who you're donating to. But you all have a great night.
Hold on, Lena. Before you leave, Lena,
will you look at the nails on that woman?
I do got one question for you, Sierra, and one who trees. It's gonna take 1 second. Do y'all remember a woman named Michelle that y'all encountered at Frisco that met y'all where y'all seen the video?
She's the one
She was
that
the
showed us the
facilitator.
video.
Okay.
She's the one that showed the video.
What does Michelle look like? Just all of y'all could go whenever. Just y'all could. Just give us a description of Michelle. Was she white, black, Indian, Hispanic?
She's
what?
white. She's white. I think
blonde
she had
hair.
dark hair.
Yeah, it was kind of like the roots were dark, but then the ends were like
Yeah, the
blonde.
roots were dark. She was-
Okay, so somebody showed this, I think, on TikTok. Let me see. Is this Michelle? Let me see.
Where at?
Is that her?
Nah.
That
That's
don't
not
look like
Michelle.
her.
Hell no.
I mean, these people are something else.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because we want the right information to go out. Okay, Lena, thank you, Lena. I appreciate you, Lena.
All right, you all have a good night. Thank you for
Lena.
having me.
Bye, Lena.
Bye.
So, like I was saying, it seemed.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead. Y'all can interrupt me.
While I have sit up here, can one of the ladies please tell what they seen? Just one more time. I don't show just one more time so she can, because she was in the courtroom. This is what we kind of go back and forth about. Let's come on, Nick. Can they just say one more time what they seen? Because it's beginning. I'm sorry.
So one who was going to talk?
I can go.
Okay, one who intrigued. Would you mind telling what you seen on the video one more time in detail? So because I want to say
it's the old lady at the bottom here.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when it starts out, you can see the whole track field. Not the whole track field, but you can see the track field to your right. You can see that there's people on the track field. Some are stretching out. You know, there's people walking around and stuff. Third is grew straight across, and then there's a purse coat. Figure out what you see the Karmelo, one with the gray on, and you can clearly see him. The boys go in, and they block the entrance right here, so he can't get out. And then for a few seconds, you see them standing up there. Then all of a sudden, you see movement, and I'm looking at the two that's right in the middle because they're moving the most to me. They're bending over. You see shoulders moving and things like that. Then all of a sudden, you see Karmelo lean out. And you see him go back in, and then when he comes back out of the bleachers, they came down the stairs, and when they're there for a few minutes, they come inside the track. They go up where the canopy is. They're right adjacent to the canopy. They pull out the gurney. They go around to the entrance. They go back up this way to where
I think she's in a hotel.
Freezy they can get out, but pretty much.
Of the police officer Cortez.
I did not.
Okay, so let me tell you about the two body cams because that's gonna piggyback off of the video, right? So once the ambulance got there and they were working on Austin, Officer Cortez, he came running in through the field. He gets over there to that side where the team where they working on Austin at. Hudson was the one that pointed out the knife and told him where the knife was, right?
Right. I remember seeing them throw the tarp over it.
Okay,
I remember seeing them pull the book bag up because the book bag looked like it was on the other side of the bleacher.
It was two bleachers.
And they tossed it to the other police officer. And I remember thinking nothing fell out the bag that I could see, but maybe I'm too far away that I don't see little pieces falling. But I remember thinking that. And I was saying, I wonder if the book bag is zipped up. Because,
see that? I was wondering that too. I was wondering if it had been tampered with, if anybody had taken anything out of it. But those were also in the photos that they showed. They took everything out the bag in the court. They showed the photos of what was inside the bag. It was like a charger, some Skittles, just look some homework, little stuff.
Yeah, some Skittles.
No, see, they asked about the laptop. Laptop, they didn't take the photo. But he did say it was a laptop in it. I remember them. And I think that's when Karmelo had wrote something down. See, I think when Karmelo was when he was writing stuff down, he was writing stuff like where he know they were lying, so that he could say, okay, such and such said this and this.
Well,
and this.
he didn't get on the stand to prove them wrong. You know what's interesting? I was talking to a buddy of mine, and I said, Karmelo's response to the police didn't sound like what and I've said this here, I think. It didn't sound like what a 17-year-old would say if he was accused, if he just killed someone. Think about it. He says, I'm not alleged, I did it. It was self-defense. That just doesn't seem like what a 17-year-old would do. This is like, particularly when he ran away from the scene. So he ran away from the scene, fight or flight, but then he wants to own up to everything almost immediately, saying it was self-defense. He put his hands on me. And I wonder, like, if you were to Google that boy's, internet history, search history, I wouldn't be surprised if he had read about self-defense in Texas. There's been so much in the news, the Trayvon Martin, all that kind of stuff, where he may have thought he knew enough to commit what he did and claim self-defense. I bet you if they go through his Google searches, and maybe one of the reasons why he didn't testify. And it very well could be that he thought that he had, a perfect case of self-defense. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. I really wouldn't be surprised.
This, because you could tell every time they would lie and he would write something down. That's 35. If he did 35, I think that would be, that'd be sufficient. They'll put him by 55 years old. Let him come out of here and fend for himself at that point. But I think the parole 17 years, at that point, he's still a very young man. I think that's unfair to the family that he gets to come out here pretty much still in the prime of his life. My mother, if you heard the clip from my mother said he deserves, what did she say? He deserves 75 years. That's what my mother said. That's a little harsh. when the defense would come back and pull the transcript, and he said, well, hold on. Well, see, in your initial statement, you said whatever, blah, 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 right? He would let them know, just like he did with Eddie. He really ate Eddie up because Eddie really wanted to stick to the story. You could also tell it all had been coached, y'all. I promise y'all. Don't y'all agree?
Of course. I do agree. I agree.
They had all been coached. And why I say they had all been coached, because every time they would not want to lie, they would say, I don't recall. I don't recall.
I think from a woman's standpoint, if you're going through having a child, stuff like that, you should be very sympathetic to the Metcalf family. And whatever they did with Karmelo, your sympathy for him should come after you've expressed sympathy for the Metcalf family. I think that's just the maternal nature of women, probably human nature as well.
To do that. Who was signaling to do that?
Jeff Metcalf was. Oh my God! Like,
tell us about that.
It was so much.
Thank you, Ciara. Was that obvious that?
Yes.
Was it obvious that Jeff Metcalf was kind of giving signals and stuff?
Yes.
It was so obvious that one of the news reporters saw him.
Yes. It was that obvious.
I think the guy Cody Thomas, the black guy, actually mentioned that. He said that it's you can see Jeff Metcalf signaling. Yeah.
You could, y'all. It was unbelievable.
But in a court of law, I mean, I don't get it.
Well, you know what's next? I'm back thinking about it. It's kind of now that I'm back thinking about it. They let the Metcalf family sit on the left-hand side in front of the witnesses, right by the jury, and the Anthony family way over here on the right-hand side.
Right, because I was sitting behind the Anthony's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anthony family right on the right side. Yep.
But let me tell y'all what I found out today. I found out that Karmelo's defense attorney, he is the same one that dismissed those charges against Shannon Finley and Ryan Crossley in that murder with Brandon McClellan. Y'all remember that in Paris, Texas?
Who did you say was the one that dismissed the charges? Who you said?
Karmelo's
Toby Shook.
Yeah. Wow. Shook did.
Wow.
So they criticizing the prosecution, the defense attorneys, the witnesses. They criticize everyone involved. But why didn't Karmelo get up there if he's the honorable 3.7 GPA guy? You know what's so interesting? And I don't know if I have it up. I'll play a little bit more of this and then I'll bring it up.
I found that out today. Shook was the one who did that.
Toby Shook has had his hands in a lot of stuff, and shout out to, I think her name, I don't know her whole name, but Sky. She Queen know her whole name, Sky or something, whatever. But she brought it out on Instagram that Toby Shook worked for. As a matter of fact, I'll do y'all one better. I think I got this on Instagram. Let me show y'all this right here. Toby Shook actually worked for the prosecution's office for 20 years before
That's
he.
how we thought he was gonna attorney. We're excited. We was like, okay, we got Shook. Shook got Amber Greiger. I'm like, he has a good name down here. So when I found out that the leading was Mike and Shook just sitting there, I'm like, whoa, what's going on? This is not like you, Shook.
That's why Shook he didn't object to nothing for 30 minutes straight. I'm telling you.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Let's see what I got right here.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, it was, man.
I wanted to show y'all this right here too. Let me bring this up.
While he's looking at that, I'll show you this. Look at this. I just happened to look at the Metcalf fundraiser yesterday actually. Look at this. He was a leader of men. This is how his family characterized Austin Metcalf. He was a leader of men. His smile would light up the room. His passion for football was unbelievable. Voted team MVP this past season and carried a 4.0 GPA. We haven't heard anyone talk about his GPA. But his GPA was higher than Karmelo's. And so I asked people in the audience the other day, I was live, I said, who do you think, if you were to fast forward 30 years out, who would be more successful, Karmelo or Austin had he lived? Or one other Hunter boy, either one. The Metcalfs or Karmelo? Who would have been more successful 20 years out? This boy had a 4.0 GPA. And the blacks over here, he got a 3.7. They raised it now to 3.8. You'll hear the blacks now say he had a 3.8 GPA. But this boy had a 4. At least that's what his family is saying. I showed the video from his graduation where the crowd cheered for him. These people have shown no regard for this boy right here. No regard. And this is very disgusting. Very disgusting. For him to platform these people when they get up here lying, very disgusting. No, he hasn't even mentioned the Metcalf boy, the family, no sympathy, nothing. Just platforming these liars.
Show y'all this. Oh no, not that. Hold on, let me take. Now, who that ugly ass?
It's Freezy, all these shoeboxes, man. Y'all see Freezy on the shoebox.
Do this right there. Hold on, I'm sorry. I don't know how
Freezy with the shoeboxes. Shoeboxes and hats.
And Jalen, the one that they left.
What kind of shoes are those? Nikes.
More because told him, I don't care where you're going. I may need to question you some more. You can't go nowhere. He stood up there and released him. He released him and told him, you're free to go. I have no further questions with you. And I found that out because he had lied too. And he needed to piggyback and ask him some questions because based off the other witnesses that said that Austin used 2 hands, he was one of the ones that said he used 1 hand.
Okay, but you know what? I think when he said he used 1 hand, that was the punch.
Yes. He talking about it was a nudge.
Let me show y'all this right here, right quick. So this is a slideshow. It says meet the faces of prosecutorial and judicial misconduct reform. It says I think this is State District Attorney Greg Willis. That's the judge in the middle, John Roach. I think on the right, up top, the white guy, I think that's Bill Worsk. And the 2 black guys, they're going to tell us who they are.
Wait a minute, what was the green screen? The shoes? I don't know. I don't know what. I'm not all technical like that. What was the green screen? I'm not sure. What was it? What was the green screen? I'm not sure. Which one was the green screen? Was it the shoes or is this the green? I don't have a green.
So right here it says what prosecutorial reform looks like, and we're going to keep going. There must be automatic grounds for a first felony. Blah blah blah. The intent. Okay, let's keep going. So right here, sexual harassment lawsuit. Right. This a lot of people don't know this right here. This is Greg Willis right here. It said this is his official documentation. Right here it says Kim Pickrell, Keith Hensel, Fallon Lawful. I don't know these names or whatever. And so this right here saying Greg Willis, first assistant district attorney, Collin County.
So wait a minute. So the green screen is what's behind him, and in reality, what is that he's in the closet? Is that what you're saying?
Was accused of sexual harassment lawsuit right here.
The shoes is the real backdrop.
Sexual harassment lawsuit. As y'all can see, the courts versus, you can see Greg Willis, the second name to the right. Greg, it says Texas, Collin County, Texas, Greg Willis. So he was fighting a sexual harassment case. This is how credible these people are. This is also sexual harassment. This is Bill Worse.
Oh my goodness.
He quoted, this is obviously a politically motivated and politically timed lawsuit based on lies.
You see some people and they're floating around with a green screen or whatever. You have to give him credit. His is pretty good. His green screen is pretty good. He's not floating around in it like most people.
And recycle untruths by some very disgruntled and very troubled individuals. I can't wait to get in court.
Yeah, I heard that he said he thought about releasing the audio initially, but he locked it down. I think a little bit too strict. Yeah, I think he should have released the audio. He could have blurted out the any reference to the names of the teens in the closet.
Into court and clear my name. Now, these people got sexual harassment lawsuits against them, not just one. This is Bill Worse and Greg Willis, I guess acting like they're giving an oath to one another. You see, and it says in April 2023, the district attorney and first assistant district attorney, with the approval of the Collin County Commissioner's Court, agreed to a $1.75 million settlement. So they actually didn't win it. They settled out of court. $1.75 million settlement to
I want to see what
guy's name. It says Paul Hamilton. I don't know if you guys and this is Paul
They're
Hamilton.
going through all the people involved. They're blaming everybody, the judge, everybody.
Experts. Inclusion. The name being yet spending something new. $2 said, I have to explain to people how Freedom of Information Act videos work. Okay, appreciate that. Tatum for the $10 said, if the boy,
can somebody explain to me how he gets his background? What do you call it? The green screen? That's a pretty damn good green screen because he's never floating around in it like you see like John Dave.
If the four boys were walking with intention, is it possible Eddie told them something for the fight to pop off immediately? What do y'all think?
Yeah, I think he was.
I think that Eddie was playing both sides of the fence because he was Hunter and Austin's friend, and he was trying to keep the friendship with Karmelo a secret with the twins. He didn't want them twins. This is my opinion. He didn't want them twins to know he was friends with Karmelo because you could tell from the way he was answering the questions that he had already lied to the family and told them he didn't know Karmelo until Eddie started putting out. The defense attorney started putting out the photos, and in one of the photos, also Karmelo was in there with Eddie's grandmama.
Wow, that's great.
And another one photo, they up there under the they got a whole marshmallow under the bonfire going. In one photo at Eddie's house. In another photo, they had Eddie, whole family, the grandmama, the grandpappy, all of them, like 8 of them.
Roasted marshmallows or something.
But you don't know Karmelo like that. Okay, all
and
right.
It was
Eddie.
like December. It was every week.
I think Eddie has more of an alliance with the twins than he did with Karmelo.
Yeah,
because somebody
Eddie went to Memorial High School, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because wasn't one of the coaches the ones that testified that Eddie was trying to jump on Karmelo after?
Yeah, yep, he did. He said that one. Yeah, he said after the incident happened, he said that he wanted to fight, wanted to go look for Karmelo. He was one of the ones want to go look for Karmelo. But also, remember, Ed is also the one that lied about the video, talking about he recorded on his phone. And I'm gonna tell y'all something else. That Officer Folk that was questioning them he questioned Eddie by himself without hearing. And then he came back the second time and questioned Eddie with his parents.
So shout out Nikki Watch.
Point been made by this bullshit right here. There's no need to watch any more of this shit. Unless you want to see it, we can watch more of it. But clearly this is bullshit. This is a grift at this point. The fact that he's lowered himself down to drag these women up on the panel to talk about something that never came out in court, and he's not even questioning if they're telling the truth or not. This is very very sad. But you know, without an economy on the ground, this is what you have to do. I guess there's not much else on the ground. You know, I think Freezy said he doesn't live around black people, so he has a own mind to come to this grip. Let's see, is he still alive? I don't want to watch anymore, but it's not even that interesting to me. None of these people went to court and said any of this shit. Let's talk about the Mississippi shooting of that little girl. I was watching CT talk about it, and I said to CT when it happened, I said, "Bro, I bet that child," and I didn't even know about it. My buddy Felipe, he sent it to me, and I said to CT, I said, I bet that child was not in a car seat. I knew it. I said the child is not gonna be in a car seat, CT. Hold on. And sure enough, the child was not in the car seat. And so I really haven't covered this case much. I don't know a lot about it. So I want to get up to speed with you guys as we go through this. So we'll see what we can find. What's interesting. If you know something about it that I don't know, feel free to put it in the chat. If you have thoughts on it, feel free to put that in the chat. But I think they were stealing. That's my thought. At least that's what I thought. Mother addresses baby's death in Senate email.
Time tonight, and she says there is much more to this story. WREG's Raven Copeland joins us live with the very latest. And Raven, what do you know?
Well, Stephanie, in that video that we received from the Ben Crump law firm who is representing the family, Valicia Wally says that she was at Walmart with a friend and baby.
It's not a surprise that Ben Crump is representing her because there are police involved.
And when they walked out of the store, she says her friend was approached by police. From there, she describes how the situation escalated.
But they tried to say that she forcefully was trying to drive and hit them, but they was all on the right side, and she was driving towards the left. They just personally just shot in the car.
Valicia Wiley is speaking out for the first time just days after her one-year-old son, Cohen, was killed by a police officer in Senatobia Sunday. The mother says she was walking out of Walmart with a friend and baby Cohen when Wiley's friend was reportedly approached by police.
They tried to stop her, but I kept walking because it had nothing to do with me. By the time me and my baby got in the...
And you know, that's the first thing that caught my ear. Black people, if they're with someone or not, and they see the police talking to someone, the first thing they do is take out their phone. They don't keep walking. So right there, you know that they were involved in something. Somebody was stealing, either her or both of them. And so she said, I just kept walking because I ain't want to get in trouble.
The car, she came, and then when we was backing up, they was running out the con. I raised my baby up because they withdrawed their gun. She had no tent.
Wiley alleges 3 to 4 shots were fired, with at least one of the bullets hitting baby Cohen and at least 2 hitting the driver. Cohen's mother says they then...
She raised the baby up. You heard her say that.
...drove to the hospital where her 1-year-old boy unfortunately died from his injuries. Senatobia police allege that officers attempted to stop the car multiple times, but the driver refused and reportedly drove into an officer's direction, which resulted in the shots being fired.
But they tried to say that she forcefully was trying to drive and hit them, but they was all on the right side, and she was driving towards the left. They just personally just shot in the car. They ain't charged me with nothing. They just let me go.
Cause they didn't say nothing. They just kept telling the crowd that they were shoplifting. But I don't know if they found anything because it's nothing found.
The officer involved in the deadly shooting has been placed on leave, and the body cam footage has not been released because the case remains under investigation. As the Senatobia community awaits answers, there are calls for unity, transparency, and accountability.
Who wants to unify with these people?
But my position is, if she had walked out of there with every pamper in the store, that did not elevate the situation to shooting a gun.
Right. He said she could walk out with every pamper in the store. Just let her go.
Reflect back to things that I have witnessed most of my life. The only difference, we just living in a different time, but the power structure have the same mentality they had when I was a child.
Tonight at 6, you'll hear more from those two men who actually helped lead a Mississippi boycott in the 1980s. They explain the similarities that they see from back then to now as they call on the community to unite. Reporting live from Senatobia, Mississippi for
YouTube about to get this money. Like, they can better monetize it than these protests of the 1980s or whatever. Like, they need a new business model to monetize these protests. I wonder if there's any video of it. Let's see.
Is dead, and the state investigation is underway after an officer fired shots during an incident in North Mississippi. It all happened Sunday morning at a Walmart in Senatobia. ABC 24's Ezekiel Telemaco joining us now live from the scene where this all happened and following this all morning long with the very latest. Ezekiel?
That's right, Ruben. I've talked to a few people in regard to this, and it's just a tragic story is what they tell me. But again, according to the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, they say that a shooting took place at this Walmart on I-51 on Sunday. Again, there's still limited details, but in terms of what we know so far, I'm going to just share some of the preliminary details that the MBI shared with us. So according to the MBI, officers with the Senatobia Police Department and the Tate County Sheriff's Office responded to a shoplifting call at the Walmart that I just mentioned on US 51. Again, when officers arrived, they encountered two subjects, and a child who were fleeing the store, and more specifically, getting inside of a vehicle. Now, the MBI says that officers attempted to stop the vehicle, but the driver allegedly drove towards the officers and nearly hit one of them. Now, an officer then fired his weapon in response to that, and the vehicle left the scene. Now, authorities say that the occupants later arrived at a local hospital where a child was pronounced dead and another person was critically injured. No officers were seriously hurt, and the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation says that their agents are continuing to gather evidence and review the circumstances surrounding the shooting. But again, we spoke to some people in the community, and they said more specifically that the impact has been felt throughout.
How it is this morning is everything kind of quiet. Everybody like kind of fall back. Ain't nobody moving around as much.
And look at his head. How many of y'all think this guy works anywhere? How many of you think this guy works? Yeah. Don't nobody say it. Like I said on CT channel, if these heifers weren't stealing, they turned the easy lawsuit of racial profiling, but doing it the nigga way, doing it the hard way, and getting their child deleted. Yeah. This is another case again. Like, Karmelo's mother didn't even show up for sentencing. The victim impact statement, nothing. This woman here went on a mission for stealing, decided to take her child with her. Anything could have happened. She could have gone to jail. They would have put her child in child protective services. She could have left the child with grandmama or somebody while she going to steal. But she took the child with her and then raised the child up like it was a golden child for the police to shoot it. And here are the men in the communities, unhireable, half
so it did have an impact on what happened. It had a very big impact. And everybody talking about Senatobia. So it's gonna be a big thing, I know.
It's gonna be a big thing, I know. And that's really all they got there. It's gonna be a big thing on YouTube. Because it's not gonna be a big thing in the streets. Yeah, I don't think these things are really. I think people are so disgusted that people are kind of tired of the whole thing. Yeah, I was let me cover a little bit more of this. I'm gonna see if there's anything interesting about this whole shooting of this woman. I know the child was in the stroller. I don't want to hear that. Let's see. Senatobia. Oh, here's something interesting. Senatobia meeting, community meeting. Wait a minute, this is a Memphis report? Okay. Pretty close to Memphis.
Anything else that I can't answer, I'm not going to get into details of the investigation. It's still very preliminary since it occurred on Sunday. It's Tuesday. We're still interviewing witnesses, and I will tell you that our incident assistance coordinator has been in touch with the family's attorney, trying to make sure that we're reaching out to them as well, and make sure they understand the process directly from NBI.
So I ask you one question, being an old person?
Sure.
Okay, if you get out there and kill a baby or kill anybody and continue to walk around policing with a gun?
Typically, what I see in most situations, and I'm confident that what we'll have here is there is some sort of leave that is put in place.
But he didn't say that, though.
Well, look, those are personnel matters, and they have to be careful about what they discuss as far as personnel matters in public. And I'm just telling you what I typically see is usually these officers, for their own safety as well as everybody else's, are put on some sort of administrative leave during that time period because that's just the typical process. I can't imagine it being any different.
It still is a comfort to the family and some comfort to the community. If this man say, well, he's on suspended leave, he didn't say nothing.
That's right. And we'll talk about that and get with legal counsel and make some
You don't need
information.
no legal counsel for that. That's common sense.
It is common sense.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably how 98% of these are handled, and I'm sure that's how this has been handled.
How long do you think the commissioner's investigation is going to be?
They vary. Right now, you have to do the autopsy.
Hearing from authorities who are investigating the case, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation is overseeing a shooting, an officer-involved shooting that happened outside of a Walmart that ended with a 1-year-old dead. And that 1-year-old is named Cohen Wiley. And today, Senatobia community members all for this 1-year-old Cohen Wiley. We are expected to also hear from the family of Cohen Wiley as well. This is outside of the Senate speaking in opposition of this or for justice, calling for justice of how the events unfolded leading up to that shooting. So large gathering, as you can see, we have our Lauren Turman on scene there, as well as we have 2 cameras following the developments that we are seeing right here live. We do know that the family is now being represented by civil rights attorney Ben Crump. We also heard that Van Turner, who is a well-known Memphis attorney, is also accompanying those legal efforts as well. So we do have 2 cameras with team coverage following today's effort to hear what people are saying outside during this demonstration outside of City Hall.
It's been going on. You can't go ahead. Sorry.
All right, we are going to touch back base with our crew there once they get settled, but this is inside of City Hall where we know that the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation is taking over this case at the moment. We do have an official there addressing the public. We heard one person ask about what would happen or what is going to happen with the officer who was involved in the shooting. And the gentleman there mentioned that typical procedure would be to put officers on administrative. Officials are also present, as you can see. Earlier, this whole room was packed, but it seems they may have done some crowd control at this moment. So let's listen in to see what else we can gather from what's happening at this moment.
Right. That's the motion that's practically been made.
In executive session, they can still take that and make a vote. I know that's what you can do. You agree?
I agree with that. Things they can do in executive session that aren't discussed in public. I do agree.
But I mean, there's
a wide range, yes. I'm disagreeing.
Would they have to have, could they have put that in the voting motion and have a vote for it? Does the law prohibit them from doing that?
The law don't know. I ain't the lawyer.
Man, I got to say this. Yeah, I probably shouldn't say it, but I'm saying it anyway. I was watching CT channel one time, and it was Black Moses up there. And then Black Moses is a streamer. And he told CT to play something. I guess CT was a little tipsy. And CT played it, and he got him a strike. Ultimately, he got him a strike or something like that. And as I was watching it, maybe it was some music or a video or something. I can't remember what it was. But as I was watching, I'm like, damn, like Black Moses should know better to suggest to someone to play something that probably is copyrighted. It was either music or some like TV show. And I think CT got a strike for that. And I bring that up to say that blacks don't have real friends, they'll let the friend drag them down. And Black Moses, I remember it like it was yesterday. He was like, yo, play this CT. And CT was a little tipsy. As you know, we tend to get up here sometimes. And that was what led to that stream. If anyone remembers that, you'll hear Black Moses. You remember Black Moses saying, yo, CT, play this video that clearly was copyrighted.
I think, I don't want to speak for the council here, but the typically personnel matters you take up in executive session because of liability concerns. If they have a frank discussion and something that said it's not accurate, then opens the city up for defamation claims and other things. So those are typically matters that are handled in executive session so that you don't damage reputation and personnel information. So that is typically how that's done.
So that question, that the motion that they were trying to get you to make, was that proper or not?
I don't know.
It is, they're choosing not to sue for liability reasons.
Yeah.
We all know it was proper, the motion was proper. Now, we move on this motion.
It was a motion, and I don't know that that was on the agenda, and I'm not sure how it and I think that's probably what they will discuss. I will tell y'all, like we don't do, we're about to meet with the judge at the courthouse and answer any questions that they might have about the process. So we're about to make our way over there. Unless y'all have any other questions of me, I'll be glad to try to answer those. If y'all have any questions after you feel like you need to reach out, talk to the chief and get an answer, and we'll get my number and I'll respond. Okay.
Thank you. That over to the public.
Yes.
Was inside of Senatobia City Hall. I'm Pepper Baker, ABC 24 anchor. We're following breaking news right now out of Senatobia. This is a call for justice for Cohen Wiley, a rally that is taking place outside of Senatobia.
Yo, has it been proven that the lady was stealing or not? I don't know.
City Hall.
Sure
Lots of people.
I think there was a call for shoplifting.
People are gathered out there, more than hundreds, really. And this is all because of an officer-involved shooting that ended with a 1-year-old killed outside of a Walmart on Highway 51 in Senatobia. And now people are showing up to City Hall asking for transparency and accountability. This is video from that incident where officers were responding to a shoplifting call outside of the Walmart, and an adult with a child were seen running, and they got into a car and tried to drive away. And that's when an officer fired their weapon at the car, hitting and killing a 1-year-old child. That is Cohen Wiley, who later died at the hospital. We do know that the family, Wiley's family, is now being represented by National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crump. We also heard well-known Memphis attorney Van Turner is also joining in those legal efforts. We do have our Lauren Turman on the scene. She will be giving us a live report shortly. But lots of people today calling for accountability. Again, this is inside of City Hall in Senatobia, where you see city officials are addressing the public. Tensions are high right now. Of course, this is bringing some very emotional, lots of emotions when police-involved shootings happen here. So we did hear from an official. We know the Memphis Bureau of Investigation is handling the case.
Wow.
We are pushing for answers after a shooting involving law enforcement in North Mississippi left a 1-year-old little boy dead and a woman in critical condition. Family tells us 1-year-old Cohen Wiley died after police shot at the car he was in yesterday afternoon in the Senatobia Walmart parking lot. Tonight, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, who is now handling the case, says officers were initially called to the store for a shoplifting call. WRAG Shay Arthur is live tonight with the very latest on the case. Shay.
April, really, it seems like so much of this case could rest on what is seen on video. I have to tell you, I was in this store just a short time ago. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. Out here in the parking lot, we're seeing it too. There are signs all over here in the parking lot at Walmart for cameras in use all over. This is, of course, where that incident, that shooting took place. Tonight, a family is grieving the loss of little 1-year-old Cohen Wiley.
I'm just lost for words, to be honest.
Everybody held accountable.
Someone need to be held accountable for it.
Cohen's family says he died at the hospital.
I wonder, does that include the mother and the other woman that was stealing?
In Senatobia after he was shot, a bullet piercing the car he was riding in Sunday afternoon. You can see in this video at least one bullet hole in the front windshield of a car we spotted there at the hospital. The passenger side window also heavily damaged. Investigators with the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation say law enforcement were called to the Senatobia Walmart just after 2 Sunday afternoon for a shoplifting call. They say officers saw 2 adults and a child leaving a store jump into a car. As officers tried to stop that car, the driver drove in their...
So they were stealing. Is it fair to say they were stealing? They were stealing. They were stealing. Niggas love talking law, but leave out when the driver hit a random car trying to escape. Yeah, she did hit a random car. Turned her reckless driving. And at that point, like, she could have ran over and killed someone. She was so hell-bent to get away, she could have run over and killed someone, right?
Direction, nearly hitting an officer. At least one officer shot at that vehicle. The car continued to take off, but arrived at the hospital a short time later, where Cohen died. This viewer video shows the chaotic moments after the shooting.
She just got shot.
As officers are seen running through the parking lot. This woman was at Walmart at the time. She says she saw the whole incident. She asked not to be identified for fear of retaliation.
And I seen the officers take off running, not in the car. I'm talking about on feet. And these are the sheriffs and the police, and they're running through the parking lot. And I see the car take off, you know. So I'm like, in my head, like, I know they're not chasing the car. They don't think they're going to catch the car, literally. Then I hear gunshots. And I'm like, I know they're not shooting at a car that's leaving in a public. This is Walmart.
A separate witness told me he heard 2 gunshots. He said law enforcement was already waiting in the parking lot as 2 women exited with 1 box of diapers, one holding baby Cohen. Today, we went to Senatobia City Hall to request the police department's shoplifting response policy, the number of shoplifting calls received at the Walmart in the last 6 months, as well as body-worn and dash camera footage from officers. I also spoke with the mayor, who would not say how many officers were involved in the incident or if anyone was on administrative leave during the investigation. But as a small town that had questions, people we talked to for transparency in the case.
I'm just tired of it.
It's something to think about.
What are you tired of? The black stealing or what?
I just hope the truth come out.
Another video.
Yeah, and April and Alex, as we continue to press for our own answers, a community organizer does tell me a group plans to meet tomorrow at City Hall to question officials as well. For your news leader, we're live in Senatobia tonight. Shay Arthur, WREG News Channel 3.
Police, they shoot and kill a 1-year-old child. Put it up for a man. Cohen Wiley, on this earth for 1 year, was killed after Senatobia police fired shots at a vehicle he was in. You would imagine that as horrific, evil, and unbelievable as this is, you would imagine police must be shooting at this vehicle for some kind of extreme, felonious reason. It was for shoplifting. It was for shoplifting. The Mississippi Bureau of Investigation has now been called to investigate the shooting that involved this local police department and the Tate County Sheriff's Office. This was at a Walmart. This was on a Sunday. It left the child dead and the person critically injured. Police on the scene responded to a shoplifting call at the Walmart off US Highway 51. That's according to NBI. Officers encountered 2 people and a child leaving the...
Yo, listen to this shit right here.
Cool. Yep. This is what community looks like. So proud of this black man right here. So the Wild agreed to turn this pain into purpose, and we get in the community and making some shake and make sure the community are aware of the real, and we're gonna stand together and fight back. Yep.
All right, peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And the last clip was that of my good brother, Markel Bridges, Building Bridges Foundation down there in Mississippi. Had the pleasure and the honor of working with him on a few occasions. But he's out there getting the true word out. You have not heard 1-year-old Cohen Wiley was murdered by that police, Hunter Foster. And there you see him on the screen. The information I received from Markel that a couple of days before he killed young Cohen, officers from his department filed complaints on him for using racial slurs. Now, they have tried to paint the narrative that they were there for a shoplifting call, but it has been confirmed and affirmed that nope, the mother did not steal any Pampers.
So now the blacks are saying there was no shoplifting call when clearly there was. Someone said, is there video of the baby daddy? There's video of what, the woman's baby daddy? Wow, I gotta find that.
He had paid for the Pampers, and as Brother Markel said, she didn't even know why they were trying to stop them. Nevertheless, if you looked at that first clip, you can see officers running behind the car. It is alleged that no one ever tried to run over an officer. They shot the car from the side, and you can see a bullet hole in the passenger side. And so this is another instance where they're trying to play that like they were justified in just opening fire on a black family with a small infant.
Now, these blacks know that Walmart got all kind of cameras. They're going to know if she was stealing. They got to know this.
In the car.
This is technology catching up with the underman.
And even this news video that you're about to watch repeats the words claim, come under fire.
1-year-old. The baby's family tells us he was in the car as law enforcement opened fire in the parking lot of Senatobia's Walmart. They also tell us another woman was injured and is in critical condition on that case.
Signs saying cameras are.
Wait a minute, the mother didn't get shot? So the other woman injured would be the driver? I guess you got to adjust the search, but damn.
Everywhere, and for the public, seeing things with their own eyes could be crucial, as over the years there have been many very public issues involving the
investigation. Tells us officers claim they were called to the store on a shoplifting call when they saw 2 adults and the child leaving the store and when it comes to the police department.
News all the time. Y'all probably down here all the time recording this stuff. But it's just too much.
We have reported extensively over the years about controversies involving the police department. Last year, the department came under fire after a woman had a taser pulled on her and was tackled to the ground after police claimed she illegally parked in a handicap spot, also at Walmart. The woman claimed she had just dropped off her grandmother inside the store. In 2023, the case of a 10-year-old little boy made national news after he was detained for urinating in public. After the incident, the police chief at the time said one of the officers involved was no longer employed and the other officers would be disciplined.
This was total irresponsibility.
In 2022, the police department and the housing authority went head to head after what many called a rough arrest of a 31-year-old man was caught on camera. Since these incidents, the department has new leadership. Today, I spoke with the mayor, who would not say how many officers were involved in this latest incident or if anyone was on administrative leave during the investigation. But a longtime community organizer says this weekend's shooting brings up the need for change.
The community is suffering, and we tired of the proliferation of this type of violence being administered from the police force, and we tired of it, and we ready to respond to it and get something done.
Yeah, and Stephanie Gray, that community organizer who I spoke with right there, says a group is planning to meet tomorrow to question city officials. For your news leader, we're live in Senatobia tonight. Shay Arthur, WREG News Channel.
Okay, and so you know that.
All right, I think this is the baby daddy right here.
Yeah, y'all stand behind. Y'all ready?
Jesus
Yo.
I mean, like, we can't even get Trayvon's mama. Like, the representatives are getting worse and worse. Look at this shit right here. Is this baby daddy? This is the baby daddy right here. Yikes. Have mercy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are standing here with the father, and we're not going to release his name because we don't want nobody bombarding him.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. But our question to you is, how does it feel to know that you had so many people to show up from places? I mean, we don't even know you guys, but a lot of people wanted to be here to show support. How did that make you feel seeing all the different faces?
I feel like I ain't want my son to be, known in that type of way, you feel me? Like, but I appreciate it, but I know, like, So already some other folk popping around there cause it trend, you know. So how you know it's popular right now. I already know how it go. They on my boat right now.
Can y'all understand what the fuck he's saying? I'm gonna start this shit over. Maybe I'm fucking drunk. Maybe I missed some shit. I could be a little tipsy. I ain't understanding what the hell he's saying. I'm black. Try it again, homeboy.
Yeah, y'all can stand behind.
If you can understand what he's saying.
Y'all, man.
Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are standing here with the father, and we're not going to release his name because we don't want nobody bombarding him.
Yeah, for real. Though.
Yeah. But our question to you is, how does it feel to know that you had so many people to show up from places? I mean, we don't even know you guys, but a lot of people wanted to be here to show support. How did that make you feel seeing all the different faces?
All right, you about to talk now. Put your listening ears on, see if you can understand what the hell he's saying.
Like I ain't want my son to be known that type of in that type of way. You feel me? Like, but I appreciate it. But I know like, so already some other folk popping around there cause it trend, you know. So how you know it's popular right now. I already know how it go. They on my boat right now. I already know how they go.
And you saying now you didn't want your baby to be popular, known like this?
Nah, not this type of way.
Can you tell us what kind of baby he was? What is your memories of him?
Like funny, playful, goofy like your mom.
Yo. This nigga got a joint in his hand. Yo, that's what this nigga got a joint in his hand. Look.
Like this.
Nah, not this type of way.
Can you tell us
that nigga got a joint in his hand?
What kind of baby he was? What is your memories of him?
Like,
yo, look, right there. That nigga got a joint in his hand. Can anyone see it? This nigga got a joint in his hand. Can y'all see that? He got a fucking joint in his hand. Like, look at his it's his left hand. Right there as he's touching the child, he's got a joint. Maybe he'll bring his hand up. Let's see. You see the joint?
For goofy like your mom. Goofy.
He goofy. Like your mom, goofy. Yo, that nigga got a straight joint on an interview.
Be popular, known like this.
Nah, not this type of way.
Can you tell us what kind of baby he was? What is your memory?
Can anyone see the joint? Am I tripping? Can y'all see the joint? Can anyone see the joint? You see he got blunt. You nigga smoking blunt. Yeah. Oh, this is beautiful, Ray. Let me take these self-captions out so you can see that blunt real well. Take this shit out.
Of him.
Like funny, playful, goofy like your
nigga goofy. Little nigga goofy. Like in mammy. Goofy. Stupid, dumb, low IQ like in mammy. What is it? Tell us about your boy again.
Memories of him.
Like
goofy.
Funny, playful, goofy like your mom.
Goofy. I love the way he said goofy.
Goofy. Real goofy.
Goofy. Real goofy. At 1 year old, he just goofy. Oh boy, this is just that nigga goofy. He gonna give it victim impact statement. What was your baby like? He's goofy and he dreaming. What the fuck that mean? Goofy. He goofy. At 1 year old, he said, "Why he about to die?" Nigga got a joint in his hand. I was talking to somebody else on somebody's panel. I was like, "Yo, I clean out these blacks' houses and I'm like, damn, I see all these empty ass shoe boxes, Air Jordans and shit." I had to add Freezy to the mix. Maybe I'll play a Air Jordan video one day. Like, all these blacks in these Air Jordan. And Easy, Freezy, whatever. And I see my whole fucking back rent being Air Jordans and shit. And goofy. My baby, he ain't got nothing to say about it. What was his demeanor like? Was he calm spirited.
When you found
what was his favorite song? You like to play? What? Do you know anything about this boy?
out the baby was coming, how did that make you feel? Were you nervous?
When you first were born?
Yes.
I know, man. Nah, I read it for.
I can understand that. Somebody help me.
Real goofy, yeah, man.
When you found out the baby was coming, how did that make you feel? Were you nervous?
When you first were born?
Yes.
I know, man. Nah.
What did he say? I can't understand. I can't honestly. I can't understand the damn thing he's saying.
Was coming. How did that make you feel? Were you nervous?
When you first were born?
Yes.
I know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nah, I read it for.
You were ready to be a father.
Yeah, man.
She having to clear up this shit.
Was he your only baby?
Nah, he got a sister.
He got a sister.
You got a sister.
Yo, I'm gonna show you.
You got pictures?
Yeah. Let me show you right
Oh, this is rough.
I want to show a picture on the gutter, but
show us a picture. Look at that nigga's head. Have mercy on my soul. Look at that nigga's head. This is very rough here. The blacks that are gonna, I guess they'll jump on the Cash App wagon for this one. They're gonna have to overlook this video here. This is very rough here. Very rough. Very rough. I'm gonna look for something. Give me 1 second. Let's see. What is it? Yeah. Hold on. I want to play this. Yeah, I want to play this. Where is it? What is it? All right, hold on. Where did I put that? Is it here? Here it is. I thought I had it, but anyway. Yeah, let's try this. I'll be right back. You want to hop up, talk about the early stream there? You feel free. There's someone in the back here. What's up, Genius? See you driving there, huh? What, you going to a trade show, Genius?
No, I gotta help my landlord uncle out.
Oh yeah,
help
okay.
him move some shit. Yeah, he got dope. He got some dope too.
Did you say you're a landlord now? I think I saw you in the chat. Say somebody you're a landlord.
I'm gonna be one, man, because it is, man. I'm convinced what's going on.
Yeah, it ain't bad. I will say that. It ain't bad.
Yeah.
No, it ain't bad. So what are you helping your landlord do today?
Shoot, I ain't got no, that's my uncle, man.
Damn, did I not even play this shit? Or is it done? I think it's done. Whatever. I just had to step away for a second. I'm back. Anyway. I think I want to see a little bit more of this Freezy. Oh, you know what I want to show you? The other day when Be Brave was on the channel, I was talking about how there's a bus line in DC, and I'll show it to you. All right, there we go. And so here's a bus line. And this is my bus that I catch. And see if there's a map of it. There should be a map somewhere. But anyway, so this bus takes you from the ghetto to the nice area. And I wish there should be a map somewhere. So it takes you to like Woodley Park. Where is it? Where is he? Whatever. All right. I wish you had let me see how to do this. I'm going somewhere with this. All right. Yeah, this is probably it right here. This is not it. All right. This is probably it right here. Yeah, this is it. All right. So there's a bus line right around the corner from me. And this is the map of the bus. It takes you whatever. Basically, it takes you from the ghetto to the nice areas. And you can see the route of the bus if it ever loads there. Yeah. Anyway, Jesus Christ. Anyway, let me get away from that. Does it show up? All right. So it takes you from one side of DC to the next. This is taking a long time to load. Either way it goes. So yesterday, Brave and we were talking about the kind of the tragedy of the commons as it relates to the buses and the trains here in DC. And so DC, to counter that, instead of solving the problem of the crime and the violence on the buses, they make the scooters and the bike lanes and all this other stuff that people that don't want to ride the bus because of the crime and violence on the bus. So here is a bus in my neighborhood. And yesterday, Be Brave and I showed you from the outside of the bus. So this bus is traveling from my neighborhood all the way to the richest part of Washington, D.C. And here's the inside of what happened on the bus. I want you to pay attention to the man right here. He's in the first row directly behind the bus drivers here. Oh, I'm not sharing screen. Here we are. I want you to pay attention to the guy right here in the first row behind the bus driver. At this point, he's already killed a woman. And he hopped on the bus because the buses are free in DC. The blacks do not pay for the bus. So he's hopped on the bus after killing a woman in the richest part of town. This is Wisconsin Avenue. I used to work on Wisconsin Avenue. I used to work at Fannie Mae. And this is the bus that takes you to and fro from the ghetto to the nice area.
I'm not confirming. We can't send the bus now. Everybody on the bus with a church.
I want you to notice that was a pregnant woman. That black woman right here, she's pregnant. She looks pregnant. And the reason why she's on this bus is because all of the hospitals are in the nice part of town. She probably rode the bus to keep from having to transfer trains, and it's free. So she rides to the nice part of town to go to the hospitals for her maternal appointments. And so she's about to get up and walk directly in front of the police. Either she's pregnant or very, very overweight. As you can see, the police officer already has his gun drawn. He probably came on the bus with the gun drawn. Yeah, the gun is already drawn. Yo, there's somebody sitting directly behind this man. Look at this shit. I swear there's somebody sitting directly behind him. Yeah, look, there's a foot right there. You can see the feet right there. Damn. Look, it's a person right there. Look, it's a person right here. He's laid out on the bus, but there's a person directly behind him, like 2 rows behind him. Jesus Christ. And that's one of the buses that I ride. It takes you uptown right there. When people talk about tragedy of the commons, this is a classic example. He had just killed someone, and by the fact that the buses are free here in DC, he easily just hopped on the bus. And that is amazing right there, right there on the bus. Anyway, let me drop the link. Anyone want to hop on the panel? I've been here almost 3 hours. I'm going to do 3 hours, but that's why the people will not ride the bus right there. Shit like that goes on the bus. Crazy shit. Yeah. I got some videos from earlier today. I'll probably get around to it tomorrow, another day. I wanted my buddy Felipe to tell you the story about the underman from where he's working. That's going to be an interesting take. What else? What else do we have? What else? Someone said Judge Roach. Tragedy of the Commons, indeed. Tragedy of the Commons. But yeah, but he just killed someone, so that's he said nobody died with the gut hanging out. Yeah, indeed. While we're here, I like to clear out my Twitter stream from time to time, so I'm going to clear out some of my bookmarks and all that. That was actually one of them. And I'm just going to go in no particular order. Here's Kai Cenat. Is this Kai Cenat, Adrewski's Streaming University? This is in Atlanta. Look how many people are showing up to audition for Kai Cenat, Drewski's, whatever. Yeah, that's the Streaming University auditions thousands upon thousands of young Black people. Again, as I said over and over, there really is no economy on the ground, so they've ascended to the virtual world. This is a woman. She's talking in a car. You probably all seen that. There's nothing interesting. Let's play this. See what this is.
Oh, they get on Hood Chris. Yes, nigga. This real gangland. Real gangland, 60th Street though. They get on Hood Chris. Yes, nigga. What's up? What's up, Pop?
This is what you want to see. You've been asking all day. Who lost bubbles? Who wants bubbles? You ain't out here for bubbles. That's smuggling.
They just swab him?
Jesus Christ, the size of some of these.
Oh, we ain't doing shit, bitch.
Look at this one right here. No wonder they fight, man. I mean, like. Look at the blonde wig on that one.
How it is growing up, huh? Come over here and get your ass beat.
Karmelo Anthony of the world. Anyway, this is at the World Cup. I don't want to see that. You know the reason why I bookmarked this? These are rich blacks here. Ray J, he's talking about how some streamers live. It reminded me of what I see in my own property.
Yeah, I guess, because let's go in the bathroom. A quick peek at the trash. Look at that.
He's showing how much trash his roommates leave behind. It's like my places. Let's look at all the trash. The bathroom trashed out.
That's scary, bro. And when you see a lot.
And this is the whole streamer thing. People are trying to be streamers.
Breaking news: influencer frenzy in downtown.
Yeah. I think it's here.
Breaking news:
What you got going on?
Holy moly! Police
responded. This man in the fucking stroller.
Susan, about 2 hours ago, the influencer.
What the hell is that playing? What the hell is that music playing? Damn, I don't know how to close that. There's some music playing in the background. Anyway, that was part of the book. Let me get back to this. Yeah, just going down my bookmarks here. Going down my bookmarks. Streaming University, that was that. Is there music behind this?
Breaking. Breaking news, influencer frenzy in downtown Atlanta and police are responding. News Chopper 2 is live over the scene and Channel 2's Susan Hendricks is live there now. And Susan, about 2 hours ago, the influencer Kai Sanat posted a message on Instagram asking his fans to back off a bit.
Yeah, Fred, that's exactly right. Because Kai Sanat, if you don't know who he is, he's a social media mogul, you could say, a streamer with so much popularity. And you could see from the chopper shots, the crowd that he brought here. And to me, it's just the amount of people showing up and crowd control or lack thereof. If you look down here, there's a line of police officers lining up, trying to control the crowd. And I asked several people, what makes Kai so special? And they said through this university, Streamer University, he will allow us to maybe be like him. He wants his fans to be able to do what he did. And it wasn't easy for him. Here, this is CJ that I spoke to, and he said this is where Kai started. Take a listen.
For everybody that knows Kai,
News influencer frenzy in downtown Atlanta and police are responding. News Chopper 2 is live over the scene and Channel 2's Susan Hendricks is live there now. And Susan, about 2 hours ago, the influencer Kai Sanat posted a message on Instagram asking his fans to back off a bit.
What you got going on?
Holy moly, son.
This man in a fucking stroller.
This-
It was worth it, for real. I mean, I hope it was worth it. I hope y'all get in. We got the YNs out here.
This shit just happened.
That shit ain't piss you out?
This is my first cut ever. First cut. Let me get next. Wait, you've never cut hair before? I ain't never cut. You're lying though.
He cheated again.
The trying shit.
I know that right.
Somebody games the trying shit.
I know that right.
I ain't got my expenses up too high or nothing like that.
That's what you gotta do. Literally.
Yeah, it's amazing that, again, like there's nothing on the ground for these people to do.
Right, because Kai Sanat, if you
So they're looking to become streamers.
mobile.
Hey, I saw this tweet. I've seen this guy before, Amarai King or Miri King or whatever. He says if black people were to leave the United States tomorrow, the United States population would decrease by 14%. The number of prisons would be reduced by 40%. Wow, I didn't know that. The number of gangs and other criminal groups would be reduced by 35%. Average SAT scores would go up. The number of AIDS, HIV patients would be reduced. And on and on it goes here. And that just reminded me of the whole Andre Williams interview where he was interviewing with the Frojax guys. And the only retort that he had to the Frojax guys was, well, black people have been here a long time. And that's not a good enough argument, I think, from that standpoint. Anyway, a couple more tweets. Jalen Brunson is listening to this.
Finding out that Brunson has a wife. Finding out that Brunson has a white wife just ruined my morning. I hope everybody knows that. And now I hope your morning is ruined just like mine. Because I really thought you had a black queen. I hope your morning is ruined just like mine. Because I really thought you had a black queen playing on that court like that. Finding out that Brunson.
Anyway, I guess there's some basketball player that I guess he has a white wife like many of them. This guy was actually working in DC public schools at one point. He's in prison now, and he ended up going to Iowa somewhere.
So there are a couple of thoughts, right? So
I guess the question that a lot of people have been asking, you know, on a lot of our stories is, why did you run?
So there are a couple of thoughts, right? So what people need to understand is, one, and I think for the first time shared publicly, folks got a sense of my background. I'm a commissioned military officer. And so my immediate and
He's like Stanley Cross. He's a commissioned officer, like Stanley Cross.
And so my immediate and instant reaction, if someone puts their hand on a firearm who's not in a uniform, I certainly needed to, as someone who was also armed, wanted to make sure that I made the right decision in a split second. Running was not an attempt to evade law enforcement. So immediately as I started to think about the possibility of who they are, I've seen the hundreds and hundreds of videos around the country. What happens when someone who looks like me is confronted by law enforcement? Certainly, under the circumstances where I also had access to a firearm. So it was prudent for me to make a decision to protect my own personal safety.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Another question that, you know, a lot of people have some concerns about is, why was there a firearm in the DMPS vehicle?
There's a firearm in the vehicle that I had because, one, it's a legally owned and purchased and possessed firearm. I have been the subject of multiple threats over the last several years, right? There's public record that speaks to that. And so, yeah, there was no, that's the rationale. That's the rationale.
Gotcha.
Now, for those of you that don't know who this is, that was his name is Ian Roberts. Has anyone ever heard of him? If you follow education in America, you would have heard of this guy. His name is Ian Roberts. He's a former illegal alien superintendent of Des Moines Public Schools who was sentenced to 2 years for falsely claiming to be a U.S. citizen and illegally possessing a firearm. And he gave this interview to, I guess, some Des Moines, how you pronounce Des Moines? During the interview, he claims to his decision to flee from ICE. And I'm pretty sure that this guy once worked in D.C. Let's see. Ian Roberts, D.C. Pretty sure he did. Let's see. Maybe he didn't. I thought he did. I know I've heard of this guy before. Washington, D.C. I don't know why I thought he worked in, maybe he worked in Maryland. Oh, he did. Wow. Wow. Yeah, he was in Maryland. Wow. Yeah, I knew I heard this guy. Maybe he's in PG County. Anyway, the bigger point is that these guys get shuffled around. Oh, he's a former Baltimore schools teacher. That is correct. I knew it, yeah. This guy right here.
Mounting questions about how an illegal immigrant who has faced criminal charges and deportation orders was able to serve as a Baltimore City principal and most recently as the head of Iowa's largest school district. ICE agents arrested Ian Roberts of Guyana on Friday after they say that
this is DJ Witch Doctor
car, dumped it, and then ran into a wooded area. ICE says he was found with a loaded weapon and $3,000 in cash. Roberts also had a long criminal past in the United States. In 1999, he overstayed his student visa. A year later, Roberts was charged with weapons possession, and in 2024, an immigration judge issued a final order of removal. Well, now questions are mounting about how he was able to work for years without authorization.
So when they enter this individual's information into their system in order to get paid, to pay taxes and the like, all sorts of red flags should have been prompted there. The question is, did he provide a fraudulent social security number and was operating as someone else?
Roberts has been placed on administrative leave by the Des Moines School Board.
Back in Maryland, Roberts' ties to Baltimore City schools are under review, but concerns are now shifting beyond the classroom as state records suggest the non-citizen may have been registered to vote. Tonight, Fox 45's Rebecca Pryor pressing election officials and school leaders for some answers. Rebecca.
Yeah, Mary, in Maryland, you can look up anyone's voter registration information online. And tonight, we're learning Ian Roberts appears to be listed despite his immigration status.
A high-profile ICE arrest in Iowa, now raising questions here in Maryland. Ian Roberts' extensive career in education includes serving as the principal at Friendship Academy of Science and Technology in Baltimore City. He also graduated from Coppin State University, but federal immigration officials claim the Guyana native overstayed that student visa in 1999. Tonight, Fox 45 sending questions to city schools asking, what documents did BCPS require to...
Anyway, so this Ian Roberts. You all saw this clip. This just goes to show you the lack of professionalism in police forces all across America. And the blacks are able to taunt these people. You know, Be Brave and I, we're going to do a stream on, are we going to have to retrain our police officers how to deal with blacks? It's a legitimate question because a black will hold their baby up in front of a police officer and let the police officer shoot them and then dance away with the lawsuit money hand in hand with being Crump. A black like Ahmaud Arbery will run toward a man with a shotgun. This is a really irrational, illogical behavior. And we're going to have to retrain our police force how to deal with these type of people. And so these are some of the videos you're seeing that I'm showing you and how police who don't have the mental capabilities to conflict resolution, look at how the blacks will play.
Stop talking crazy like that.
Like, what happened?
Crazy and get closer to me.
You gonna fuck who up?
What happened?
What happened?
I
what? Go ahead, she gonna catch a lawsuit.
You heard what the black woman said? She taunted the police officer and said, you gonna fuck who up? You catch a lawsuit.
Stop talking crazy like that.
Like, what happened?
Crazy and get closer to me.
You gonna fuck who up?
What happened?
What happened? What? Go ahead, she gonna catch a lawsuit.
Right. And so this Hispanic woman who ready to throw down, she taking her equipment off. She ready to crash out, throw it all away to fight this loudmouth black. But this is what the black wants her to do.
Thanks, so go ahead.
And so we're gonna have to retrain our police officers to deal with people like this. And in doing so, a lot of these people are not gonna be able to be police officers.
She gonna catch a lawsuit. You gonna
You're right. The black is willing to get her ass whooped to catch a lawsuit. She's already got this woman probably reprimanded for taking off her equipment, ready to throw down on the street like a ghetto gangbanger. And look at this is all women here. Look, this is all women.
Go ahead, you're gonna lose your job.
You're gonna lose your job. You're gonna be unemployed just like me.
Okay, go ahead, you're gonna lose your job. Go ahead.
Told her again. You're gonna be unemployed just like me. And this is what the blacks are doing. They're dragging people down to the bottom with them. This is what she's saying. Come on, I'm gonna taunt you, and you're gonna behave like me. But you got more to lose than me. I don't have anything. I don't have a job.
Go ahead, you go ahead. Go fuck me up. You're not like that. You're not like that. Stop talking.
See, how do you police these people? You just have to ignore them. They're gonna have to lean heavy on the conflict resolution when dealing with people that will force you to shoot them. Here's another video. Again, this is New York City police. This is one amazing video. I think this is New York City. Yes, you saw that, right?
نحتركوا ياها نحتركوا خليت عليكم غير هربوا لا بوليس انا في راسكم نهرب نحتركوا هبل عليكم
He's willing to fight in front of the police.
زيد هذا زاد راح هذا زاد راح فرحان حبيبي فرحان يو
It's just one leg you saw there, just one leg. That is.
Yo! What the fuck? Yeah.
One leg. In New York City. This is the gun that the man shot the woman on the bus in Tenleytown. He had an extended clip. What's this, Glock, I guess? I don't use a lot of semi-automatics. Following up with that, on the bus, I think it's on the bus as well. Is this on the bus? Yeah, let's listen.
The 2021 shooting death of another man. These are those documents outlining a plea deal. They show 26-year-old Devin Lamar Anthony pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter in the 2021 shooting death of another man. He served just 11 months and was released on probation. And right here, a judge ordered him to never possess a weapon or firearm. And now Anthony is charged with malice murder in the death of 23-year-old Shakaya Pridgen. Pridgen's mother tells Atlanta News First Anthony was her daughter's ex and the father of her unborn child.
She was doing everything a mother was supposed to do, and we will get justice. You just don't know how strong this family is together.
Pridgen was 9 months pregnant. Just this past weekend, her friends and family threw her a baby shower. She was due any day. Bullet holes are still visible on this window, shattered glass on the ground. Her father...
Freezy. You ought to do a stream on this one right here. Freezy. You won't get many views on this. There won't be many people in the peanut gallery. But the biggest threat is not some racist justice system, Freezy.
Father says that she was shot through her bedroom window while her children, ages 1.
What?
Father says that she was shot through her bedroom window while her children, ages 1 and 3, slept right beside her.
It is aimed through the window. Took the time to let off 8 shots.
And those 2 children are okay. Again, Anthony will be in court. That scheduled court date is for 1 p.m.
Yo, we gotta go back to Freezy for a minute. Should we go back to Freezy? I gotta play this. I can't. God damn it. Let me go back to this. I want to play this. We're gonna go back to Freezy for a minute. I think he's going over. Oh shit! This is for B Bray, right? I gotta put this shit on mute. B Bray, BullMammies pull-ups in the ghetto. Shit. Bull made me pull. Bull made me pull ups. Mm-hmm. It's shiesty bomb. Well, she ain't that fit. Bull made me pull up in the ghetto. And the men that cheering on. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't want to play that. Who's this? Listen to this.
Things to ever happen to me. Jobs have diversity quotas. Systemic racism exists now. The two groups that it's against are white people and Asians. It's not happening to black people. Being black in America in 2026 is one of the greatest things to ever happen to me. In college, and people are like, oh, but it helps white women. It's like, let's be so for real. Are the white women the one needing it? But for the black community and for the feelings of black people and during black community, you are privileged to be black in America. Well, it's like white people are constantly demonized. White people are constantly like, oh my gosh, can't be able to say and do what they want, but white people feel like they can't. It's so hypocritical.
Keep playing all this shit. It's the gun that was shown. This is the guy that killed the one. Oh, I want to play this one. This shit got music in the background, but I want to play it. I ain't know she had money in the bed. Nasty ass money by a newborn. Oh, gee. You know what's so interesting about this? How can I explain this? When I first moved to DC, this is AI. Okay, well, you know, she didn't have to be. I'm not surprised. When I first moved to DC, there were the hospitals on the west side. GW, what's the other one? Sibley, yeah, Sibley Hospital. Let's see. Yeah, I'll show it to you here. So this is Sibley Hospital. I'm gonna do it like this so you can see this better. So this is Sibley Hospital. This is Upper Northwest, Washington, D.C. There's a reason why I'm showing you this. So that's Sibley Hospital. This is Upper Northwest where the shooting took place. The buses in D.C. take you all the way from, this is where I live, right over here. Take you all the way up here. And you see, this is a hospital, Sibley Hospital. Where MFB went to high school, went to college, is like right in here. GW High School Hospital. And so the blacks in DC passed the law that says the white hospitals must take 911 emergency calls as well. They must be on the registry. So if you get shot in Southeast on a Tuesday night, they may take your black ass all the way to Sibley. That's a long way. But you got to spread it around. You got to spread the black rot around. And so that's why the blacks, that pregnant woman that you saw on the bus, that's why she was probably on the bus. She had appointments with one of these hospitals up here. So I say that to say that in DC, the upper class white people now, if they can't have their baby at Sibley, they go to Northern Virginia or Bethesda. They're not willing to be in the same maternal ward with this woman. This is the segregation that's taking place all the way down into the maternal ward in Washington, D.C. Very interesting. We'll play this clip. See what he said.
Georgia, asking questions and answers. All right, guys. So yesterday, I was in the streets of Atlanta, Georgia, asking questions and answers. Being that yesterday was the first match here in Atlanta that was hosted in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. So we went out there, was asking questions, and let me tell you, I interviewed a whole bunch of persons, a whole bunch of people, different class, different race, different creed, from every nation, all different nationalities. And let me tell you, I got the most no's, I got the most frowned upon, I got the most negative responses from Black American females. Black American females. Why they act as if they're above everybody else on this earth? Like, you can be polite about not wanting to do something. You can. You don't have to be negative and but I'm telling
Anyway, this guy's speaking about Atlanta, and I grew up not far from Atlanta. Atlanta is one of the fakest damn cities for the blacks to me. It doesn't have as much depth as DC, but you got a lot of the black universities, and a lot of the blacks are running around there with education, and I don't think they have as much of a employment sector as DC does, with the federal government being here.
Fellow student and injured others in 2000 County Juvenile Court. Jonathan Lorenzo Porter, the convicted Lamar High School shooter who killed a
high school. That's the underlying theme here.
fellow student and injured others in 2023, is now 19 and legally an adult. As such, Fox 4 is identifying him and showing his face.
6 months before this hearing, he's involved in 2 fights. One just last month. Nothing has changed.
Prosecutors arguing that Porter, who has shown violent behavior in juvenile detention and non-compliance with treatment programs, should move to the adult correctional system to continue serving his 40-year prison sentence. And that decision is exactly...
Hold on, let me respond to this saying, again, in D.C., I forgot to mention Howard. You may remember I had Johnny Boy here, and he went to Howard. He like, man, this shit was filthy. Straight up filthy. I can actually show you some clips. Howard Hospital. Oh, this is not it. Let me go to another one. Let me show you this one.
Y'all, come blog with me about this dirty ass hospital, y'all. Like, this hospital is dirty as shit, y'all. This Howard Hospital in Washington, D.C.
Oh, listen, say, hey, in D.C., like, the white hospitals would not take gunshot victims. So you got shot, you going to like Howard, Washington Hospital Center, Trinity. You weren't going to GW or Sibley. The whites didn't want to be in the hospital in the waiting room or some nigga in there with a gunshot. His baby mama crying and shit because he done got shot. Or maybe she shot him. Police and shit in there. Like, the police be in the hospital, in the ghetto hospitals all the time. So this is one of the 911 hospitals that was on the registry when I first moved to DC. And the blacks are like, we not get quality treatment and shit. And so DC government forced the white hospitals to take 911 calls. So now they dragging niggas all the way across town who get shot and shit. They drag their ass all the way. Now, recently, in the last 2 or 3 years, they built a hospital right around the corner from me to further segregate the blacks. You get shot over here, you get treated over here. There's a hospital literally right around the corner from me. I got off the train today. They were having a Go-Go Rare Essence. If you're familiar with Go-Go, Rare Essence is having a party right around the corner from me. Probably celebrate Janice George, maybe. I'm not sure. Janice George, the latest Democrat black socialist mayor elected in Washington, D.C.
This joint, look at the walls. Look at that shit. Look, the joint just dirty.
The joint.
Look at this shit. Look at the keyboard. Look how they got this shit in the room.
The joint did dirty. And the black said, this ain't fair that we got to be stuck over here at Howard after we done got poked by Karmelo or shot by a nigga. And we got to come in here and catch an infection just to get sewn up. So D.C. government degraded all of the hospitals in D.C., forced the white people to go have their babies in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, like this joint, trifling shit. Look at the dust with the fucking sanitizer jump.
Look at that shit. Howard Hospital, ladies and gentlemen. I just had a phone call from a lady, an Indian woman, and she's doing like a 2-week trial to be a doctor at Howard. Mumbai of the West, or Mumbai Hospital of the West.
They got door handles off the fucking jump.
Oh, baby, show it again. Show it again, baby. What they got?
They're supposed to be. They got door handles off.
This is Charles Drew's alma mater, ladies and gentlemen. When that nigga was Charles Drew, the blood transfusion Negro. The blacks don't even want to go. They don't want to go there. Legacy.
The fucking jump. They're supposed to be holding the door. Y'all look at the TV. Like how that's clean. Like this jump trifling, like the floors. Like look at the fucking wheelchair. She's upset. Y'all, come blog with me about this dirty ass hospital, y'all. Like this hospital is dirty as shit, y'all. This Howard Hospital in Washington, D.C. Like, this joint, look at the wall.
It's the King Rooster of HBCUs. Think about it. You know how much money Howard get? Like, I mean, they're the King Rooster. Like, Morehouse pales, like, they're far down the ranks of Howard. Howard's sitting on about $1 billion worth of real estate. It's not even a school anymore. It's like a real estate play. And that's Howard University. There are other clips, man. It's a filthy school. Filthy hospital, I should say. There's got to be some more here. Howard Hospital, filthy, D.C.
Hospital-based violence intervention programs. I am very concerned about moving this. This wasn't what was in front of us yesterday. So this is a decision last night to move these. This morning, we've heard from the leadership of Cedar Hill, of Children's, University of Maryland, and MedStar, all that they strongly oppose this move, and they believe it needs to stay at OVSJG. These are programs that very much focus on victim services and legal professional community. It's not a one's program. And I'm very concerned about that. I want to talk for a second about the hospital-based violence intervention programs.
Hospital-based violence. Think about that shit. Like all these layers on top of layers of programs. Hospital-based violence.
I am very concerned.
Hospital-based violence. Anyway, only goes. You know, my buddy Felipe, he was telling me that Trump is going to build his presidential hotel in Miami, not New York. And I guess Obama has unveiled his new hotel. Take a look.
I would like to know why they're not getting paid, and what sense is celebrating Juneteenth if our black contractors are not getting their money.
Obama apparently is not.
My name is Omar Sharif, president of the African American Contractors Association. I've been in business since 1989. I never say since I've been in business, even when I work with the Chicago Urban League, so many of our black contractors are complaining about they have not got.
That's the Obama building in the back. His presidential library. This is what his mind came up with. He thought, I'm gonna build something. I got unlimited amount of money. This is what he came.
Money, but the other side of it, a lot of the black community and the newspapers do not know that these people have not been paid. Some of the people have put their mortgages up. They're going to lose their bonding, their rate in their bonding, as well as their banker.
This is Obama's building.
But they tell me scared to death about it. Yeah, we met with them on all sides, and not only they're going to be at financial risk.
The ugly building and the people not getting paid.
It does, particularly for more vulnerable communities. It has not led to creating safer spaces. We have to do what works. So I'm going to continue to call for the level of opportunity and investment.
I don't think that you find the poor as a means to fix a problem. And I'm unapologetic about saying that. Finding the poor in poverty-stricken communities to fix a problem that is systemic, a problem that revolves wraparound services, and
wraparound services. What that means is more or less like cradles to the grave like services for like the poor in these inner cities. They wrap it around, everything is wrapped around food, housing, shelter, clothing,
problem that
job services
will require for us to reimagine and reinvest the neighborhoods from which these children are coming from.
Know what?
It's all like foolishness. I think we covered that one.
Touch me in this bitch.
Karmelo Anthony right here.
Anyone talk that shit to me, cuz. Not to them.
And then what?
Don't touch me.
And then what?
I can say what I want.
And then
you
what?
Touch me in this bitch.
And then
I can
what?
Say what I want. And then what?
That's why you're walking though, right?
I'm walking by choice.
Go.
Don't touch me.
Go.
Stop touching me. Stop touching
Go.
me. Don't touch me. Stop touching me.
Don't touch me. Karmelo Anthony. Then what?
Stop touching me, bro.
Go.
Stop touching me. Stop touching me.
Go.
Touch me. Bro, stop talking to me. What the fuck?
Yeah, I can't help but notice he got flip-flops on.
Stop talking to me.
Just go.
I'm gonna walk out when I want to walk out.
No,
Do
you're gonna
something.
go.
Who gonna make me?
Go.
Stop touching me, cuz.
Go.
Stop touching me,
You're
bro.
about to go in
You
handcuffs.
Stop touching me, bro.
You're about to go in cuffs. Go.
He got flip-flop came up.
Can't
That's your
touch me.
cuz.
You my cuz, bro. Stop
Go.
touching me with your
Go.
hand. Stop touching me with your hand, cuz.
They just won't leave. They always waiting, not wanting, and refusing to leave when asked to go.
You can't put me in handcuffs. No, he can't. I didn't do shit. You can't put me in handcuffs. You can't put me in cuffs. I didn't do shit. For what? Watch out, bro.
You don't want to go in cuffs,
For
tough
what?
guy?
For what? For what?
Huh?
Stop touching. Why you keep touching me?
Because you gotta leave.
Why you keep, bro, stop touching me though.
Because you're not leaving.
I'm walking out. Stop touching me.
Go.
What's wrong with your? Hey,
Go.
don't touch her.
Just go.
Go.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut
Shut the fuck up.
I'm not here.
No, go this way. Stop touching me, gang.
Go.
Stop touching me. What the fuck? Bro, what you?
Get on the
what you-
ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Stupid ass nigga. Stupid ass fucking nigga. Man, these people are stupid as hell. And this is what I'm saying. Like, this is the type of people I've had to deal with the last 20 years. Like, stupid ass people. Like, this absolute fucking stupidity.
This be your girl, big girl mama on 230
Yo, this shit right here. Ooh. It's a fucking beauty desert out here. And the lack of, like, creativity, this is what lead them. This is their innovation right here. Listen to it.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Silly Willie got the pineapple, man. Big girl mama on 230 man. I got the Silly Willie pineapple.
Then Then they be drinking at this shit. God damn. That shit just be blowing me right there. How they drink at this shit and then pass it around. Jesus Christ. Someone says, my big cousin said Karmelo Anthony's in the same unit as him. He down the hall in pack unit. Ain't nobody messing with him. With little bro, he good. He in prison, he's safe. Perfect. All right. Some more Atlanta clips.
Getting in my car, so my fucking engine.
People stealing engines in Atlanta. It's the bus shooting. This is the Austin Bop. The blacks who created a dance for the for murdering the Austin Metcalf. That is the dance. Show you how cruel they are. Yo, Chud the Builder. Look like they got him.
An appearance in a Nashville courtroom. Online stream happening now. The controversial online streamer known as Chud the Builder is making an appearance in a Nashville courtroom. Dalton Etherly faces 3 misdemeanor charges stemming from a May incident at Bob's Steak and Chop House inside the Omni Hotel. Investigators say Etherly live streamed inside the restaurant after staff asked him not to, then refused to pay. During Etherly's court appearance, one investigator on the stand recalled the shooting.
Yes. It also shows the ricochet off the concrete.
If you're seeing a ricochet in one case.
Today, citing violent posts he's made on social media.
I think they were trying to say that Chud the Builder
Etherly is also
attacked him first or something like that. Hey, this is interesting.
B&B. They were here for a whole month and take it. This is what celebrities left in my $10 million Miami Airbnb. They were here for a whole month and take a guess in the comments how much a 30-day stay in a $10 million Miami house could be. In every single of the 6 bedrooms, there was at least 1, if not even 10 pairs of shoes. So let's go through one by one. In this closet, a brand new pair of Timberlands and white Air Forces and more clothes and hats just thrown into the shelves. Over here, loads of garbage and 1 pair of AF1s in the walk-in closet and 1 more in the bedroom. And like every square foot of the house, it was pretty gross, especially the bathrooms. In the living room, a PlayStation controller and these ugly Balenciaga slide-ins. And in the next bedroom, another controller, another 2 pairs of shoes, a clogged, nasty bathroom, and another 2 pairs of AF1s in the closet. Next bedroom had some shorts, 4 expensive Nike pairs in the wardrobe, and against so many accusations, I'm not sneaking inside the house while they are away. They simply left the stuff and don't care about it. In this case, I even called them and asked them what's up with all the clothing, because one room had a whole suitcase full of merchandise and more shoes, and if you pay attention, even some bullets on this desk. And now to the last bedroom, which is my favorite because it has direct pool access, 1 pair of Air Forces on the floor, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 here, and another 2 in the bathroom. Last but not least, the kitchen and fridge full of junk food. And can you guess what was under this pillow?
And you've seen me show Airbnbs among the poor people, and a lot of people criticize me and they say, John, you should rent to rich black people. Or, in my rich black neighborhood, well, most of these people aren't as rich as this guy, whoever is, what's his name? Little Baby. And look how filthy he lives. And these blacks aren't as rich as him, so I'm imagining some of these blacks probably live as filthy as he does. This is Janice George. I think so.
I think what happened is, do you think Trump's remark about you in the Oval Office helped your campaign? Yeah, I'll be honest about that. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I think so. I think what happened is it motivated people to get to the polls, right? And I think that was the biggest thing that people were like, wait a minute. And some people who weren't paying attention to this race until the very end, when Trump made those comments, people were like, wait a minute, I need to pay attention. And I heard that today when I went to the polls.
Anyway, whatever she's saying. I'm kind of over the Karmelo Anthony stuff, to be quite honest with you. Don't want to see it. It's Michael Irvin. I don't really want to see that. Not really that. Not really that either. I saw this. This is in Birmingham. Probably where Izzy Bands live.
Birmingham are describing this. I know. It's insane. Total
chaos. That's how neighbors in Birmingham are describing this pool party over the weekend. People who live on and near Westchester Way say someone rented out their pool, but then it got out of control, the noise, and they say cars were parked in driveways, women twerking on top of cars, people driving on lawns, property damage, people openly intoxicated. And one neighbor says they even witnessed 2 women engaging in a sexual act. Several neighbors are upset with the police response, but we're told the homeowner and the host were ticketed and at least 1 arrest was made. There's going to be a sitting meeting tonight. These short-term rentals are on the agenda, and you know this incident is going to be spoken about. We've got a lot more details at clickondetroit.com and on Local 4 News at 6.
Wait a minute, is this Birmingham, Detroit? Birmingham, Michigan? That was Birmingham, Alabama. Okay. Yo, this is an interesting case here. Check this. This is a father, I think. This is a father walking up on a guy with a gun. And he's like, this is interesting. And this is what I say about the blacks. When dealing with the blacks, we're gonna have to train our police differently. The father still has some distance on the man. The man has clearly pulled out the gun. If he stops walking at this point, he probably lives. But he's going to keep walking and force the young boy to shoot him. And the young boy, being a young boy, not going to check his manhood card. He's about to get 20, 30, 40 years in prison. And the father, with no conflict resolution, seeing the man with the gun, his daughter probably there. He can't back down at this point. He has to keep going. There you go. There you go. Like, normal, rational people would have backed down once the man pulls out the gun. But this guy would not do it. And that's very interesting. Now I want to play Keisha. I want to play this. I do want to play a little bit. Oh, this is interesting.
My name is Laniqua Dominique Jenkins. Yes, Laniqua Dominique is one first name. I say that because I believe in showing up. My name is Laniqua Dominique Jenkins. Yes, Laniqua Dominique is one first name. I say that because I believe in showing up honestly and authentically, and that starts with having people say your name and or your pronouns.
Say it.
I've served in several capacities. I've been an ANC commissioner. I've been a business owner for over a decade.
I want to hear this shit one more time.
My name is Laniqua Dominique Jenkins. Yes, Laniqua Dominique is one first name. I say that because I believe in showing up honestly and authentically, and that starts with having people say your name and or your pronouns. I've served in several capacities. I've been an ANC commissioner. I've been a business owner for over a decade in the District of Columbia. I've worked for former and current council members. I even have a school and an orphanage in East Africa.
These fucking blacks.
I've inspired and written legislation in DC, but also in India, Africa, and Spain. My platform is pointed towards the—
Can you imagine a fucking... These blacks are ridiculous. Listen here. Listen to this.
An orphanage in East Africa.
She an orphanage in East Africa. Why not start in the ghetto in the neighborhood closest to you? She went all the way to East Africa, passed over West Africa. Probably the people that closest to her heritage and shit. She passed all the way over them and went to Kenya, Ethiopia or somewhere.
I've inspired and written legislation in DC, but also in India, Africa, and Spain.
India, baby, lady, fix up your... Why don't you pass some legislation to clean up your own neighborhood before you go to India? How did that work out?
My platform is pointed towards the 3 E's: equity, education, and environmental justice.
These are the people in charge of this running DC now.
My platform is pointed towards the 3 E's: equity, education, and environmental justice. I'm running because I've done the work, I understand the systems, and I'm ready to create change.
They all say that I did the work.
And positive impact for people in the District of Columbia. Thank you, and I look forward to tonight's conversation.
BullMammies, all of them. BullMammies, all of them. think I want to cover some Miss Janice George. This shit is gonna be interesting. DC has their own Mondami. So let's see what's on the reporting for her. You already seen it.
Described Democratic socialist Janice Lewis George emerging as one of the front runners. And another big race in Georgia with.
She won by what's it, 15, 17%? Number one, Janice Lewis George? I thought it was something there. Let me see. I'm sure she's been out on the circuit. I saw some parties from her. I started to go to one of the parties too. Janice Lewis George videos.
Socialist, that's how she identifies herself. Janice Lewis George holds a commanding lead in the Democratic primary for D.C. mayor. She's up nearly 20 points with 68% of the vote in. D.C., this is the first time it's done so, uses ranked choice voting, which would only come into play if no candidate receives a majority of first-place votes. Nicole Killian has been following this race for us. She recently spoke with Janice Lewis George. And it's worth pointing out, to remind the audience quickly, here in the District of Columbia, if you win the Democratic primary, you are essentially the next mayor of this city.
Socialist like yourself is best positioned to run the District of Columbia.
You know, because I think this moment calls for that level of moral clarity and courage. It calls for this level of ingenuity, and it calls for a leader who is focused on putting people first and delivering on the small things, right? Sewer socialism is talking about just making sure your 911 system works, your 311 works, your trash gets picked up, your snow gets plowed. Those basic things that make a difference in everyone's lives and delivering for residents in all 8 wards in the city.
Now, even though she's vowing to hold the line there and protect DC's autonomy, at the same time, she did tell me.
Y'all went up on that fucking nigga said, yo, that nigga's a cuck, man. He a weak ass nigga, man. Real weak. Like any nigga, like what you got that Raw G avatar pic was her fat. Anyone ever seen like how she really looks? She don't look like those avatar pictures. The AI pictures, she does not look anywhere near that. She is disgusting looking. Sale, how did you marry that disgusting looking thing? You could have got that for free. Because this creep with her, Sale. The hell you married her for? Nigga, you crazy. Nigga stupid. That nigga real stupid. He real stupid. I went up on that stupid ass nigga channel. They weren't talking about shit. Stupid ass nigga, him and that stupid ass angry man. They basically circle jerking each other. And he had it. I don't know if that mammy of his was up there. But he's like, I don't like you, John. That'll put you down. I'm like, what the fuck you don't like me for? Because I said what I said about your BullMammies. You married it. Like I heard that nigga marry her off the internet. Is that true? I know seeing though. Did that nigga, like, of all the women he could have married, did he marry her off the internet? That's disgusting. Did he just get with her off the internet? That's disgusting. That's literally totally disgusting. Like that woman is disgusting. Has anyone, what's her channel? Mind Chaos. Some shit like that. Anyone ever seen that woman? Fucking disgusting. He probably tells you, yo, put your avatar up. Don't show your face. Don't show you. Let me see. Mind Chaos. I saw her one time. She was canned up. I said, Jesus Christ. Yeah, mercy. You got this nigga out here talking shit. One of these videos. Has anyone ever seen this woman before? mean, I got a clip of her saying she fat as shit. Is this her? Look, this is what she does. You know this motherfucker ugly. Look at this motherfucker. Like, look at this shit. This is what she does. Fucking avatar, AI shit. I give her credit. Maybe she's good at that. Here she is. I'm gonna see.
You release.
Yes. Whatever. Look, all she.
You got me.
This avatar picture. This ain't her. This ain't her. It's not her. She haven't had a fucking avatar picture. Maybe it's a short. Look, all these fucking avatar pictures. This is her right here.
She ain't like the other women. She'll let you run game and then play you like a scrimmage.
This is her though. Where is it?
But the seafood too, because that scallop though.
Look how she's trying to hide herself right here.
Retarded.
That scallop.
Look at this nigga done ate about a whole damn sea of food. Look, she hiding herself right here. Look at this shit.
Really like on the
Fat niggers. Where is this niggers?
and yeah, I do have a left eye twitch. I actually had Bell's
Ready for part 2?
things that are like sad content. It
Look at the big fat ass. Hey, this weak nigga Sale married. He married her ass. He's fucking weak ass nigga, man. Anyway, guys, I think I got about a half a beer left. And I'll do that. Where is it? I want to see this one. I don't want to hear it. But she does a lot of AI avatars to cover hides herself. Anyway. Little Freezy before.
The lounge said, "Thank you, Freezy, and all the ladies. Y'all confirmed the truth with the news anchor. Yeah, because that news anchor is going around. It's like he's on a world tour, just spreading this. He just backing this video that he's seen in court as if it's the end all be all, and he act like he got the truth. I really thought it was important to bring one who intrigues, Sierra, Lena, onto the show. At the same time, I showed everybody that Cody Thomas news anchor reaction when he was on Court TV. And I think that this show cleared up a lot when it comes to that video because the
Shit, I ain't got no problem with shit. Roger, you can say whatever she want. Like, if she want to get down in the gutter with me, why would she want to get down in the gutter with a man? She should need to leave that to her man to do. But he's so weak that he allows her to do that. And that's more or less what I'm pointing out. That's kind of weak to me to allow that woman to do that. Anyway, so that was Freezy. What else we covered? Freezy. We didn't really cover Lakeisha. I guess what we will cover before we get out of here is this. Let's see. What is this? Hold on. Yeah, I should cover this. Now I'll cover this. You know, people talk all the time about, Karmelo's family was so smart and all this. This is the person that they chose as their advocate for them. This is a couple years ago. This is Dominique Alexander, the person who, she is she. Hey, don't put your fucking hands on. I will give her credit. She is good in that black calling names type spear. I'd rather stick to her husband. He's a weak one. If he got to send her out here at me, that shows how weak he is. Anyway, this is a representative for Karmelo Anthony. This is a couple years ago.
Don't
Anthony representative is the one with his back toward us. Black Lives Matter is not a movement; it's a movement for liberation in America. So that shows you kind of where he's oriented. And here's how he's about to be treated.
Hey, don't put your fucking hands on me, bro. Don't put your fucking hands on me, bro. Hey, guys, get him off. Get him off.
And yeah, that's the representative for the Metcalf, the Karmelo Anthony family just a few years ago. He's out here fighting. That's him with the black shirt on. Oh, what's up, tough guy?
What's happening, OG?
You called me before I got here. What's up? What do you want to talk about?
Oh, man, I just seen you was live, man. You know, seeing what's up with you, man. I ain't talked to you in a little bit.
I know it's been a minute. I saw you on some panel not too long ago.
Yeah, which one? I was talking shit.
Nah, I don't think so. You just doing your regular old thing.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's Stanley's or somewhere. I don't know where I saw you. Maybe it's Stanley, something like that.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. How's business, man?
It's rough. Every day is rough, bro.
I know. At least the economy is shit.
The ghetto is doing better right now. A lot of broken ass people. I had this guy. He been calling me. I rented a room to his brother. So he called me. He was looking for a room, but he had some agency. Damn, I can't remember the name of the agency. I got it. Let me show you. Let me see the name of the agency. Let's see. Let's see. The name of the agency is. What's this nigga's name? Let's see. So they have all these agencies around here that pay people. That pay. It's mostly black men. I haven't seen many women using these agencies. It's called. All right, I'll show it to you. Let me show it to you. Let's see.
Was it like a housing program?
Yeah. So it's mostly for indigent people, indigent black men. And so this is the program right here. You see it? Oh, let me edit the screen. Here's the program. Everyone Home DC. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
This is Ernest's story. Look, he got his shoes. Look. Everyone Home DC receives Bezos' Day One Family Fund grant. You see this? Like DC is just like Everyone Home DC birthday bash is a year-long celebration encouraging. I mean, it never ends, bro. Like the welfare just never ends. Programs. So this guy, he was in this program.
Was he on drugs or something? And he was trying to get his life right?
Nah, like he wasn't on drugs, but I think
he lost his job or something. I mean, things happen, so I don't really judge people.
I'm not judging. But what I'm saying is, they're like, typically, yeah, I'm not sure what's up with the Discord link. I have to update it. Somebody got to help me out with the Discord. So what it is what I've been trying to explain is, let's say someone like you, right? And I'm just using you as an example. Don't take it the wrong way.
No, see, I'm transparent, John. I don't.
Let's just say you lose your job, right? Hypothetically,
which I did. Remember?
Okay. Yeah, I think I remember. Okay.
I was running the warehouse back in the day. I showed you and Stanley. I don't know if you remember that.
Well, I'm saying, you move to another place, maybe a more affordable place. Maybe you move in with a roommate or something like that. But in DC,
no, I don't have a room. I mean, I live on the back of the house.
I'm not talking about you in particular. I'm just saying in general. But what I'm saying is that the the down and out people.
Yeah.
They don't look at life the same way, say, you do. The down and out people will say, you know what? Since I'm down and out, if I go all the way down, I can get above you. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Because this agency only helps people when they're all the way down. Like JP. They don't help you when you're just like struggling, but you're working. They want you to be all the way out.
Like damn near homeless and no job.
Well, yeah, like this guy today, he's homeless.
No car.
Right. He said, yo, I'm living in my car, man. Like, I just, like, if you fill this paperwork out for me, they will write you a check for the money. And I'm like, but I don't like dealing with these government programs and all this bullshit. So
it's like a voucher, though.
Yeah. But you know, they need a lot.
You still get paid though. It's a credit to your account.
Yeah, but I don't
it's money in your account.
I don't want all that bullshit. Look at this shit. Don't put this shit on. Don't put it on Twitter. Let you see what all they asking me. I'm like, bro, like what?
Why don't you just sell all your shit and come to Cali, man? And then you can get a big ass house and get some roommates and then live by the beach.
I don't want to live in California, man.
Why not?
I just don't want to. I'm an East Coast type of guy. I like being able to get up and down the East Coast, man. Take a train, man. I can get anywhere I want to go, you know?
You can travel anytime, John.
But I don't like flying. So this is the email that...
Are you scared of planes?
No, I ain't afraid of this shit, you know?
You just rather be on the East Coast.
Yeah, man, like, bro, you can get wherever you want to go on the East Coast, bro. Like, real quick, real easy. Can you read this? Can you see this? This is the message that the guy sent me today.
I'm on StreamYard, so I don't know if I can.
So he may not be able to see it, but anyway, let me exit out. He says, this is from, I guess, from his damn, agency or whatever that's gonna pay me the money. And so they say, good afternoon. I will need the landlord to provide ID and the deed. And I mean, man, get the fuck out of here, man. Like,
yeah, then they be all in your business.
Right, like, get the fuck out of here, man.
You know, renting to people has its pros and cons.
Yeah, like JP.
So I mean, at the end of the day, it's what you chose. Like, I'm a drummer, right? A lot of people unplug their guitar and their bass amp and they leave. That's drums. It takes time to set up, so you're there before everybody.
Yeah,
and you leave after everybody. So that's the instrument I chose. You understand what I mean? That was my point. But go ahead.
Now, Dad, did you ever see the drummer clip from my channel, bro?
No. What was the street drummer? Was he busking?
Let me see if I can find it for you. Did anyone
busking is called
I know
street performance. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it right here. Let's see. Is this it? Yeah, I got it right here. Look, check this out. Ladies, listen to this. You don't remember? Anyone remember this?
Take a listen.
Listen to this.
DC is filled with so many talented people, and here is one from our latest street interviews. Take a listen.
I never seen it.
Enjoy.
I'm a native Washingtonian. Started as a street performer. Now I'm a world-known percussionist. I record, I dance, I do philanthropy. But I started right here on the streets of U Street, Chinatown.
Really?
All of that.
Really? We just had a lady who's a percussionist that was just here. She DJs at not me. She DJs at Allegory Eden Hotel. You know Eden Hotel? Yeah. So yeah, we just had her on the stream just a few minutes ago. So yeah, so you're in the music scene. DC's got an interesting music scene. When I first came here, it was all about go-go.
Oh yeah, that's where I started from.
Is that where you the
go-go drummer? Yes, drum set.
Did you ever play right here?
Yep, right there.
What's the name of that place right
the Reeves Center, right
The
there.
Reeves Center, yeah.
Yep, I started right there. Then I used to street perform where it used to be a spot called Black and Orange. Now it's like Bank of America or some Soul Cycle thing or something right there.
Yeah.
But I was over there too. But the gentrification of here made me, it kicked me out of street performing to say. But
what do you mean? How did they kick you out?
Because they kept complaining about noise ordinance.
Oh, y'all be playing outside on the street? Yeah,
but that was like back then. But it made me have to go turn my energy up as a brand, and so I'm thankful for it. But I also, of course, disliked it when it was happening to me. But
so, how did you turn your energy up as a brand? Explain it to my audience.
Basically just optimizing my following and doing my own events, taking control of my own income, launching products.
This is the dude right here. You see him? This is America's Got Talent right here.
Oh, okay.
I can't play. It's up in the upper right hand corner. I can't play this. This copyright. But you'll see him right here. I'll play a little bit of
it. Community and like other.
Yeah, he's pretty talented. I will say that. Look.
Celebrity collab. Got good sportsmanship.
I think they
celebrity collab level of sportsmanship. Got good sports. Another syndicated television. I was doing America's Got Talent in 2020, and then I was graduating to a more leverageable status, and then following.
I was playing a snare drum
and doing my own events, taking control of my own income, launching products like T-shirts, trademarking my logo, filing an LLC. Having a business bank account, you know what I'm saying? Just graduating to a more leverageable status. And then I was a finalist on America's Got Talent in 2020,
really?
which made me put me on syndicated television. I was doing stuff before locally, community, and like other, celebrity collab level of sportsmanship, good sportsmanship, because I did.
Yeah, but anyway, that was he had a pretty impressive performance on America's Got Talent, and then he was saying that he was going to meet Kai Cenat to be on whatever.
Oh, the Streamer University.
Yeah, but he made the America's Got Talent, and I interviewed him right there on the street, right here in Washington D.C., right across the street from the Reeves Center.
Oh, it sounded like he got his business together.
Yeah, for real.
After that TV show, I'm pretty sure that's what helped.
Yeah. I think he
because
already.
That's what happened with my friend. He was on The Voice, and after The Voice, he was able to have a sustainable career for a while after that.
I mean, he had a little motion though before he got on America's Got Talent. You don't get there from nowhere.
Yeah, you're doing stuff locally in your, like you said, in this community. He was already like playing, basically like how I am. I just never been on like TV trying to be like the artist myself. I always play for the artist, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So
Man,
that's my efforts in music. Is I always really like the camaraderie, bands, working with other people, projects, stuff like that. I never really been like, I'm the artist, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. A lot of people say that I should, but I don't. But maybe it's something I need to consider. But I don't know.
If you listen to the interview, the guy said he used to play at Club U. I have a video that I haven't published yet, but it was an older black guy who used to start out chefing at Club U. Club U is like a famous place for like the go-go people here in DC. So
go-go, yeah.
Yeah, I got to publish that interview at some point.
Yeah, I know go-go music. They got the band.
They got the people performing around the corner right now. They got Rare Essence around the corner from me.
Yep, I know those beats. Go.
Yeah.
Good music. That's like Wale's style.
Man, you ever heard of Chuck Brown?
Chuck Brown?
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
Anyway,
play guitar?
Yeah, I can play guitar.
Huh?
Anyway, so this is what I like about the East Coast. Chuck Brown, he was in his 70s at the time.
Does he play guitar?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So I was living in DC, but I wouldn't dare go see Chuck Brown in DC. So I went to see Chuck Brown in New York City at the at the BB King. BB King used to have a little venue in Manhattan. So I went to see Chuck Brown. I really wasn't a go-go fan, but he was such a big name. I figured I would go see him at least once. So I did get to see Chuck Brown. But yeah, I'm not really into all the go-go's. It's too much of a local thing for me. Anyway. How's the drumming going though, by the way? Are you still drumming?
Yeah. Definitely. Doing wineries and
is that right?
Yeah, I try to do when I play drums, I'm trying to get paid the most I can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So the dive bars and all that is cool. I ain't gonna say I ain't gonna do it, but I don't know. Just at a place in my career where it needs to be beneficial.
What did you think about the
financially.
Karmelo? What did you think about the Karmelo Anthony case? You think he got too much time? Should have been found not guilty? What did you think?
I think there's two sides to the story. I wasn't there, and as far as the jury goes, not having at least one black person on there, that doesn't make sense to me. But at the same time, it kind of like seals the deal. And they always try to say that it never
What do you
plays.
mean it seals the deal?
Well, we always talk about race in this country. It's just a natural thing. And I think consciously, and even unconsciously, we just it goes there. And so
You think it would have been a better outcome if would you been able to accept the verdict if there were like one black person on the jury?
Yeah.
Even if he was found guilty. What if the black person refused to find him guilty and it was like 11-1?
It would make sense.
Why would that make sense?
Because they're not going to look at it in that way. I mean, think about it, John. You're a successful black man. But certain people are going to look at you a certain way. I mean, that may not be your problem, but they can probably cause problems for you if they're in a position of power over you.
But Karmelo family, do you blame Carmelo's family for moving to an area where he would be judged by these people that are non-black? Somebody said something. Thank you. I'll take a look at it in a second. Thank you for all the people that support the channel. I must say I appreciate that. But do you blame his family for like moving to this area where he's going to be judged by this non-black jury of sort?
I think that they was just trying to live a better life, maybe in a better neighborhood.
And how did that turn out for them? I bet they don't want to live around white people now.
Well, I'm pretty sure wherever they live, they're still gonna be around white people.
Yeah, I bet they want to. I bet their neighborhood is blacker, and I would probably say a lot more Democrat leaning than it was before their boy got in trouble. Would you say that's fair? They lived in an all Republican county. Judges, all of the judges I profiled it here on the channel, all Republican, conservative Republican, not like milquetoast Republican. They would. Even the black woman that gave me the low bail, she was espousing that conservative talk. So once he ended up in the criminal justice system, like what the hell did he expect? Like, I don't understand it. Like, you got to blame his family. Like, they knew that boy, they had to know what kind of boy they had under their roof. And they put
it's Texas too, and some of Texas is still like that.
But
it's the South.
But like, you think he would have acted? You think he would have acted that way if he were in South Dallas, Oak Cliff, somewhere like that.
Yeah, maybe even worse. He probably would have had a gun on him, but they was at a track meet. So
right, that's what I'm saying. So at the track meet amongst blacks, he probably would have felt much more comfortable there. That like he's not gonna kill another black person. But among a bunch of whites where he's like the odd man out, his family screwed it. They put him in an environment that he was like, easily identifiable, the odd man out.
But I heard them white boys was like trouble though. They used to like they was bullies.
That white boy had a higher GPA than Karmelo did. Make that make sense. Whose GPA was higher? The blacks love saying Karmelo GPA was 3.71. The Metcalf boy GPA was 4.0. So make that make sense. Like you can't really say that. No one, like the only people saying he was a bully are the blacks. I haven't heard one white person say that boy was a bully. I haven't heard that. So it didn't come out in trial.
Or maybe he was like the aggressor. I think that's what they.
Well, it didn't come out in trial. Again, if it had come out in trial, I'd say, okay, that sounds, you got the right to say that. But if it didn't come out in trial, then you just tossing around allegations.
Yeah, I don't know the whole case like that. Kind of what I said earlier. We weren't there, so how do we know?
I don't have a vested interest in Karmelo. Like these people are out here telling straight up lies. And so for what benefit? Like, what do they benefit by telling lies about Karmelo and having all of this wishful thinking? What's the aim? What's the goal? What is their motivation? For Freezy, okay, it's money. All right, cool. That's easy to deduce. But what about all those black women that were up there? How
they really believe? I guess they really believe it.
But how? Okay, let's say they really believe it. But how are they not able to sympathize with the family of the dead man? Most of those women have children. Where is the maternal instinct to like have empathy for a mother that's lost her son? Does that make sense?
Yeah, to me, I mean, I definitely understand where you're coming from. And again, I think it's just a race thing. It's always a race thing. He was a white boy. He was black. The black boy stabbed him. But we weren't all there to know what really actually transpired.
But we don't have to be all there to have sympathy for the Metcalf.
But what happened?
Let's be honest. It doesn't matter. Like,
no, I'm asking you, do you know more about the case to where
I think I know. I think I'm able
Can you tell me what happened? In the tent?
What I think it was, I think they asked him to move 15 times. He didn't want to leave. Like in many cases, hell, how many times you heard me asking black people to leave and they're like, I ain't leaving. You're gonna have to take me to court. You're gonna do this and that. So that.
But why didn't he want to leave? I don't like
because black.
Why was he there in the first place?
Because black people don't like being told to leave. When they rather you just shut up and don't tell them to leave, then they leave when they want to leave. That's what he was doing. Then he started talking shit to the people. Why was he there in the first place? That's a good question. And only he can answer that question. And that is the problem, that he refused to get on the stand. And the black people that are advocating for him don't hold him to high enough standard to say, hey, man, we're behind you, bro, but you need to get on the stand. Short of that, then I can't stand behind a man that ain't gonna stand for himself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the details, man.
If I were facing 35,
I need more information.
If I'm telling you, look, if I were facing that much time in prison, bro, I'm speaking. Especially after they found me guilty. Like,
but him speaking probably could have got him more years.
Well, okay, well, shit, I'm rolling the dice. If I thought I was innocent, I'm rolling the dice. I got nothing to lose now.
Well, you said that he was the odd man out, so
His dad didn't.
The judge wants to get picked again.
I'm saying the judge retired, so he doesn't have to worry about getting picked again. But I'm saying like the blacks, the Freezes of the world,
He retired after this case.
Yeah, I mean, it may have been already planned. But what I'm saying is the blacks.
That sounds strange too.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's shit, hey, man. What the king serve forever? But the blacks, the Freezes of the world.
Yeah, but just after that high profile case.
Whatever. It may have been planned. Maybe this stressed him out. I don't know. But the bigger point is the blacks.
He can appeal. He can definitely appeal because you have a different judge.
You know, and that's enough. And, I ain't gonna get off into that. But the blacks, the Freezes of the world, like they don't ask themselves this one question. You have children. If your daughter, hypothetical, right? If your daughter's life was on the line and she had the opportunity to put character witnesses on the stand to speak for her, well, of course her mama gonna speak. You want to be able to keep her mama off the stand, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you gonna speak. You say, this is my baby. She's been a good girl all her life. She made a mistake. She's good. She a good daughter. Blah, 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 blah. That's what you would say. Spare my baby. That's what you would say. Karmelo's dad didn't even get on the stand and say he was a good boy. Didn't even get on the stand. And so it's free. Like they've already paid for the lawyer to get on the stand and say, hey, to the jurors, to the 12 jurors who have my son's fate in your hand, please spare my boy. He's a good boy. I didn't raise him to do what he did. This is a one-off. His own dad didn't do that, bro. And so the Freezes of the world, how do they reconcile the lies that they're telling with what the facts on the ground? Because Freezy would not behave that way if it was his child. He'd go all out.
Well,
the same way he's going all out for Karmelo. But the same way he's going all out for Karmelo.
But Freezy is one of them black dudes that's like, like black people can't do nothing like wrong. Like white people, they always try to say that, well, white people do it too, and and
whatever.
Why?
Whatever. Look, but what I'm saying is, at some point, shouldn't he be questioning why aren't the Anthonys going to the mat for their son? If I thought what Freezy thought, and Karmelo was my son, I'd be screaming from the mountaintop, hey, there's a video out there.
Because they bought a lawyer. They thought that the lawyer was going to handle it.
But they're free to say whatever they want to say. I'd be screaming from the mountaintop. There's a video out there that would exonerate my son. Freezy keeps talking about it. He's making super chat money off of me. This video that they're speaking of is nothing but propaganda. Because Karmelo's not talking about it. His family's not talking about it. It's being used to make money.
Well, I heard that there was a video, but I don't know.
You think there's a video and Karmelo just got sentenced to 35 years and didn't even mention the damn video? Come on, get out of here.
They said that they did mention the video, but they only could show so much of the video, apparently.
Why could they only show so much? Right?
Because the judge said that he was only gonna
listen. In reality, bro. Listen, in reality, how long do you think it took him to stab that boy?
That's quick.
Okay,
quick. Take long.
How long do you think?
Take seconds.
15 seconds? 15 seconds? 20 seconds?
Right? 30 seconds at most.
30 seconds. Okay, 30 seconds at most. So everything else on the video is more or less irrelevant, except for the 30 seconds that it took to stabbing, if you said it took 30 seconds, and maybe the 5 or 10 seconds that led up to the stabbing. That's all that really matters. Nothing else matters.
Did he stab him twice or once?
Stabbed him one time.
In the chest.
In the chest. So I don't need to
But I heard that was like impactful, right? It was
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He could have shot him. It doesn't matter. My point being is I don't need 11 minutes of video. All I need is when you decided to stab him.
1 minute.
Was it reasonable? It probably wasn't even 1 minute, like 15 seconds. 15 seconds is what this case hinged on, and Karmelo's testimony. We didn't get Karmelo's testimony, so it boiled down to those 15 seconds. Those 15 seconds must be devastating, or at best, it must not prove Karmelo's case, which means that Karmelo would have had to get on the case, right? It's the only way it works. On the stand. He didn't get on the stand. And these are the critical questions that the Freezes of the world, the Keishas, they're not asking themselves. Why didn't Karmelo get on the stand? You ever thought about this? Why do you think he didn't get on the stand?
Because it could have made it worse. That's a lot of the times.
That's right.
That's a lot of the times.
That's right. He could have made it worse. And when your testimony can make your situation worse, what does that mean?
Well, a lot of the times in defense cases, they rather not. That's why O.J. Simpson didn't go on the stand.
That's right. So if your testimony makes it worse, what does that mean?
I don't know.
If you don't, okay. If you don't have to testify in a self-defense case, you got a pretty strong case. George Zimmerman didn't testify. He had a very strong case. Karmelo got found guilty. He didn't testify. The only way he was going to be found not guilty was if he testified. That's the only way. That's the only.
I don't think so.
Well, you got to look at it logically, bro.
Yeah, I don't think him testifying as a black man with no jurors.
Okay, well,
black jurors.
Okay, well. Then there was
anything he said, it would have been held against him. Like,
why? Because he's black. Because
not one person in the courtroom is black, but his parents.
So, do you think that black should have just black jurors?
No, I didn't say that.
So some whites, but just not all whites, or all non-black.
I think it should be like every race of an individual. Nice.
So it should be like a mix of whoever's in the country.
Yeah, if it's a jury, if it's a jury, it should be each type of nationality. Maybe the four for sure: white, black, Hispanic, and Indian, and Mexican. Or is it 5? Yeah. So those solid ones, right? Because America is mostly white and black, but then there's Spanish people, and then
there's Africans, there's Asians,
right? So
a lot of Asians that live in that area.
Yeah, so I think having one of each,
just one of each.
Yeah, one of each. I think that's how juries should be.
Which you have to have 12 jurors.
So it should be each race.
So that's like the first 6 or 7. What about the other?
Because race plays a big part in this country that a lot of people don't want to be honest about, but that's all we talk about. That's all we see. That's all people know. Comics talk about it. Like life.
Do you think they're white? Do you think
when it comes to CEOs and companies and stuff like that, they're white?
Do you think that white people could be honest in judgment of you if you were on trial?
I think depending on the scenario, because some things are just cut and dry.
Like what if you're innocent? Or you proving that?
Like I said, some things are just cut and dry, white and black. I mean, like inevitable or like what you call undeniable. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if it's undeniable, then either way, oh, he did it, or oh no, he didn't. Then there's no need to go through the whole trial and all that.
But sometimes, I was on trial. I thought my shit was undeniable, but still had to go on trial. But you don't think an all-white jury can be fair to a black person?
Depending on the scenario, I think.
If he
maybe if the victim wasn't white, maybe if the victim was black, if it was like black on black, I think they could be more
They could be honest about that. They could be
fair because it's not the imbalance of you hurt this white person, you hurt this Asian, you hurt this Indian as a black person.
Do you think blacks can be honest on the jury if it were a white man accused, like Chud the Builder, accused of assaulting a black person?
Maybe not. That's why I said maybe one would be sufficient. And then that one individual usually gets picked anyway by the defense, or the lawyers have to pick out the jury.
That's interesting. It's very interesting. I think these type of cases would go a long way if you're a prosecutor. You probably don't want any blacks on your jury if you have an interracial type of crime. That would be my thought. If it's
But that's the thing that we need to update the system. We need to update the system in a lot of different ways. Child support, all type of things. I mean, I think that a lot of it's flawed because it's not updated. Even the iPhone updates, everything updates after a while, and we've been still going through this legal system of family court and all that shit since the 20s and the 60s and all that shit. And it's just like, that's not how families are formed or what's going on now. Things are a lot different now.
Hey, give me 1 second. I'll grab back. Yeah. What's up, MFB?
Yeah, what's up, man? Can you guys hear me? No.
Yeah, I can hear.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, there's been these rumors about this video, like a different portion of the video or something or other, something like that. Do you think that think there's any merit to that? There's some other video or a part of the video that people haven't seen?
Well, that's the whole thing, is they were only using certain parts of the video, and that's where they were saying, like, this thing is a high profile case. And I didn't even know that the judge just retired. I mean, a lot of it sounds, I don't know, man. Obviously the justice system is flawed, and obviously we have to talk about race when we talk about these things, because that's the media. That's what we know. That's how we grew up. I mean, it's obvious. So, things have basically collapsed when it comes to that, because it's just like nobody even, I mean, we were talking about this shit in the 60s. I don't understand why we still having the same issues now.
But like, as far as the video goes, like the fact that the case is a high profile case, I think that would be even more reason why it would be very difficult.
It's only a high profile case because it's white and black. And that's what I'm saying, is we supposed to be past that shit.
Well, I mean,
by now.
Tough guy, honestly, I think you're missing the bigger picture. Like, it's a school, it's an affluent neighborhood. You think about all the pressures that people are under to get their children in good schools.
Mm-hmm.
That came out in the trial. Like, this is Frisco. This is not Dallas. We don't have metal detectors. Man, that's 40% of people's cost of living. If you have children, is trying to get them in a neighborhood like Frisco. That's what everybody's chasing.
But the whole thing is he's black, so.
But and that's the whole thing, is that like, he's black, and it's like, these were affluent blacks, the 2-family household blacks.
Yeah.
And like, where do we get to the blacks that don't behave like this? All the blacks.
I think it's not just about a black behaving like that. I mean, anybody could have been in that situation.
Anybody didn't do that. This is a black person. It wasn't an Indian. It wasn't an Asian. It wasn't a white person. It wasn't,
and I'm sure there's cases of that.
But again, even if there were cases of Asians doing this, there's no way the Asians were going to be rallying behind this murderer and behaving the way that the blacks are doing.
I think that's the thing that I've seen about this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the American way. Like,
nigga, that's disgusting. Like,
that's America, bro.
There ain't no fucking American like that shit. Don't talk like that. That shit's disgusting, man. You gotta be able to admit it's disgusting.
It's a shame, bro. That's just there's a lot of shit that is happening in America and around that.
But let's just focus.
Disgusting.
A lot of things are disgusting. But right now, what we're talking about is this. Like, that shit is disgusting to hear women with children not able to express any sympathy for a man who lost his child, a woman who lost her son, and siding with the killer. Man, that's absolutely damn disgusting. Like, there's no other way around that. If you got a daughter, imagine somebody killed your daughter and then people were sending money to the killer. You like, what?
Yeah, I mean, that's because people have their differences and opinions. That's how that one lady got rich.
Like, nigga,
that one lady got rich off of saying nigga.
Nigga, if there's a difference,
you don't remember that?
Bro, if there's a difference in opinion here,
the lady said nigga to a child, and she got
nobody dead though, bro. Like, nobody's dead.
I hear you, but I'm saying it's all the same shit.
All right,
the logic of it are all the same, bro. Like, somebody died over this situation, but I'm saying in the situation in general, that shit happens all the time with race, bro. It's not so much just this one thing. You making an isolated situation when this comes full circle. This is
you don't see other cases where another, let's say, a white killed a black. You would never see the white rally behind the killer in the way that you're seeing the black rally behind the killer. In this case, I've never seen it in any other situation. No other case have I ever seen people rally behind a killer.
You got blacks making dances, bro, with knives.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy work.
It's disgusting, bro.
Yeah,
like, and again, it's the most dependent class of people out here creating an environment where no one will want to be around them. That's the most amazing part to me. It's short-sighted like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I mean, that logically doesn't make sense that you're rallying behind somebody that's a murderer, but I think that the reason why they're rallying behind them because black people feel like it was justified through self-defense.
But I think I don't think that they believe that. I think that they're just they can't possibly believe that. I mean,
I don't know, because that's what I'm saying. I wasn't there. I mean, I'm going off of what the media says, and there's so many different stories that we hear.
But the people that heard all the testimony, they came to the conclusion that the boy is guilty. And they gave him 35 years. Add up the other.
Yeah, I mean, it's done now. He got 35 years. So no matter what I talk about or you talking about, it's already done.
But again, some things probably could be fleshed out a little bit. If it were your daughter killed by her boyfriend or whatever, like, you're not
that ain't gonna happen. Let's not use my daughter. Let's not do that.
Well, let me rephrase it. Whatever, anything can happen, but like, if that was
not
your
that
son,
though, that ain't
Karmelo
happening.
Anthony was your son.
I'm not even speaking that.
Don't go down over. I don't want to hear all that. If Karmelo,
you did that. Don't do that.
If Karmelo, don't do that for me. If Karmelo was your son, and he's facing a long time in prison, and you had the opportunity to speak on his behalf, would you speak on his behalf? It's a yes or no question.
No, I would because it's
I don't need it. I asked you why. You just said no. Okay, fine. Right?
No.
But the mother did.
And that probably made it worse.
Okay. But like
for a situation.
Like you probably never been on trial or anything before.
No, but I'm saying like you can make things worse.
But not in the victim impact statement. You really can't in like the character statement.
But I was listening to the lead attorney, and he said that about how they were not remorseful, and how when the father tried to pray with them, they rejected him. It was a lot of different variables in this case.
Don't overtalk me, but that's before the trial.
All right, John, I'll holler at you, bro.
All right, see you later. But at the trial, the fact that the boy's daddy, the church, no clergy, nothing. No one offered a word to say, spare this boy. Nobody. It shows you they didn't give a damn about it.
They didn't even stick around, man, for the sentencing.
Yeah. And I'm saying, like, damn, this is going to be the last time you see this boy in street clothes for 17 years. Minimum.
Yeah, you got the damn mother out there making the hand heart to people.
And that was actually the grandmother, they say. They said that was the grandmother.
No, that was the grandmother.
Yeah, somebody said it was the grandmother.
I definitely saw his mother doing it.
It probably was. But the lady getting in the front seat of that Acura was the grandmother.
Wait, that was the grandmother? The woman who was doing the hand heart shit?
Yeah, they said that was the grandmother. Yeah. It was the one that was screaming prejudice, bias, racism. Right?
You know they say that all this past year, I've been on TikTok talking to people. They say that a lot of the people that are, or at least some of them on the Karmelo Anthony side, have actually been the family, like the people that have really been rallying behind him the hardest, like the people, the names that you hear, have been his actual family members. People say his grandmother's been on there, and they just use different names. I've likely talked to someone in his family, because you talk to all these crazy people, and they say that some of them, maybe not his father and his mother, but they say that, and there's people that you talk to there, and they would just seem like they were overly invested in it, and it makes sense. I could see the stupid ass grandmother on there, because that's the type of stupid shit that they were saying. Exactly the same sentiment, like bullshit.
This whole internet thing has really opened my eyes to some things, because I don't hear much about Karmelo Anthony in the streets.
No, me neither, man. I think it's really kind of an online this whole like rally behind him thing. Like, the only time I saw it in real life was the protesters at the courthouse. But other than that, man, you don't hear people talking about this damn case anywhere. I haven't heard it. No one's ever said a word to me about it outside of the internet.
Well, I think that as I was saying earlier, this civil rights movement is somewhat kind of migrated online.
Yeah.
So there's no presence on the street unless it involves the government. The Karmelo case doesn't really involve the government.
Right.
So it's an online type of thing.
Yeah.
That baby down there in Mississippi may involve the government. Are you close to that place anyway?
Yeah, I'm like within, I think, an hour and a half of where that happened.
Yeah, that's
that shit was absurd, man. Just the idea of a woman holding her child up in the air like that and allowing him to be hit by the bullet. I mean, that goes again. And did you see her in the car when she was being interviewed? She showed no real emotion. Like,
no emotion.
That is, there's something wrong. There's something wrong.
The dad didn't show any emotion either.
I didn't even see the dad. Was the dad even?
Yeah, I showed the dad earlier. You can hardly understand what the fuck he was saying.
I didn't even see the dad. I saw the grandfather of the kid, and I saw.
No, I showed the dad earlier.
So what was the dad saying?
You can hardly understand. He's functionally fucking illiterate.
Yeah,
bushy hair.
There's some real retards down here, man.
Yeah. I almost went to work down there in Biloxi, man. Is it Biloxi?
Oh, yeah, Biloxi. Yeah, Biloxi's awesome. Yeah.
Is that the casino town? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right on the water. That's actually the one part of Mississippi that I actually like going to is down there by Gulfport and Biloxi and remember that time? I think when I cammed up a couple months ago. I was at a beach house that was right down there, Bay St. Louis, which is right next to Biloxi.
Yeah, Mississippi Power offered me a job. Man, I got a girl up in DC. Let me go to DC instead.
Yeah, that's probably the right choice. I mean, but for what it's worth, though, when I work a lot of cases down there, down by the shore, and that when you're down there, it does seem kind of like you feel like you're not in Mississippi anymore. It feels like it's Florida or California. Like it's like it's actual like palm trees it's a little bit different than being up here where I am now, and where that happened, where that shooting happened with the child. That's not that far from Memphis, Tennessee. That's just like that of the border.
Yeah, I noticed it was Memphis reporting. So
yeah, it's right there. It's like 45 minutes probably from Memphis, right over the border.
Do you think they're gonna protest pretty hard down there?
I mean, it really depends. I mean, I think that the police are in a tough spot because I think that probably what happened was I think that probably was a bad shooting. I think the cop was wrong to shoot probably in that case. He probably didn't need to. And when the body cam footage comes out and confirms it, people are going to be pissed off. But it's a strange. I mean, the problem is that something like that happens. The tragedy should be that the driver was killed. And that should be the tragedy. It shouldn't be that a child was killed. That was just the dumb activity of the mother by holding him in the air. Like, you see guns are drawn on you and you hold your child up in the air. Like, that's just not, like, your instinct would be just to cover the child with your body as much as you could.
Yeah, put him down in the floorboard or something.
Yeah, if it was my child, like, I would just do whatever I could to put myself in front of.
I'm going to give you an alternate take on this whole shit. I think the way that blacks have been, like, kind of, was it guided or steered? She probably saw the baby as like a get out of jail free card.
Maybe.
I bet you that. At least in her mind, because you listen to her saying, I held the baby up. Well, clearly she didn't hold the baby up for it to be shot, right? That wouldn't make sense, but at least not for her to say it. So why did she hold the baby up? What would be the reason?
I mean, she of course, it was just in her words, it was like just to show that hey, there's a baby here.
There's a baby in the car, right?
It's crazy. It's a crazy thing that would be your first. You're running away from the cops. You don't think, hey, like, why don't I stop and not let this escalate any further? They already have their guns out. Why don't we stop?
Because they had the baby in the car. That's why she said.
She thought that I could get away. That she could get away.
Right. Like, I got a baby. I got a baby. Look, you remember this video? Look. Let me show you the video from my channel. This is a while back. Let's see if I can find it. It was a short. It was and I'll show you exactly what I mean. Here it is right here. Look at it. Leave me alone, bro. Look, hold on. Is it?
Bro, leave me alone. Bro, leave me alone, bro. Bro, leave me the fuck alone, bro.
So he got a baby with him. Now what?
You cannot stop chasing him. Bro, leave me alone.
You see the baby right there? You see the baby?
Yeah.
You cannot stop chasing him. Bro, leave me alone.
See the baby?
Yeah. Well, what's going on?
You're gonna hear. So I think he jumped the turnstile or something.
Okay.
And DC's cracking down on people that jump the turnstile. These blacks ain't got no money. They fucking jump them.
Yeah.
Usually they used to be where they let the blacks get off, but now more whites have moved into U Street, so the blacks got to pay the fares in these places. He ain't got the money. So you're gonna hear him say, I got my baby with me, bro. Like, that exempts him from the laws.
Right.
Stop chasing him. Bro, leave me alone, bro.
Look, the fucking big ass bull mammy chasing him is a Muslim bull mammy. Look. He doing this shit in front of his child. Look at it, boy. You know that you down bad, bro.
So that's his kid right there. And he's
the little girl is his baby. You down
leave
real bad,
bro. Leave me alone, bro.
he running this shit. He
What do you
running
think he do?
And see, these aren't real police.
Right, they're just like security. They don't have the authority to really do like what a cop would actually do in that situation.
Right.
I think you interviewed one of them guys, right?
Yeah, they can't really do anything to him.
Yeah, they can't like they're not supposed to pursue anybody or do anything like that.
But look how this is the underman, bro. Being like embarrassed in front of his child. You see this? He'll never be able to live this down. That baby mama, you punk ass, weak ass, running from the police like a old bitch, running from the security guard like a bitch.
Bro, leave me the fuck alone.
And look, these are African. Both of the security guards are African. One got a burqa on. You see? Look at this shit.
Yeah.
Look, she got a fucking burqa on.
Bro, leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone. Bro, you can't go off with that people say. Leave me alone, bro. Bro, leave me alone. Leave us alone. Bro, leave me alone, bro.
He acting straight like a woman in front of his woman.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, he's acting.
Leave me alone, bro. And all this shit is over about $8. This shit about DC Metro is high now. This just is the child ride free. So we're talking about $7. The child ride free. I'm assuming the baby mama had her fare. Because they ain't chasing her. They're chasing him. So he probably didn't have the money. This is what you're seeing here.
Yeah.
In reality. Because they're not chasing her.
Bro, leave me the fuck alone, bro. Stop chasing him. Bro, leave me alone, bro.
You see the burqa on this bitch?
Yeah.
You see this? These are security guards in DC now. Fucking African. You got big there, boy. Wide load.
Yeah, that's a bull right there.
Muslim bull. She could be Black American, just converted to Muslim. You never know.
You didn't film this yourself, did you?
Yeah, this is my film right here.
Oh, this is yours. So you were actually there when you saw this. So
this is me.
What was the resolution here?
I think they locked these black ass up.
Leave me alone, bro.
That motherfucker took out a full sprint.
Stop chasing him. Bro, leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone, bro. What are you doing, bro? Leave me alone.
Look, you see, she got a scooter in her hand. So they got multiple children with them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Leave me alone, bro.
I was at U Street right here, Can you imagine this shit being in front of your child? Leave me alone, bro.
He's like screaming. It sounds like he's crying almost. It sounds like he's crying. Like Jesus Christ, man. He's out on an outing with his family and he can't pay the damn fare. He's down deep, man.
He's down bad, bro.
Yeah, that's underman here right there.
The child there, look. Look at that little girl just looking like what
Oh
the
my
fuck?
God. That's just terrible, man. Could you imagine? I mean, they say the underman often finds himself in jail.
But see, let me explain something to you from a black point of view. Nigga, that relationship is over. It's over.
He's got no respect for him anymore.
No more. You've been running around the subway like a bitch. You should have took it like a man.
Yeah.
That's how he could earn respect. But see, he a bitch. He weak.
So
you think I would have been fucking running like that? Nigga, I took a gun charge. I ain't running. No, I ain't even stepped back. This nigga running like this over a fucking subway charge?
So what's his option though? Like, is he?
Man, they gonna let him go. This DC man, they gonna let him fucking go.
So why didn't he just say "fuck you guys"? And walk away. Like what? Why is he? What is he running? Like doing all that?
Because there's some cultural differences come into play here as well. These are Africans. They're just enforcing the rule.
So they're trying to like actually arrest him for this shit or get him
arrested. They're not fucking police.
So they're trying to hold him.
To pay the fare or leave.
So he had the opportunity to leave. if he wanted
Yeah,
to leave.
or pay the fare.
Oh, okay. So I was under the impression he had gotten off the metro and was trying to leave. So he's coming into the metro.
I think he was coming into the metro, if I'm not mistaken.
So they caught him and they realized he didn't have any money to get in. They're saying he can't
Right.
come.
He
He
may
can't
have
ride the
come in
train.
through the turnstile behind the baby mama or with the child or some
So
shit.
they saw it. They saw him do it.
Right.
And they said, no, you can't do that. And now they're trying to get him out of here instead of just paying up the damn $2.
They will let him pay. He still got the right to pay or leave.
So he's down that bad. He really can't pay.
Right. Down
The
that
girl
bad.
doesn't have any money. Won't even give him any money or
Whatever.
I mean
Right.
that relationship is over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's over. You see, this is the end of this relationship right here.
And I bet you it was already tense too. I bet you that's why he's acting like such a bitch. So he's already probably already were fighting. He was probably already getting
they
annoyed
fighting.
with his shit.
They fighting every day. Even
Yeah.
in times they fighting.
They're already like almost on 10 because they're gonna fight so much that I could just tell from the way they're both acting.
I was sitting in the front of my house last night, and a big ass bull and her boyfriend were fighting in the middle of the street. No lie. And the only reason I ain't get footage because I ain't got fucking I ain't have enough storage on my phone. I was trying to clear the space. I mean, they literally stood in the middle of the street and were fighting. Right outside my
Screaming
house.
at each other, or they actually like, physically fighting?
She had him in a headlock. See? And they live right back here behind me, man. There's some apartments behind me, bro. All the ghetto niggas live in these apartments back here.
Oh man.
Yeah, these are the ones that steal my bikes. The ones that live in apartments back here.
So those you probably those people who live in those apartments, the ones that steal
Yeah.
your bikes.
Yeah, those are the ones that stole my bikes.
So they must that's how they must have gotten you so quickly because they live right there. So they probably just happened to be right there. And they saw it. And they
Well,
were
they
like,
can
oh,
see over into my backyard.
yeah.
But they can't take the bike from the way they came, so they have to go through my front yard. I've shown you videos of it.
Yeah, that's a bold move, man. For them to do that, to them walk up onto your front porch like that when the door's open.
They had to climb up a wall because it's a brick wall between me and the blacks.
So he had to climb up a wall and go
like
up
Spider-Man. Yeah.
So how did
We got video of the nigga climbing up like Spider-Man.
Oh, you have video of it? Oh shit.
And then, but when he climbs up into the property next door, the Section 8 bitch.
Yeah.
And then he jumps the gate over into my backyard.
So did you see him? You can see him on video carrying the bike away.
Yeah, we got video. You can look at it on the channel.
That time, the time that he came up, when you left the door open,
if I wanted it, I didn't even. Man, at that point, I was
you didn't even want to see it. Yeah.
I didn't even ask for the video, but I could have gotten it. Yeah.
You know what it's going to show already.
Yeah. At that point, I think what I mean. Yeah. Now it pissed me off every time I had to bring my bikes inside. Like, it just pissed me the fuck off.
I think I told you I had a client or like a woman who was looking for services from DC, a black woman, older woman, probably like in her 60s or something like that. She called me and she wanted private security when she comes down. She's coming down here to handle some legal matter. She wanted basically like armed security. And I was like, I don't really do that. But he went into talking to me about how he lived in the senior living center there in Northwest on I think there was like Missouri Avenue or something like somewhere up there. And she said that she said the blacks have destroyed it. And she's like, I really can't even handle being around a lot of these blacks anymore because they've turned my building into such a shithole. Like he really echoed almost everything. Like it sounded damn near like your mother on the phone. Almost exactly the same sentiment. Like just like I just can't. I'm just so sick of it. I just can't even deal with most of these black people anymore. Like they destroyed everything.
Yeah. They and this shit is a scam, man. Like, more or less, they lure the working class people into the city, with superficial, nice looking housing. I've shown you some of the housing. And then once those people get settled in well, they bring in the Section 8 because people like me, people like my buddy Felipe are not going to rent to them. So the only way you can really house them is to twist the arm of the developers for them to carve out some housing for the blacks in exchange for allowing the developer to build some high-end housing. Does that
that's
make
what
sense?
you were saying. You're saying that the new mayor was going to try to do something like that, right? Like to get affordable housing, whatever.
Right. She's trying. She basically wants to allow denser development in Northwest, so she can bring black people from Southeast to Northwest, or allow blacks that are in Northwest to continue to live in Northwest, so that you don't have to come over here Southeast.
So the financial incentive is for the developers; they get to come in, but the only catch is you have to accept this certain number of Section 8 or whatever it is.
Right. And so what they end up doing is they say, okay, cool, we got to accept Section 8. We're going to build 1-bedroom apartments and accept old Section 8 people.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Because they're not going to cause as many problems if you build a 3-bedroom apartment and you got...
Yeah, you have a family there and shit.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So they're not really solving the problem because they're cherry picking the best blacks in terms of the least violent, least problem causing blacks. So they're creating housing more or less for the old people. Because the young BullMammies, they're going to grow out of a 1-bedroom apartment. Because they're going to keep having children.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? And then they create another scheme for them, the BullMammy, to buy a house next door to me. Like the one next door.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard that. They give these bitches $200,000 to buy a house.
That's insane.
They convert that Section 8 voucher into a mortgage.
Wow.
Now, they'll never be able to buy in Northwest, even with all that help. So what they end up doing is overpaying for properties in the ghetto.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what's going on right now in MB. I went outside my back door right here, and my next door neighbor, he inherited the house from an old lady. Yeah. Maybe it's his aunt or something like that. She didn't have any children. So he's snaking the drain, the sewage drain from the back to the front. He's already going like 80 feet, no dice. So then he goes and buys a camera to try to see what the hell is stopping my sewage from getting out to the city drain. Imagine, now remember, the lady next door to me bought a house from an Ethiopian flipper with her Section 8 voucher.
Yeah.
Okay. He did not intend to flip to a ghetto person. He probably cut a few corners even with whatever he was trying to do. That's just the flipping game.
Yeah.
Imagine if she had a backup. This is a ghetto woman on Section 8. You think she's going to have as much money as he does? He's living for free.
Yeah.
He inherited that. He got to go buy a snake, a camera, know how to use that shit to snake it out. If that shit happened to her, she's fucked.
Yeah, she's fucked. Basically, yeah.
If the roof start leaking, anything happen, she's fucked.
Right, so she's gonna have no whatever money she got left, not gonna be able to afford to have someone come and fix her shit.
And she doesn't know anyone to call. Right? There's no network of black plumbers and roofers and shit like that.
Yeah, that's true.
She's gonna have to go outside of her network to talk to people that she knows nothing about, and it's an unscrupulous business.
Yeah, they're gonna charge her $600 to come and do that shit.
Yo, my buddy Felipe just had some plumbing done, and I've been watching plumbing videos for a while now. And when he was telling me that he had a leak, and he basically had to redo all the plumbing that he hired a Mexican to do. And so I asked him, I said, well, where was the leak? where was the leak in your plumbing? I knew where the leak was going to be. And it's like at the fittings. Because you have to make sure that you put the primer on and then put the cement on within like 5 seconds or something like that.
Yeah. They skip that step, I guess.
Or if you don't put it on timely enough, then the primer will dry and the cement will not
hold
bond.
tight. Yeah, it won't hold tight. Yeah.
Like there's a chemical reaction that's happening. The primer actually softens the PVC. It actually softens it chemically.
Right.
And when you put the concrete on there, then that forms a chemical bond. And then you have to turn it like a quarter of a turn to make sure that it's properly bond. Without all those steps, you'll end up with leaks.
So that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened. And,
right.
So
when you get in a situation like that, how do you end up that much customers get a lot of money to end up having someone who have to redo that shit?
Well, I guess you could probably, identify where the leaks are and fix that. If there's not too many leaks, I guess it's the extent of it, but you end up having more or less to redo a lot of it because that chemical bond, you got to cut that shit out. You got to, where it's bonded.
Yeah.
The tubing and the fitting. I think that's how it's called. And so,
I've had to figure out how to do a lot of this. When we first moved in here, we had a number of issues with the shit getting clogged up, and we were charging this plumber was coming over and fixing it for us, but every time he'd come over, he'd charge us like $200 or something like that for something I could do myself. So I went and I figured I learned how to do it myself. Got this tool, or what do they call it, toilet auger or whatever they call it.
Oh yeah.
So I can just do that shit myself now. But
yeah, I think plumbing probably is the most important to learn because you can have so many problems with plumbing that cause other problems. Now you got to get a drywall guy if you got a leak, whereas electrical, maybe you have to get a drywall guy, but the plumbing can really cause a lot of problems. Basic shit.
We were really lucky because when we moved in here, we didn't actually even get a chance to physically see the house before we moved in. But the reason why we trusted it is because my father-in-law is like a genius when it comes to fixing shit up and like knowing about problems with the house. Like he was there for the inspection, and he went over everything with a fine-tooth comb and said, "Okay, these are the problems. These are the potential problems. You need to make this deal. You need to tell them if you're going to buy the house, they need to, they need to fix this part of the roof, like all this shit." And without that, we would have missed the shit. Honestly, like you can like all that things that people you don't think about when you're buying a house, little tiny things, termites, inspections, all that shit.
Yeah. And once you buy the house, like I had a lady next door to one of my properties. She didn't know how to, like you was talking about the toilet auger, same thing kind of for the tub. And she went from the top floor to the second floor to the first floor before she ever called the plumber.
Oh yeah, you were talking about that. So she had she ended up with she clogged all of them, and she just kept going down to the next one and said this one got older. Man, that's rough.
Until she ended up with no bathroom, and then she finally said, "Hey, do you know a plumber? I don't have any bathrooms to use in this house."
Man, that's rough, man. That economy there in the hood is crazy, man. The way it works.
It is, man. I probably could have made a fortune off of her. What did you think about the amount of money and the audience? I ain't hating on Freezy. You do what you do. That he's able to generate basically off propagating a lie. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think it's just for him it's a no-brainer. I mean, he probably hasn't been following this case. This is probably pretty much new to him. So he's just seeing this since the trial. But he's realized that there's a lot of interest on it, and on YouTube there's not really a lot of it's not as big on YouTube as it is on TikTok. So he saw an opening probably and said, you know, people are really, really interested in this, and he can kind of, you know, he saw an angle that he could take. You know, people are going to come in and watch me, way more people than would normally watch me, because this topic is big right now.
Do you think he really believes in what he's saying?
I think that deep down he couldn't possibly believe it. If he has any intelligence about him whatsoever. I think that he is. It's a grip. It's a grip, just like everyone else is doing it.
But
they
you know what's so interesting though? Initially, I thought it was a Griffin. I think he's Griffin, clearly. But I've seen him go on other panels expressing the same kind of, you know, passion for this case.
I mean, I think he is. I think he unconscious. I think in his mind he does have a sense of passion about it, because he's told himself this story that in his mind, you know, maybe it makes sense to him. But I think if he would have really go over it in his mind, and he had to dig down into his, you know, unconscious, he knows that it just is not logical. But he's been fighting for it and saying these stories over and over again that it's just natural for him to be able to argue that side.
But why is he fighting for it? Do you think the fight is because of money?
I think that it's not just money. I think that he feels that this kid symbolizes something, like, you know, he probably, you know, a lot of these blacks, I've noticed they have the same kind of mentality, that they've always kind of had that same chip on their shoulder about white. And this is just kind of like an avenue for them to let it out and to kind of look for some payback. And, you know, and in this case, a white kid was killed, so but for some reason that's not enough for them to say, okay, well, you know, the black kid killed the white kid. They want him to be able to walk away from it.
They want him free.
Nothing. They want him free. So it's like, you know, they feel like that they deserve that because of, you know, past shit that's happened that they're hung up on, the racial hang-ups they've had probably for, you know, their whole lives. And maybe it's not, you know, a lot of these blacks, I wouldn't even have known that they had these hang-ups until this case came up, you know, until it, like a lot of the people that have stood up for the Carmelo Anthony before, you know, I never would have thought that I would see them behave in the way that they're behaving. Like, you know, they're the kind of people I would talk to regularly and think that they were normal. But, you know, you see the insanity, you know, and really it's a lack of a conscience. Like, you know, they don't have a conscience in the same way that other people do. Like, they're able to put aside the grief of the family and all of that stuff, that they're able to just completely put that out of their mind and just focus on the fact that the black kid, oh, well, they approached him. I keep hearing the same dumb shit. Well, he was approached. He was approached. It's like, so fucking what? He was approached. Like, what the fuck does that mean? He was approached. He stabbed someone through the chest, in the heart. Like, but he was approached. Okay, like, and there's people still right now, if you go on TikTok right now, there's panels with hundreds of people watching arguing the same points over and over again. They've been arguing for the past 14 months. Those boys, they shouldn't have been bullies. They shouldn't have approached him. It's a sad situation on both ends. And that's what's so annoying. It's like, no, it's not a sad situation on both ends. It's a sad situation because one kid is this fucking psychopathic killer and one kid was the victim. Like, it's not sad for the Karmelo. Like, he's a piece of shit. He should be in prison. Like, it's not sad for them. Like, it's not like, oh, a tragedy happened and they both ended up, like, something happened to them and it wasn't out of their control. No, he created a situation.
Yeah.
He caused the tragedy himself. It's him. He is the problem. There's no other issue here. There was no tragedy. There wasn't an explosion or a fire. Something. No, he brought a knife and he executed somebody in cold blood in his trash meat. And now we all have to deal with the fallout and watch you guys do these dances and all this bullshit, celebrating the death of the child. And you have with this guy, Charleston White, flipping back and forth. Have you seen what he's been doing? This guy, Charleston White?
Well, he's flip-flopped now, right?
Yeah, he's flipping. He started this case. He was saying that he was against Carmelo Anthony. And then he went. They paid him off. So you know, he went more on the Anthony side. Then I think when he realized there was no more money in it for him, he flipped back, and he's making money selling these damn T-shirts. He'd say watermelon felon on it.
Yeah, I was listening to this guy, The Quartering, and he was saying, guys, don't support Charleston White. Don't buy his shirts. He's a grifter, but he's still on Karmelo's side, the general side of anti-white.
Yeah, no, he is. I mean, you heard that when you hear the way that he talked about the father and the victim and everything. I mean, that's cold blooded, man. Even to fix your mouth to say some of those things that he said. I mean, you really have to have a real deep, hatred that I can't even imagine what that.
Yeah, even the way he talks about killing. Even the way he talks about killing the I guess he killed
the white guy. Yeah.
I mean, he like brags about it. It's disgusting to me.
He said that he feels a sense of victory because he was able to watch that white man take his last breath or whatever he said it was happening. But that's I mean, and I've seen him before. I don't know if this was maybe like a year or two ago. You know the guy on podcast in Philly, Gilly the Kid?
No, I never heard. Yeah. I think I've heard of him. I don't watch him.
His podcast is called $1 Million with a Game. He's a guy. He's a guy who used to be a rapper. He's out of Philly.
It's silly ass nigga. Yeah.
So his son was a rapper and got murdered in Philadelphia about 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And Charleston White went on a rant on his Instagram Live talking about, and he took it way too beyond what anyone would think. He was rubbing it in so bad. He's like, "Yo, your son is dead, and guess what? I can call my son right now." And he picked up the phone and he called his son right on live and said, "You can never hear that. You can never." And it was cruel. Like, it was like, and people were just like, "Jesus Christ, man! Like, fucking calm down!" Like, and it was all over some dumb some over nothing. Like, he basically did it over nothing.
Man, that is the thing. I mean, you see it on YouTube a lot. I think these people do it on YouTube because you can't reach out and touch these people. But their criticism, the way they cut each other down, man, is very rough. It's very rough. I mean, they have whole fucking fight clubs over there kind of shit. Like,
man, and this guy Charleston White, man, is one of the, like, some of the shit I've heard him say. I mean, and I've seen him in interviews. I just really hadn't really watched him before until this thing has come on. But I've been watching him recently, some of his old shit, and he's really serious about this shit. Like, I saw him pull out a gun on someone in an interview. Like, he was being interviewed by this black guy in Chicago, and he was saying, "You know what? Fuck." He said, "Fuck these dead rappers and fuck all of them." And he said, like, "Fuck their families." And the guy interviewing was like, "Yo, you can't say that." And he exploded. He ended up pulling his gun out and during the interview on the interviewer. Like, that dude is crazy, man.
I think he's more of an act than anything. To be honest with you,
I don't know, man. He in that scene and the one where he pulled the gun out, he seemed like he was ready to. Like, he seemed like he was ready to actually shoot.
I think all this shit. I think a lot of this shit is skits.
You think it was acting?
He ain't trying to go back to prison. He ain't trying to go to prison. Not with one eye, old man.
Yeah.
He's enjoying life too much out here being a free man. I don't think he's trying to.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how did he? Do you have any? Because I know I saw you had a picture with him. So you
he came to DC years ago.
What's his? How did he get into this space and become because I know he was a criminal, but like, how did he become like in the limelight in the first place?
Well, I think I don't know what the origin of his success. I can't say I don't know. But I do think that he's kind of like a JP-ish, like, but maybe a tad bit more elevated. So he puts a little bit more thought into it. Like him or love him, agree or disagree with some of the stuff he says, but he's found a way to stay relevant. And that's half the battle, I guess. For his business model.
I mean, he's rich now. I mean, He makes quite a bit of money doing what he does. But I see he is definitely entertaining. You know, he's if you put all that other shit to the side and you just listen to him normally, he does have a charisma about him that is, you know, he can kind of control a conversation and you know, make you kind of interested in what he has to say about it. 'Cause he's got such extreme views and shit. But the thing is, a lot of these guys that are in his space are former rappers or former entertainers or former, you know, football players or athletes or something. I just thought it was kind of a little bit strange that he kind of came out of prison. You know, he came out of prison and somehow found his way. You don't see too many guys from that, you know, background that just come in and become, you know, sensations on the internet like as much as he is, you know.
Well, a lot of the rappers are so damn dumb they can't hardly put two sentences together.
Yeah, man, you can really see how dumb some of those guys. And it's much worse now than it used to be. I mean, the rappers now, like, literally can barely even speak the English language.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know if it's the drugs or like if it's head injuries or something, but like they, you know, like I think it, or it could be like I feel like in certain cities, like in Baltimore, I feel like the kids there are like borderline retarded. Like I think they must be like lead paint or poisoning or something. Yeah, there's got to be some explanation for how stupid these people really are. They really are just, you know.
You know, I think it's what B. Brave and I talk about. I mean, with like, bro, I got pictures in my phone, videos and shit. The women are absolutely fucking hideous. Look at the women that Freezy had on his panel. Absolutely fucking hideous.
Right. So they got nothing to live for, really. Like,
and the men have nothing. Like, are you gonna get dressed up in a 3-piece suit for any of those women on Freezy's panel? Probably not.
No.
Right? You gonna cut your hair, get groomed up nice? Probably not.
No, probably not. I mean, yeah, they don't. To them, life is probably much less valuable, like freedom and everything. You know, their life is not. They don't have a nice. You know, they probably have a relationship with a woman that they don't like, who's not attractive, who's, you know, at best, you know, they fight a lot, and it's not. They don't even care about it. You know, it's not worth anything to them. Like the guy you just showed him the video at the train station. You think he values that shit? Like that he can't place much value in that.
And she don't value him either.
Yeah. So it's like they're like one argument away from being broken up, anyways.
Yeah.
So you know, but it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's it's very interesting, man. I've been going 5 hours. I better get out of here, MFB.
Yeah, man, I gotta get to sleep too, man. Are you gonna do a stream tomorrow or anything?
You never know. I may do street interviews tomorrow. I'm like, I'm anxious to test out my Rodecaster video, man. I got this new box that like it switches cameras as we talk into the mic.
You've been talking about that shit. We put that. I haven't seen that. You haven't used it yet, have you?
Nah. Well, I've used it here, but only. Well, I used it here with when Happy was here, I think. I don't know if I had the scene.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. That'll be cool to see. But you can go get. You haven't done the street interviews now in a couple months, I think, right?
Yeah, man. You know, I don't know a really good place. The place that I usually go, it isn't as much foot traffic right there. So I'm like, you know.
Man, if you want an experience, man, I keep telling you, go to the Foggy Bottom fucking train station area, man. You'll get a certain type of people there, but it'll be definitely a difference from anything you're used to. You'll get a lot of crazy liberals. So that might be interesting to do at some point.
You know, it'd be good. Like, I think for me to do that one, I'd have to go scout the location.
Yeah.
And I have these road mics. You know, you see people with the little road mics on their little hats or all this.
Yeah.
Right? So I have those, but then you have to have a separate camera and stuff like that. So that's kind of different than what
you need. Kind of a good space where you can set up and everything like that.
Yeah, that would be ideal. You know, so it's good and clippable. You talk to the people. This person clip that one.
Yeah. But I'll tell you one thing though. You'd find there a lot of people would be willing to talk to you. I bet
You
you
think
there.
so?
I think you get a lot of people that would be actually interested in speaking to you there. Just having gone there, I could see people being drawn to that.
I can see that.
Would, and you get a lot of really good looking girls there too. You
Oh
definitely
yeah.
the hottest girls I've ever seen in my life.
See, I got
But,
a power. See, I have a power pack. So when I go places, okay, I gotta have internet, and it can't be like public internet.
It's got to be like an actual.
Like a hotspot. So you gotta be somebody's.
You have a portable hotspot you use?
Nah, see, I don't have a portable hotspot. Anyone want to support the channel and get a portable hotspot? Because when I went, one time I went and I actually set up, and I had to get on the internet. But with the video, you got to go get on the internet through the video. But there is no display when you can get on there, like you get on somebody's public Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, well, how the hell did I get on the internet? But I was on the Wi-Fi on my phone, so I looked at the password, put it on the roadcaster video. So then I realized that I'm an hour into it, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll do it another time. So then I went and I'm set up, but the foot traffic just wasn't what I wanted. But you do need internet.
That's actually easy because I use mobile hotspots for those cameras that I was telling you about. The ones I set up. So I have.
Are they reliable? Are they pretty reliable?
Yeah. As long as you're in an area that has cell phone service. Like if you have I've never had a problem yet anywhere with there not being service when I'm using the ones I use are they're T-Mobile hotspots. They're like you can get them off Amazon for like $25, and the plan you get with it, you get a SIM card. And I go to the T-Mobile store and get a SIM card and activate it, and it's like you get 20 gigabytes per month or something like that, which would be plenty probably for what you're doing.
Really?
And it would be probably $19 a month or something like that, and you could cancel the plan when you're done.
Really?
Start a new one, yeah. So I can email you the ones I got. Cause I had to perfect these cameras. I had to switch around with a lot of different hotspots, and I found these ones that really actually work. They're an older model, but you can still get them on Amazon. I'll send you a link so you can get it. But they're reliable and they last for a long time. So yeah, you could pretty much do it from anywhere as long as it's not a dead zone where there's no phone service at all, like in a tunnel or something.
You know what I want to do, man? I would love to put a camera out at the liquor store.
Yeah.
What would I need to do that? What would I need? Would it have to be powered?
You mean you want to put like a surveillance camera out there? Like
yeah,
to catch everything that goes on?
Yeah, remember we hit the liquor store. By the way, anybody know what stream that was when Mexican was talking to the liquor store owner? I'm trying to clip that up. I can't find. I don't remember what stream.
I know what stream you're talking about, but I don't remember how long ago that was.
It was a week or so ago. But
yeah, if you wanted to put a camera, I mean, like if I was there, I could easily do it. I mean, it's just a matter of, you need the whole thing is you'd want to disguise it like the way I do with mine is it's completely disguised.
Why you think they'd be hitting at it, trying
to? Yeah, they would take it down. Like they would definitely take it down, especially if you left it out there But the thing is, the cameras that you could use, like I would suggest you get, if you were going to do it, you get one of the Wyze, spelled WYZE,
the
Wyze brand cameras, and they actually can pan and tilt, so they can move left to right, and they're like, I think they're 4K now. So, you could put one up. I mean, the ones I use is really what would be the best for, because they actually are hidden inside of a box. You put it on a telephone pole or a light pole, and no one looks like. I leave them out there for 2 weeks at a time. But that would be fascinating to see the footage you get from out there. If you could put one of those cameras up there, and it's a 24 hours. It's a live feed, so you can watch the footage from anywhere. Like from
I wonder what the liquor store owner let me get a feed inside the liquor store. That would be some.
That would be, yeah. I wonder. I don't know if they would agree to it, just because they have, like, you'd probably be worried about liability. But
what liability would it be?
There's something that a lot of these places have policies about their surveillance footage. Because I do, with a lot of work I do, I'm always asking people, like, can I get the surveillance footage? Because an accident got captured by right around the corner or something like that.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they're hesitant to do it, like, or you have to go through a lot of channels in order to get it. You have to go through their corporate office, and they really don't want you to have it at the end of the day, because if there is something that gets picked up, they end up getting involved in people subpoena it, they have to go into court. So that's why they'd be hesitant. So that's why you'd probably be best off if you could find a way to keep it hidden, but I mean, yeah, you could do it. It would just take, like, you have to set something up. But I'd love to see what you capture there. At 24 hours a day, you can get stuff.
Hey, does he get audio too? Does he get audio too?
Yeah, it gets audio too, so you can hear everything. It's got really, really good audio, so you can hear everything that's going on in the whole, like, area right there. The block.
What do you think that setup would cost?
Just the camera itself, it's like, like $40 probably for the camera, and that would be. But I mean, again, you'd have to, if you were going to do it, you'd need to have a separate power source for it. So you need a battery. If you wanted it to last for like how long would you want it to last for? You think?
Shit, I guess I want to plug it into his power source.
Yeah. That's what if you could do that, that would be the best option, because then you can forget about having to get your own power source. That's what the biggest pain in the ass is. But if you could use an outlet, he has an outlet outside his store. If you could somehow use it, I mean, do you know the owner of the liquor store?
Yeah, he's been on the channel. He's calling into the channel.
If he's cool, then he'd probably like to do it. I mean, as long as it's not inside the store.
Not inside the store.
I mean, I don't see what his objection would be, as long as it's just filming outside. That's not his property. Like, if it's not filmed, you can guarantee him that it's not going to be picking up anything that's on his property. You have no reason really to have an issue. He'd probably like to do it. You could easily run a cord right from there and right to the camera, and then you could disguise. You wouldn't even have to you could just disguise it a little bit. I bet you no one would even notice.
Hell, I probably could use his Wi-Fi for all this.
Yeah. Right? You probably could. Yeah,
I pay him. You got $20 a month.
Yeah. Well, if you, I can tell you exactly how to do it. If he agrees to it, I can tell you how you can do it. It's not difficult at all.
Mm-hmm. If not the liquor store, then one of these corner stores.
Yeah, that would really
somebody
be
had to do it.
Yeah, you really probably get something. No, I've never seen anyone do anything like that. Really, 24 hours, like just what it's like on the hood, just like at all hours of the night, day. You get crazy interactions, man. Probably capture crimes, and you get people shooting at each other. You probably get that too.
Oh yeah. That would be good. Yeah, that'd be. Hey, MLB, let's talk about that, man. I'm going to talk to that liquor store owner and see what he says.
Yeah. Just let me know, man. I can advise you on the parts and shit.
Yeah. Let me get out of here, guys.
All right, man.
4 o'clock in the morning. John God, thank you for joining. Make sure you hit the like, share, and subscribe. This nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast. I am the nigga, John God. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in a scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, and living dreams. Now they sold out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember they was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no folks on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted the back in the day. The rock had a wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Half close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain, now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga,